Here we are again in Krefeld, Germany, National Performance Centre. We know now in Group B that Gelsenkirchen, they won't progress, but still plenty to play for these four teams. They want some form, and of course, they're jostling for position here as we head into quarterfinals tomorrow. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Germany Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 10 of this two-week series here in Krefeld. It's the last day of Group B matches, so of course we already know which four teams are going through from Group B. Unfortunately, VfB Gelsenkirchen did fall by the wayside yesterday, despite a very entertaining series from them. They were only able to pick up the one win from their 8 matches. It was a golden ball win, but they will not be progressing to tomorrow's quarterfinals. But still plenty to play for the teams today as they jostle for position in the top 4. And of course, the higher you finish, kind of the easier your draw is. And from tomorrow, any one of 8 teams could win this tournament. They just need to win 3 matches on the spin. So let's get ready for the first match of 4 today. It's match 37, and it's going to be the hosts by Boosters taking on Cologne CC. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Tails is called. It is hits.
Well, bowling.
So it is the Bayer Boosters. Their captain Mahendran has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Obviously wants to chase, wants to know exactly how many that he needs. And look, for me, the Boosters, they're one of the most improved teams in this competition. And look, last year they were very reliant on Vasakran with the bat, but this year they just seem to have a lot more options they can use. They seem to have a lot more depth. And so, yeah, I think Mahendran, the captain, he is a guy who could bowl a bit more. I think that he provides a good pace-off option. They do have quite a few seam options, but really they're all clicking. Even someone like Indran at the top of the order, who'll also have the gloves. I think he's been pretty good. The left-hander really loves clearing that leg side boundary. We'll see him, but not for a little while with the bat because they will be batting in the second half. Boosters, they're on a 4-match winning streak. Had a bit of a shaky start against the Black Caps last Saturday, but I can say that since then they've won 4 in a row and they're looking really good. Let's see if they can keep it going. They're coming off a day off. Let's see if they hit the ground fresh. But Cologne CC, well, they've been very hit and miss, haven't they? And look, they've got a 3-3 record. And the thing is here, if with a couple of wins over the Boosters, they could actually leapfrog them in the standings. Of course, these two teams just have 2 games left in this round robin stage. Let's talk about the conditions today. Plenty of sunshine again. You can probably see it on me right now. We're expecting probably another really hot day, around 33, 34 degrees. Currently, it's about 21 to get this one started. So really nice conditions. I think it should be high scoring. I think the outfield is pretty quick. You get value for shots all around your field here. All right, let's get ready for the first ball of the day. Rico Fulton, he's right behind me in the commentary cube as we get ready for the start of match 37. Boosters winning the toss and bowling. Over to you, and let's get day 10 started.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandhu, giving us the rundown of the first match of this match day 10. We are coming to the end of Group B action, so very interested to see how things are going to come to a conclusion here. What we do know is that Gelsenkirchen will not be making it into the quarterfinals from Group B. They were the team that yesterday failed to qualify. They failed to get the points they needed on the board. But it's all about places and where teams are going to finish. Bayer Boosters are taking on Cologne CC. And you see there, the Boosters, much to the joy of their team, have won the toss. And they decided they're going to have a field. Well, yesterday was a great day with lots of runs being scored. And a lot of batters getting a few 50s in match 1. Lemgo versus Cologne CC. It was Cologne CC that won with a ball to go by 5 wickets, and it was Sanka 58-27 who was the key contributor. And in match number 2, well, it was the time for Lemgo to hit back against Cologne CC. 115 they put on the board. Cologne CC 99. Sanka didn't play that game, so somebody else had to play a part. But again, 2 batters that made 50s. Mudasa Iqbal came back to form. 57 not out for him, and That was for Lemgo. And then for Clone CC, it was nice to see Manav Panwar score 58 off 27. And then we went on to the team that are sitting pretty at the top, unbeaten, the Düsseldorf Black Caps. They took on VfB Glentenkirchen, and like I said, these are matches that Glentenkirchen had to win. They couldn't. The first one, the Black Caps 110 to 84, winning by 26 runs, and it was Oscaroni Ahmed 50 for him. So like I said, the batters were in fine form, and there was nobody really apart from Varde in the two matches for Glentenkirchen that was able to do anything. The second match of the two became a bit of a high scoring one. The Düsseldorf Black Caps really did run away with it, 146 on the board, losing just 5 wickets. Jamshid Khan, what a day he had yesterday. Not only did he pick up 58 of 19, he also picked up a wicket and took a great caught and bowled. He had a super day yesterday, but it wasn't a super day for VfB Glentenkirchen because we had to say goodbye to them. They played all their matches. You see that's reflected there on the table, so there's no way that they can make it through to the quarterfinals. But everything to play for the other teams. It's all about places. Where can they finish? The Boosters at the moment holding on to that second spot, but can they stay there? That is going to be the big question for me. And we just have a look at the two lineups. Mentioned some of those key players for Cologne that played well yesterday. I mean, Sanka is back in the side for this one. He's going to be key, and just was watching him behind me in the nets. He was hitting the ball pretty well. There's no Irfan Ahmed though, so they're going to be led by Zadran as the captain. I just wonder how that will affect the team, but they're hoping that Manav Panwar can also continue in the good form that he showed. And you just need one or two other batters to click as well. With the ball, we saw a good bowling from Rathud. He was very good yesterday. And we also, Makar was somebody who was in good form for them with bat and with ball. So they're coming into this with a fair bit of confidence. They're playing good cricket. They did win the first one against Lemgo, even though they weren't able to do the second. This is what the bat versus ball is telling us this morning, that the Boosters are pipped just to win by a couple of runs. They've had the better timeline, have won now 4 on the spin after losing the first 2 matches. Whereas you see Clone CC, they're sort of, well, a little bit hit and miss. Sometimes they do click, other times it doesn't go so well. It's getting ready to go. The umpires are out, and Nikhil and Wakas Ahmed are our men in black for this one. So just a reminder, Clone CC have been put into bat. It's a beautiful sunny day once again. The shades have to be on here in our commentary position because the sun is soaring down on us, and you can already see that anybody. So if you're mid-wicket, mid-on at the moment, you're going to have the shades on. You're going to have the cap on because it's very, very difficult, and will be very difficult when these balls are incoming. Good morning to everybody. Lovely to have so many people on the chat already. Our global cricket family, and namaste, salam alaikum, sassri akal, and Aibo1 to everybody that is listening via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent, as the first ball is a dot. And these two teams will be fired up. They're two teams that they play well, they're led well by their captains, they support each other pretty well. They don't go quiet in the field, that's for sure. Aman Kapoor is a man that's making his debut, and he's been given the opportunity to have a bat straight away. Nice looking shot. Oh, an early morning misfield. Well, that's a player that's got out the wrong side of the bed this morning. Needs to stop this. So Aman Kapoor gets a bit of luck first thing, as this goes straight through the fielder. That's not a good look. Yeah, they've got to be sharper than that, the Boosters in the field. So Kapoor gets off the mark with a boundary, 4 runs, to the displeasure of Vignesh, the slinger. Wide hit up in the air, and well, where does this go? I think a couple of bounces, or a bounce into the boundary, so back-to-back 4s here. Too much width, and uppercuts this beautifully, and yeah, just 1 bounce before that goes over the boundary rope. So a positive start here from Kapoor. He's saying, yeah, this ain't too bad. Kapoor also will be the man behind the stumps, so a wicket-keeper batter in the lineup for Clone CC. So he comes in for Irfan Ahmed, who is their regular captain. This one is nicely played down. Yeah, Vigase has caused a few issues for one or two of the batters. He's a tricky little campaigner, but only if he can get that slingy Yorker of his game. That's what causes a lot of problems, and he has beaten a lot of batters with pace outside the off stump. Talking of pace, they also got Haki Prabha in the side, and he's somebody that I'm really excited when I see him bowl. I think he does a bit of everything. Love his approach, love his pace. The movement he has been getting, that late away movement, has been great as well. And talking about movement away, well, this is a nice one first up to Sanka. Well, good morning, Sanka, is what Vignesh is saying there. Welcome to the party, welcome to the middle. Smile on the face of Vignesh. He knows he gets a Vignesh there, pardon me. He knows he gets a good ball in there. Can he finish well? Just plays this, tucks it away towards the square leg area. Sanka gets off the mark himself. That's 10 off the first, so a nice positive start. And I was saying good mornings to everybody. It is a beautiful day here, and well, don't worry. Vinny's wife is saying hello, Rico and Vinny baby. Well, don't worry, Vinny baby will be in the house soon as we have a look at the stat gun here. So let's just have a look first, maybe at the batting of Clone CC. Sanka right up there. He was in magnificent form. Didn't play the second game yesterday, but he scored a fantastic half century yesterday, and so did Madhav Panwar. And Zedran there, who's standing in as the captain, 48 runs to him as well. But they have been boosted with the likes of Aman Kapoor coming into the side here, opening up and looking pretty good at the moment. Boosters on the other side, well, Thinesh liking what he does. He got promoted up the order the other day and batted really well. Indran, of course, the wicket-keeper batter, left-hander, hits the ball pretty well. And we all know about Vasikaran. We know about the history. Well, never mind the past. Is he going to be able to do something spectacular in this series here as well? And just the bowlers, well, we can see that Thivakaran is the top bowler for the Boosters, and Shazad is the top one for Clone CC. A few stats for you, thanks to the stats gun, to the likes of Ravi and also Shazad. Back to the action. Good start from the man I was talking about earlier, the one who really does show us a bit of pace, and that is Prabha. And you see what I mean if you watch his run up. I mean, takes a nice walk back to his mark here, but someone else also enjoys his cricket. That's very important. He's always smiling. But it's just watch the approach, watch his run up. It's so clean. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, morning to everyone. A lot of people think Sankar's going to go and score a big score here today. Like I said, I saw him hitting the ball behind in the nets, and he did look in good form and right on cue. That's the sort of things he was doing. He's just such a good timer off the ball, you see. It's intelligent batting. He knows where the gap is, and he puts it. Let me just have a look at this again. Look at the way he guides this ball to where he wants it. So he's already got that line where he wants it. He just angles the bat there, and he just that little nudge at the last moment gets it past the fielder. And despite the desperate dive, that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. Just using the pace of Prabha. What's Prabha's reply going to be? Slightly shorter. It bobbles along to mid-on, who thinks about having a shy but realises that Sanka is already home and decides not to. Yeah, Vinny's wife is just saying that Prabha is probably the fastest bowler in the tournament. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think from what we've seen so far, maybe he and Vignesh, the two openers here, this is a lovely shot. The timing is epic. Just once again using the pace, and Kapoor, well, he comes to the party. And this is a delightful shot. Look at the back foot here, just to help him get his balance, just to help him distribute the weight onto the front foot. That's such a lovely shot. Beautiful. It's a beautiful day. We're in Germany, which is a beautiful country, and we're being treated to, once more, some beautiful cricket. Life could not be better, could it? A lot of people getting on the chat right now this morning. Yeah, we've had an explosion on the chat. Good morning to everyone. And hope you're able to stay with us for the 4 matches we have today. We've got 2 between these 2 teams, the Boosters and Cologne CC. And then later today, we've welcomed back the Black Caps, and they take on Lemgo. Lemgo are a team making their debut, and they're a team that excite me. And I'm looking forward to see how the new boys, okay, they have got 1 or 2 experienced players as well from other clubs in Germany, but I'm interested to see how they handle the team that's flying high at the top at the moment. Düsseldorf Black Caps have won 6 out of their 6. Of course, all the teams, this is a key thing, all the teams playing their final group matches today. Slightly shorter, gets this one through Sanka. So what they're playing for is playing for positions now. Playing for positions, and that will mean they will know by the end of the day who they will be taking on tomorrow in the quarterfinals, which Group A teams they'll be playing. We'll get a chance maybe just to look at the group again, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Vinny Sandu. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Rico. Morning, all of our viewers. Great to have your company today. Well, bad news for Gelsenkirchen fans, of course. They cannot make the finals with no matches today and not enough points to progress, but you're exactly right. It's all about position. We know how important that can be, especially if you can get up in the top 2. I think if you get in the top 2, you're playing a lower ranked opponent, and it just gives you a bit of a psychological advantage. But I just think any winning form is good form heading into the sudden death matches tomorrow as well. So, yeah, thought it's always going to be a good contest between these opening bowlers and these opening batters. Nice to see Aman Kapoor out there. He'll also have the gloves for Cologne CC. It's Vignesh.
Beautiful shot, beautiful timing, beautiful placement. And once again, these two are looking pretty good here. I mean, look, this isn't so wide, but he just knows. He knows the ball is going to come on well onto the bat. He knows he's going to get the height. But what I like about that shot is the way he keeps the ball down. He knows the fielders are there. He knows that the captain's already seen that he's playing this shot, but look how well he works. Look, bat, a lot of the coaches will say, look, your bat has to come from high to low, and that's exactly what he does.
I just think that Vignesh has been a bit short, and the batters have been able to stand up and play the ball at the top of the bounce. I'd just like to see him getting a bit fuller to try and draw them forward a little bit. Here's the comeback ball.
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about. That's better. It's a better length. Strays the line slightly maybe, but is a better length.
I think with a slinger, there are a few of them around now. I just think the batters are happy to see the ball bounce early. It gives them a bit more of a reference point to play their shot, whereas when it's fuller, it just seems to be on you a bit quicker. So that's probably what I'd be going for. Anyway, over to Sanka now, who's on 6 off 6. But yeah, any unusual action, I always think it's a bit of an advantage for those bowlers.
Well bowled again, but you see, this is what good batters do. This is how partnerships are made, Vinny. It's not just about the delightful shots that we've seen, but it's also about taking those singles. So important. The value of singles and taking them and eradicating those dot balls are so important.
Yeah, I'd say hit the good balls for 1, hit the bad balls for 4 or 6. I mean, that's probably a really basic strategy, but a pretty good one. Try not to have too many dots.
Has a big swing here, but it goes to man at square. Has a shy, but again, there's that good running, good backing up there. But, in the end, that was Thiva backs up. Hey, listen, from what I'm seeing in the chat, looks like you and the good lady had a nice time at home yesterday.
Like
you were a good boy.
Good morning. Shouldn't I have already seen it this morning?
You had a interesting. You obviously talk tactics. She knows about the players to watch here already.
Pretty good analytics actually from VW in the chat.
Yeah.
Knows her stuff.
I think you talk more tactics to her than you do to me. This is nicely played. Once again, just be a single.
I do want to say a quick hello to everybody in the chat as well. Great to have your company, and looking forward to an exciting day's cricket. We've had a lot of close games here, a lot of last over games, and well may it continue. I can imagine a couple of close ones between these two teams.
I can see that all the matches today, if you like, the honour's been shared. I can see them all being a one apiece.
It could be. Black Caps, you think they're going to drop one?
Well, yeah, I do. I just think Lemgo could produce a surprise there. Well, this is a swing, gets an edge, so it's the first real success, if you like, for a bowler. The first time we've seen a false shot. but it's safety. It will be just they'll take the single. The score moves on to a steady 31 of the power play.
Yeah, steady. That's probably what I'd call it. You put the 100 on the board. You're certainly asking the right questions of the batting lineup for the Boosters. Which, look, historically they've had a bit of trouble putting the triple figures on the board, but I just think their batting lineup looks just a little bit more dangerous today because of how many more players seem to be scoring runs. And I look at all of their top 6. The Boosters, and I think, they can get the job done.
What do we know about Kapoor? Was he here last year? Because he certainly looks pretty classy.
Yeah, well, Kapoor is a late addition to the squad, and like I said, we'll see him with the gloves in the second half as well. But
I just like the shots he's played. He plays with a lot of time.
Yeah.
We've seen him play a few classy, effortless shots, and then we saw him playing a beautiful shot straight down the ground.
Yeah, Kapoor, first time in ECN cricket, I think. And I like what I'm seeing so far.
Well, so you can't. They're going with Thor to bowl this one. It normally comes a bit later. Start to the wide.
I don't mind holding Prabha back for one towards the end. I just think it gives you more options. I mean, you've still got him up your sleeve, but he does have a really good change of pace, which you normally would associate with someone that's going to bowl a little bit later in the innings. So, yeah, going for Thor Lakonda. Like I say, it just seems to be a bit more depth in this Boosters lineup this time around. Similar sort of playing group, they seem to have come on a bit. Kind of know what their role is and know what they have to do.
Nicely bowled. Just keeps him on his back foot. Just wondering if Kapoor is thinking, okay, if I get that again, I'm gonna take him on. I'm gonna play the shot. He's probably had a quick look over his shoulder. He knows that there's nobody. The fine leg is pretty close, and there's a big gap between him and square. He's far more 45 than fine, to be honest. And he clips this pretty well.
Yeah, needed to be perfect there, the fielder. Pick up and throw, but fumbles at the crucial moment. Well, good morning to everyone here, human and otherwise, because you know who's here. Just having a little rest at the moment, actually, but I just spotted Maximo in the background. There you go.
How quick does the grass grow here? I mean, the poor thing doesn't stop. It's just forever going backwards and forwards.
We'll try and get a better shot of Maximo in a moment when the goal's not on the way.
Looking for the gap between the mid-wicket and long on. Doesn't get it. This field is spread pretty quickly, isn't it? I mean, looking at the leg side, I'm not sure that these two batters are ones that are going to go across the line too much, but they've gone for square leg, mid-wicket, and long on back already. A very straight long off.
Yep.
Well, he gets the full shot.
Right on cue. They're not going to go across the line. It's exactly what Kapoor tries to do. It just wasn't a very good shot selection this time. You see, that's a ball. Oh, it is coming into him. It actually comes in too far.
Yeah.
Between the body and the stumps.
I think that's the one you just sort of, instead of playing that shot, you wait on it, and he's just clipping that past that gap I'm talking about.
Yeah. Big gap behind square. There's only the one man in the circle there.
He tries to do it this time again, but that's the delivery that seems to have Kapoor in a bit of trouble. The in-swinging Yorker length delivery. See here again, gets a fair bit of movement, though. So after bowling the first one pretty wide, he's decided, okay, I'm getting a bit of result, aiming at the off and getting the ball to swing in.
It's hooping round, that's for sure. I mean, we wouldn't associate these conditions with swing bowling, but it's a fairly new ball, of course.
No run there. Well done to Thor. Sanka, well, he's just less than run a ball here now, so he's been quite happy to let Kapoor do most of the hitting. Good morning, everyone, to a very bright and sunny start to the day. It is really
well, this is the thing here, because I think I mentioned yesterday how this ground is not north-south oriented. It's more east-west. So what that means is the sun is actually behind the batter at the moment. So it's probably a good thing, I think, that we're batting from that end. Otherwise, it could be a bit tough. I mean, often you're probably not playing this early in the morning, but yeah, great to have your company. We are here in the commentary. I ask you, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me, and let us know how your day was yesterday. Let us know what you got up to if you're in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And we're pretty excited now. Just 2.5 weeks, Rico, until the start of the ECC. So that's going to be huge as well. So yeah, really interesting day. Like I say, playing for position. I think we're going to see a lot more entertaining cricket and wouldn't expect anything less out of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, listen, talking about this sun, and what's the worst ground you've played at where the sun's been an issue?
this is probably one of them. There's one ground, I think, in Western Australia where because it's so small, they had to put the pitch not north-south, and that is one that late in the day, when you're batting, you're just not used to having to deal with the sun.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because here, of course, because of T10, we bowl from one end.
Yeah.
So you can imagine that if we were using both ends there, if a bowler was coming from the other end, the batter now is really going to be struggling, is couldn't he? But I remember playing this in the UK, Harrow Town. It was a club near Rayners Lane, South Harrow, and that one was the bad thing was the end of the day. You always fielded first, because you knew if you were batting second there, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you were batting second, that sun used to come right down behind the bowler's arm, and they knew it well. Talking about the bowler's arm, it's the bowler's arm that does the damage here, and he gets one right where he needs to. What a beautiful delivery that is, and Thiva Karan gets the breakthrough. A bit of a surprise here, and the captain goes for a gamble, and it pays off. So Mahendran says to Thiva Karan, here you go, have the ball, and he takes a wicket off the dangerous Kapoor.
That's a good seed, isn't it? Kapoor looked good while he was there, but couldn't deal with this one. How often do we see bowlers come in and bowl a wide or bowl something loose? This one is a peach. It kind of angles in, seems away, and, well, you can't really blame Kapoor for missing that one. Just straightens down the line, beats the outside edge, knocks over the stumps, and we have the first wicket of the day. Fantastic bowling. Great delivery by Thiva Karan, and the score 35 for 1.
What a peach that is. That is such a good ball. That's worth seeing again. This is a beaut. Now, this is what I was talking about, and actually I said you'd field first, but no, go back to what I was talking about. You'd bat first at Harrow Town, because when you're batting second, so around about when the 20 overs started, because it was time games we used to play back then, when the 20 overs started, the sun was right behind the bowler's arm, and they were clever. They had two guys that just tossed the ball up.
But I'm surprised that the sun ever came out if you were playing in England. I think it wouldn't be so much of an issue based on what I've seen.
It occasionally did.
I mean, most of my players that played in, players I've played with that played in the UK, and some play even in Scotland, they said, well, they came back as very, very good card players because of the amount of time they spent off the field. Anyway, of course, we'll get to see England 11 in the ECC in the Championship week. Looking forward to that as we are here. It's going to be Akshay Dani coming out in the number 3 position.
Edge goes through to the third man. He gets down. That's the work. Tidy work. Bowler has to field it himself, though. Hey, listen, they've had a bit of a heat wave, haven't they, in the UK? They've had a pretty good summer,
well,
I
they hit 40 degrees in London for the first time. I think that was about a month ago. That's crazy. Everyone was losing their mind. Again, it's kind of what you're used to, I suppose. And if you're not used to it, it's a bit tough. Here's Thiva Karan. Oh, well so far. This time it's in the air. Slight miscue from the batter. But he'll get away with it. Suncut moves to double figures. Yeah, it's funny because I know that humans are able to kind of get used to different conditions. And like, for example, in Perth when I was growing up, if it was below 20 degrees, they wouldn't let you outside. They'd say you catch cold. It was 18, 19 degrees. They'd say, hey, come on. But of course, that's actually a nice summer's day in some parts of the world. Gets a long way across here, and he's going to be gone. Yeah, he just felt Dani went a long way across, and he was going to be in trouble if he missed it. This will be an interesting one to see from down the line, but live, even though it probably wasn't the biggest appeal you've ever heard, I think Thiva Karan was pretty confident.
Also, I heard a bit of noise, Vinny. I have to say, it didn't sound, I mean,
I think he actually misses his pad, but he's kind of stuck on the crease. Let's have a look at on the replay. Yeah, I think that's out. I just don't... Do you think it's going over? Probably not. Nah.
No, it's not going over.
I reckon it's gone. It just seems to kind of go around his pad, but I think it's a pretty good shout. I think the umpires have been very good during this tournament. I think that's no exception. So unlucky for Dani. He can't do too much. He goes for just one. The score now is 37 for 2.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to get going with the bat, has he, Dani? He's done everything else right. I was talking about this yesterday. In the field, he looks so confident, so competent with the ball. He's bowled really well. They've opened with him a couple of times, but with the bat, just hasn't been able to get going. He's the sort of batter I think just needs to take a leaf out of what Mudassar Iqbal did yesterday. Just go out there and say, you know what, I'm just going to attack and try to get this poor form out of my system. Yeah,
well, here's a guy who I think has been in pretty good form. There's Manav Panwar.
Yeah.
He's coming out at number 4. Let's see what he can do. About half the innings left. Having a check around, seeing where the fielders are. Also, we haven't really seen Sanka hit his straps yet, but He can go at any moment, we know that. Good one first up. I think it's been a really good over this from Divakara, and it just feel like he's looking confident, he's looking strong, he's looking in control of his game at the moment. See the Shrub on has arrived, and seems like he's meeting my chat wife right now. Saying, are you real? I'm sure Vinny's wife is real.
She's real. Ian Johns just confirming that it's pretty gloomy and wet in England today around London. We're about in London, Ian.
Shocker.
No run.
Haven't been to London in a while. That's the thing. I mean, I used to travel there a fair bit. Got some family there, but you know, since the pandemic, actually since Brexit as well, it's not so simple anymore. Of course, at the end of 5 overs here in Germany, the score is 37-2, and at the moment, the Boosters had the day off, but they seem to have lost no steam. Their engine has been chugging along. 4 in a row they've won after dropping their first 2 games. Halfway through this one, done pretty well to restrict Clone CC to 37. They've got a couple of key wickets, but yeah, Panwai is a guy who's just arrived, and he can whack the ball, can't he?
He can hit
The other
really
thing
well.
is no Irfan Ahmed in the lineup for Clone CC today, so Azmuddin Zadran is leading them. So that takes out one of their regular openers, but like I said, Kapoor comes in. He did a pretty good job at the top of the order.
Well, you've got 2 batters in there in good form. Sanka yesterday in the match number 33, 58 of 27 to help his team. And then we also saw in the next match, it was Panwar, because there was no Sanka. He scored 58 of 27. So 2 men that scored half centuries yesterday. So they're in good form.
So here we go with Divakaran. He likes to come around the wicket. There we go. Should get at least 2 now on the fumble. Fielder attacks the ball, but kind of over-attacks the ball. Not able to stop it. Just cost them the 1 extra run, though, I suppose.
Northolt, Ian John. I know Northolt really well. Yeah, Northolt near the old... Is the old swimming bath still there in Northolt? Yeah, not far from Harrowtown. So you know Harrowtown pretty well, just by Randers Lane Station. So, yeah.
Well, kind of West London. It's where my family came from, West Ruislip and Uxbridge, around that area.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're not too far either. Yeah, all around that way. Middlesex.
Central, end of the Central Line.
Yeah.
Down there in the tube.
Do you ever play cricket in any of those grounds around there? In the air, this is a delightful shot. It will go all the way. Balle, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Lovely shot. 6 runs.
That's the shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the shot to Divakaran, who's coming around the wicket. And it's a pretty low-risk shot as well, because you're hitting through the line of the ball. You're not trying to fight the angle that he's creating. So, really nice shot at Panwar. That's a real confidence booster. Yeah, no, I never actually played a lot of cricket in England. I had a contract there when I was 18, but things fell through. I had an issue at the time, which stopped me travelling. But yeah, I've watched a bit of it.
Slices up in the air. This is an opportunity. Can it be 6 and out? It will be 6 and out. A good catch taken there by Prabha. We know he's a key player. We've seen him take some sensational catches. And when I saw his brown cap as being the man underneath this one, I didn't think this was going down. He's got safe hands.
That's a really good catch, because he was fighting the sun. And that's why he's got the cool shades on, and he needed them, I think. Pakitharan Prabha, as he kind of runs around this, and he does everything he can to just keep his eyes fixed on the ball. You see, have a look at the shadow there. Even the way he turns his body, doesn't really want to face the sun. So really nice catch to his side. And yeah, Divakaran gets the last laugh. It is a 6 and out situation. Panwar was looking good, but he'll go for just that 6. And the score now is 46 for 3.
Yeah, I think that's a shot of somebody who's just a little bit overconfident, to be honest, Vinny. I mean, he plays an absolute beautiful shot beforehand, and it's just all timing. And this time, well, he gets it all wrong, loses his shape, head goes up in the air. The ball goes up in the air, but one man who keeps his eyes on it, well, behind those trendy shades. Everybody's in shades here today.
Yeah.
It's the day of shades. And it takes a very good catch. So the dangerous batter Panwar has to go back, and now really they'll be sniffing at this and say, right, this is the time we can really put the blocks on.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Here's Azmuddin Zadran, standing captain today, batting 5. So I've seen him at the top of the order on occasion. Divakaran interestingly goes over the wicket now. just be a single. So, yeah, boosters have been pretty good at keeping the brakes on so far. Just not letting this get away every time. It looks like Clone CC are going to get on a bit of a run. They seem to be able to come back. But, yeah, boosters have to be one of the most improved teams, I think, in this region. I mean, last year I said they were 2-6 through the group stage. Did pull off that golden ball victory.
Nice hit down the ground. It's the fielder who will have to deal with the bounce. Does very well.
Yeah, so last year they were 2-6. Having said that, look, they finished third in the tournament, but it looked there was no chance of that at the beginning. I mean, I think they made 30 for 9 in their second game they played. But, yeah, they just coming on in leaps and bounds, I think. 6 overs down. Clone CC here, 47 for 3.
Well, don't forget their current run. All right, they did lose their first 2 matches, so we know that. But the way that they came back was absolutely brilliant. They've now won 4 on the spin. So they are a team on a high.
Yeah, that's true.
Want to cement their position in the table.
The thing I keep saying about them is just they've got a similar playing group, but just there's a lot more players playing better this year. Sounds simple, but yeah, sometimes it is. And they did actually beat Clone CC in the bronze match last year. Both these teams lost at the semi-final stage. It was the Boosters that lost to Bond Blue Star. The Boosters got routed for 50 in that game. And MSC Frankfurt beat Clone CC in the other semi-final. This hit's pretty straight. A bit of work for the fielder.
Oh, wow. How about this? First he uses his feet, and we've just seen him bowl brilliantly, Divakaran. But look at the fielder who's backing up. He totally snookers him. How about this? This is fake fielding coming up here.
I mean, I still think it's an amazing bit of control. But that's great backing up, actually, by Divakaran. You can't blame him. He thought there was no way that Divakaran was making that stop with the boot.
Yeah. Oh, this one hits him pretty hard, and then he's called to go by the non-striker.
Oh, now, look at this. This is another bit of footwork, but unsuccessful one.
Yeah, this hit Sanka is giving his, once again, the ribcage a rub. At least he stays standing. We saw one yesterday where the batter went down like a sack of spuds.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was a big lad as well.
That's right.
Sanka says, I'm fine.
Yeah, that was quite the moment. Was that your fun yesterday? I think it was. Was it?
I can't remember exactly
It was one of Clone CC guys, but yeah, went down like you'd been shot.
Big appeal, and well, this he's not watching. The wicketkeeper does well. Good. He's pretty quick behind it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is actually.
Sakanant Indran.
So, you know, in that bronze match last year, it was Clone CC that were held to 71 by the Boosters, and the Boosters chased it down in the 9th over. So that's the last time these two teams met in ECS cricket. In fact, it's the only time they've met in ECS cricket.
Well struck. You know what, the line from the bowlers, I mean, they were a little bit, I mean, we mentioned that Vignesh was just a little bit short, but the line from the bowlers from the 4th over in, so talking about the man who's bowling here now, when he bowled his first ever Thor, also from Divakaran and Divakaran has been fantastic.
Yeah.
They've been pitching the ball up, they haven't hardly given anything short.
I said they were a bit short earlier, remember?
Yeah, see again there,
yeah.
See what I'm talking about? It's been such a good line, and it's been, that's what's made it so difficult for the like of Sanka. He's just going to run a ball. Zadran that's just come out there. They just haven't had anything to hit. The only one was Mana Panwa that got that wide one that was slightly short, which he executed for 6 runs, but then he went the next ball. Line has been so good here, so difficult at the moment to get runs.
Yeah, it's a really good observation, Rico.
Hits his hard, but again, oh, well, it's hit too well and too straight. I was going to say, if that's the line you're bowling, you got 2 men straight, so you don't mind it, but you see here, he's probably a little bit too wide.
It's a good shot. Yeah, I'm surprised he's that wide. And, well, if he went the feet this time, fair chance he wouldn't have 10 toes at the end of it. And so, yeah, pretty nice looking shot at the end of 7 overs. It's 57 for 3. If you want to know what's coming up on the European Cricket Network, we'll be happy to tell you that coming to the end in a couple of days to our German adventure. We've had 4 weeks here in Germany, 2 in Dresden, and 2 right here in Krefeld. We'll be in Belgium from Monday. And Rico, you're going to step aside for Charlie Hunt, who's going to fill in for you for a couple of weeks. I'm looking forward to working with Charlie. And then after the Kartama 5 weeks, we'll be in Croatia in ECS cricket. But yeah, we're kind of getting ready for that Kartama 5 weeks. It'll be 7 days of cricket a week. International cricket, T10 cricket back on ECN. Monday to Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We'll have the FanCode European Cricket T10 from Khartoum. So stay tuned. It's a really exciting time. If you've just joined us on the European Cricket Network, maybe you've just discovered us, you've come at a really exciting time of the year. Here's Mahendran, who's coming in to slow things down in the 8th. And it works with the dot ball first up.
Yeah, we often say that we'd like to see him bowl more, Mahendran. He normally gets an over in, but he's good value for 2.
At least he's got the 8th here. So if he bowls a good one, you can still bowl him in the 10th, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes he bowls the 9th.
Well bowled again. That's the length that's just troubled the batters. They haven't been able to work away boundaries, have they? Give them credit. They've been taking the singles, so it's not been like they're just getting dot balls, but haven't been able to get a move on. Zadran here now, the captain. He'll be looking to go big. Captain to captain battle.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
Shot, and this will be 4 runs. He goes for a quicker, shorter delivery. Not sure why he went for that option, but he's picked on pretty quickly by Zadran. And it starts to go forward, then he puts the brakes on, rocks back, and puts this through the covers. Nice shot.
Yeah, don't think that quicker ball was fooling anyone. Zadran kind of leans forward, so maybe Mahendran thinks, look, I'm going to try and sneak one past him, but Zadran was equal to it. Sanka first ball of the over. He's just never really gotten going in this innings, and at first ball of the over kind of exemplifies it for me. We kind of falls off the shot, trying to go leg side. Whereas I think for Mahendran, I'd be trying to hit the side screen. I'd be trying to get it down, drive straight, and play the percentages. Don't think dragging across the line is going to work unless he bowls it into your pads.
Mahendran's just been hit for a boundary, a welcome one. Been a while. And this one is up in the air, should be gone, and it's dropped. This is a dolly. It is a dolly, and he knows it as well.
Yeah, that's Jonathan Money. Puts his hand up, saying, sorry about that, guys. It's kind of what I said here. I don't think you need to drag him leg side, and instead of going with the angle there and hitting over cover again, he tries to hack across it, and it really should have been gone.
Well, you would have put money on that, but money put it down.
That. Yeah.
So he says sorry to the skip. I don't know how the skip's going to see that. Gets this one too wide. See what he's trying to do here. It's interesting. He started well, didn't he, Mahendran, with 2 pretty decent deliveries, and then he went for the short one. And he'd be disappointed he hasn't got the wicket, and now he's gone too wide.
Good call. Good take as well by Indra behind the stumps.
Quick work again from Indra, really quick. I don't think it's out. I think the batter keeps his foot in, but this is quick hands.
Play straight, Sasanka. He's trying to go for that slog sweep all the time, like a millionaire's shot. Yeah, that foot stays down and bobbles about.
Good from Indra there. He's not tempted to reach for the ball, is he? He lets it come to him.
Yeah, it's good keeping. But I just think, Sanka needs to get back to basics here. Shows you Mahendran. I mean, for me, with this over, I probably would give him the 10th. Why not? You got Prabha to come back. Maybe I'd go Prabha next.
Chance in the air. Or is he going to drop safe? I think he's going to drop safe. Nobody there at short mid wicket. And dart of a throw back to Indran.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sanka was thinking it too. Zadran thought better of it, and lucky because he wouldn't have even been close. 8 overs down. The score is 65 for 3.
Yeah, 65 for 3. Okay, come on, 12 balls to go. Where can they get to here? I mean, 8. They'll be looking if they can touch on 90, wouldn't they?
90 would be good. I mean, 2 a ball gets you 89. You mentioned last year, Clone CC made 71 in the bronze final against Boosters. That wasn't enough. I mean, you're getting to 90. At least you're setting some sort of a target for the Boosters. I still think they would have wanted the 100 plus. Yeah, so they're going for Tiva Curran. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they've got so many options really with the ball. Tiva Curran had such good first over. It'd be a bit crazy not to give him a second. So maybe that's the only over we'll see from Mahendran. I think certainly we'll see Prabha back.
87, 89 score, I think they'll be happy with. If they get to 90, they'll be over the moon.
Just the bowling's where it started. They're going to go for 2 here. They'll probably get away with it. But yeah, a lot of my coaches have said, you know, when you're the bowler, and you'd know this as a bowler, Rico, they say you are in control of the game.
Yeah.
You have the ball in your hand. You are determining, you know, basically what's going to happen. You have that power. So if you can execute it well, you can dictate terms, and that's kind of what we see from the Boosters. They've never let Clone CC settle.
Yeah. This one's hit pretty well, and it will go to the boundary. Nice shot. And this is more like it. This is what we know that Sanka can do. He's a sweet player of the ball. And that's a lovely shot.
That's the shot, isn't it? And well, Diana Oros,
The magnet.
probably won't be in the top 10 best fielders in Europe anytime soon, Diana. She does a lot of spectating. I guess that's her job as our official photographer. But yeah, that was a nice shot using the pace. Again, see pace back on the ball. I think Sanka's a bit more comfortable with pace on the ball.
Thivakaran gets a good reply back after being hit for a boundary.
So who do you bowl in the last over here? You've got Mahendran's just had a pretty good one, but you do have Prabha that went for 12 early on, and he would normally bowl it, but you've got Mahendran that only went for 8.
I'd go for Mahendran because A, he's warm, he just bowled well, and he will keep the pace off. I think Prabha, the likelihood is, if he gets it wrong, there's boundaries.
Interesting.
I mean, I think that if he hits, he's gone. And, well, does he get the bat down in time? This is the battle between bat versus ball. What do you reckon, the bat or the ball? What gets there first?
I'm going out.
You're going out?
I'm going out.
I think it's out. I think the camera, when you're looking at that, the camera will slow it down and we'll see. The bat looks like it's got down first, but I think when you look at it, when it slows it down, I don't think he's going to get there. Let's have a look.
No chance. And
gone.
Yeah, you could just tell he was going to struggle with direct hit. Great bit of fielding off his own bowling, wasn't it, from Thivakaran. So Sasanka's vigil is over. This could never get going. Frustrating kind of innings there. Just the 2 boundaries in the 25 balls he faces, and he finishes on 25. So, yeah, stuck around, but just, yeah, not really a crisp kind of innings from Sanka. So he'll go for 25, and the score will be 71 for 4.
Yeah, but I do believe they bowled very well to him. They really did. They didn't give him. We know that he likes width. If he likes width, we know we can cut. And they took the ball away. They didn't give him the width. They kept the ball swinging into him early on. He wasn't able to clip it away. And then, yeah, you see he goes for a run of ball 25 in the end. Great bit of work, though, that. That is excellent. Thiva again. Thivakaran.
Yeah, fantastic. He's had a really good morning, hasn't he? The boosters, they seem up and about. Even their warm-up, there's a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, winning is always fun, right? They're having a lot of fun with their cricket.
I love the way when Mahendran won the toss, that they were all up and about then, because I think it must be the first one he's won. So they were
I think so.
They were jumping up and down and cheering.
Things.
So that tells you about team spirit.
Yep.
And team spirit is so important. You know, if you have the right team spirit, and we already know that B.A. Barakas, Mr. T, he's a lovely character, and he certainly that rubs off on all of his team. They're up, they're bubbly, they're lively, and it reflects in their performance.
I kind of said they're playing with a bit of swagger. All right, they had the odd moment with egg on their face. Money there with that drop catch, for example. But, I mean, there was nothing wrong with that bit of fielding from Thivakaran. Of course, they did cross, so Zagdran is on strike. Gets 1, so we'll get to look at Ashish Makar for 1 ball in the 9th. You talked about that 90. It looks pretty unlikely, doesn't it? I mean, who knows? At this stage, they might even struggle to get to 80.
Yeah, Makar, we know he can give the ball a good whack. He was sort of their hero yesterday in that victory, wasn't he? And he came out and he hit the ball big. On his pads, they'll take whatever they can here. This will be a leg by, and it also will be the end of the over. So he will face the last. And what a good spell of bowling this has been from Thivakaran. Not only does he take 2 wickets and just concedes 9 runs, but there was that brilliant run out there as well to get Sanka out.
Yeah, that was great work. I think I just can't see them using anyone but Prabha here, and that's who's going to bowl. I think maybe also it helps it's a new batter there. I think Sanka might have enjoyed the pace a bit more of Prabha compared to Mahendran, who just didn't seem to be able to time up. I think now Prabha's thinking, look, if I can bowl some peaches here, Maka's probably going to struggle to get bat on ball.
Yeah, so, I agree. I think that would sway your decision, because you're thinking, right, Sanka, who probably would have liked the challenge of the pace, and also he probably would have liked anything that's a little bit wide off the off stump to try and cut. Now, different ball game, but he has to be on the money straight away. He would hate to bowl, say, down the leg side here and concede a wide or even 5. He's got to be, that's the only thing, he's got to be switched on. Remember, you bowl that second over. Now he's coming back, and that one went for 12, by the way.
The main thing is, though, it's great to have heaps of options up your sleeve. You know, and there's no bad options here. You've even got someone like Thivakaran who bowled a pretty good over, 1 for 11, and he won't get a second. So as a captain, it's nice where you can go, you know what, I've actually got a tough choice here, because I've got 2 or even 3 people that I would like to bowl this over. Only one of them will get to, and that man is Prabha. He's bowling to Makar.
Slower delivery first up, gets a good bit of bat onto it. The fielder does so well here. He puts the brakes on. He thinks, hang on a minute, I'm not going to overcommit. That's thought. He thinks if I stop here, then I'm not going to get an uncut bounce, because we know this part of the field, to the left, to the right of us, to the left, to the right, it can be a bit dodgy.
But look at the shadows as well. You can see that he's looking right into the sun there. So he realizes pretty quickly that's not going to carry. So just backs off, makes sure he keeps it to 1. So Zadran, this is the man, I think, that's got to get him past that 80.
Big swing. Misses out. Well, that was clever, I think, from Prabha as well. The first ball he bowls is a slow ball. He's thinking. I like it when I see a bowler thinking about what he's doing. He knows that everybody's thinking, all right, Prabha's coming on. He's probably, everyone's talking about he's quick, this boy. He's probably the quickest we've seen in the series. So what does he do? He bowls the first on a slower ball, and now he comes back with a quick one.
Because he's got a bit of pace. That slow ball's even more effective, isn't it? So you don't really know what you're playing for. I would probably at this stage be expecting a slower ball. And then if it turns out to be a quick one, I'm probably looking to deflect. That would be my tactics here anyway. Zadran looks like he just wants to hit in the car park, to be honest.
It is that slow ball.
See? So, I mean, you got it. If you're playing for both, you're playing for nothing. And what I mean is you're going to get caught in between, and you don't have that long to react. So I think at this stage of the innings, where you're not so worried about losing your wicket potentially, you need to be looking for one or the other. And they talk about that in baseball all the time. So you're looking for a certain pitch, but then you've got a bit of a plan B. So the plan B for me is, if it is a quicker one, I'm probably not going to have time to drive through the ball. So then I'm just kind of looking to deflect behind the wicket and use the pace. But if it is a slower ball, I'm expecting it and I'm wanting to whack it out of the ground.
Hits this pretty well, but the fielder is there, and, well, catch goes down. He hurts himself in the process. They're going to take 2. No shades, no cap, Vinny. No shades, no cap.
Yeah, you're right.
Thor puts it down, but as soon as this hits his hands, he's examining his finger, and I think, I think Mahindra's saying, off you go, buddy. Go to the first aid kit.
Yeah, could be a webbing issue. They've got Danushan as 12th man. He might come on. Yeah. Don't know how much he saw of that. That's disappointing. And also, I mean, also concedes 2 runs. Could be crucial. I mean, we know the boosters, they have been batting well, but historically, they haven't had a great time with the bat getting those.
If you have a look, I don't think he sees as well, because look where his hands are. His hands are closing sort of before the ball gets to him. Watch the hands. They're starting to close, and you'll see the ball just there, catching the fingers quite nastily.
He's kind of on the move, isn't he, to the left. He's not in a really stable position to take that catch. So, a little bit of work for Jigan Danushan.
Yeah.
Where's he going to field? Is he going to go?
He's in the firing line.
He's going straight into the action, and now he's got no hat and he's got no sunglasses either. So he's he's being switched out of there now. Yeah. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's a wise choice. The man who comes across has got a cap, and has he got the shades on?
He doesn't have the shades on. But he could be in the hot zone there.
2 runs came off it anyway. So he does save the boundary, I suppose. That was key. But how much damage has he done to his fingers? Prabha in once more. Quick, but hit pretty quick as well. Trying to get it through the gap, but there is a man there. Unfortunately, goes straight to him. In comes the throw. Looking for 2, and they get there.
Yeah, the bowler's livid. Prabha saying, how are you letting him get 2 there? It's also annoying because Zadran is the set batter. He'll be back on strike. So I think that takes him up to 78. I think when you side on, you're more likely, you should be going to the keeper's end anyway, because normally the striker doesn't get a running start the way the non-striker does. So I think that when you side on and the throw distance is about the same, that's what I would have been doing. 78 plus this. Last ball, strap yourselves in.
Big swing. They will come back for 2 for sure. All depends on the throw. It's a good one, and that's good cricket to finish off with. Yeah. Try to get the hustle in, try to get the 2 to take him to 80. They don't. They're going to finish short. 79 it will be, 5 down.
Yeah, look, it's a good option from Zadran to come back from 2, even though he's run out by a country mile. See, fielder just concentrates on clean pickup, and Indran has plenty of time. He's not even in the screen. So, yeah, 79, a little bit less, I think, than they wanted. But the boosters who won the toss and bowled, I think they'll be happy with their work. They'll feel like half the job is done. And remember, they can actually go 2 points clear, and so 4 points clear, and kind of guarantee they'll finish above Clone CC if they can win this game. To do that, they need 79. So once again, it will be a chase in the similar kind of region we saw last year. It'll be 80, a victory target for the boosters. But yeah, early on, we saw Kapoor in for Irfan at the top of the order. And geez, he played some nice shots early.
Yeah, like the batting off of Kapoor. Aman Kapoor batted really well, got the ball in the right places, but then this man came on and he changed everything, didn't he? Divakaran, he picked up those 2 wickets, and this was the second, the LBW, and he was charged up. And, we're going to see more of him as well, because not only was he charged up with the ball, but he was pretty good with the field as well. But you see then the wickets just started to go. That was a disappointing one, because we just saw that Manar Panwai hit a big 6 and then lost his wicket. And if he or Sanka, one of them has to go big. It goes back to what I was saying yesterday. One batter goes and scores a 50, and even if the others, and on some occasions the others didn't even get the double figures, but you still get the 100 on the board. You get 2 batters going, a 50 and a 30 or something, that's your 120. This was really good work. And that's the man we're talking about. Not only did he bowl really well, but the groundwork was good. That was the catch that went down, and he said, yeah, I had 10, but now I've got 9. I need to go off, skip. And the skipper said, okay, off you go. The 12th man came on for the last few deliveries. I think the only disappointing for me for Clone CC will be that they lost 5 wickets. So maybe you could argue that they could have been a little bit more braver out there. They could have thrown the bat a bit more. But I still think the bowling was really good. I don't think there was any shortage of trying. Look, when the batter like Sanka scores 25 and 25, that tells you that the bowling was good, because he doesn't create too many dot balls. He's always trying to play shots. So the bowling was good. It was only sort of that first couple of overs, maybe Vignesh was a little bit short, where they were able to capitalise. 24, like I said, from Kapoor. There were the 2 batters that really did anything. Zadran, the captain, standing as the captain. He played some nice shots himself, but wasn't able to capitalise, because the bowlers, they just didn't give them anything that they could really hit out on. So they finished below par. I mean, 79, that's a low score. They would have been hoping for at least 20 more on the board, and that's what I'm thinking. So the boosters have put themselves in a very good position here, and it was the bowling that did it. And 3 wickets were taken, the others were run out, and that was Divakaran. I think he bowled beautifully. Really good line from him. He changed it as soon as he came on to bowl after that 4th over from Thor. He bowled good as well, and it's the economy rate from him. Just no wickets, but just only conceding 10. The only other wicket taker was Divakaran, also bowled well, and I like to see Mahindran, like he does, gets that 1 over in, and that was tidy as well. So they did all the right things out there, the boosters. Well, the boosters are on a high at the moment, and they look like they've got enough firepower to go and knock these off. So they need 80 for victory after Clone CC put 79 on the board. Rico Full here in the house, and alongside me is Vinny Sandhu. We'll be back in around 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 37. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the National Performance Centre right here in Krefeld, Germany, just outside of Dusseldorf. And it's been great to have your company throughout this year. Of course, on the European Cricket Network, we are into day 10 of 12 match days here. It's the last day of group matches. Quarterfinals start tomorrow, finals on Saturday. And right now, two teams that are right in the mix going head to head. Clone CC were inserted by the Bayer Boosters skipper Mahintha Mahendran at the start of the day, and they have put 79 runs on the board. I think it's a little bit less than they would have liked, but still they do have some good bowling options, and can back it up in the field. If they do, it'll be an impressive defence and a confidence booster going into the second match of the day between these same two teams. But also, wins are wins, I think, at this stage. Winning form's good form heading into the finals. Looks like we're going to have Sharafola Shahzad opening the bowling. He does like to hurl it down there. Here we go. It's 80 for victory. The Boosters start with Vasikaran on strike. And he gets one that he's able to put away, and it's not a good ball first up. This one has actually gone for 4, I think, but he gets right into the wheelhouse, and Vasi turns on it, gets 4. Well, he's a 6-hitting machine. We know that last year. This time, he just gets the 4 runs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box. Rico Full, and Rico, interesting choice of opening partner for Vasikaran. They've gone for Dayanandan, who normally bats down low, so they're giving him an opportunity at the top of the order.
Yeah, I think this is all about that. The captain's had a think, and probably think that Dayanandan is somebody who can go out there and give the ball a bit of a clonk. And maybe he's thinking that he knows the opening attack, especially if this man Shahzad, who can, even when he bowls badly, he finds a way to pick up wickets. So maybe he wants to just hold 1 or 2 the recognised batters a bit lower down. Well, this is up in the air, and it will be safe, yes. Watch the bounce on this now, and oh dear. Well, I said watch the bounce, and he didn't watch the bounce. And it's another clanger in the field. I mean, he has all the time. He's keeping his eye on it. He's got all the equipment. He's got the hat. He's got the shades, but he hasn't got the hands to go with it. That goes right through.
Yeah.
No nutmeg.
It's annoying. That's the stand-in captain, hasn't been Zadran. So, what can you do about that, I suppose? Vasikaran hasn't always had a lot of luck in this series. He's a bit of a wild card for me. He hasn't quite hit straps yet, but if he does, it can be very destructive. This time, which is one that does get called a wide. So yeah, Dayanandan opening the batting. I think also this is about going in tomorrow. You never know who you might call on, and so this is an opportunity with the position they're in. The Boosters are thinking, well, let's give this guy a chance to face a few balls, because let's say if it goes wrong tomorrow and they need him to perform in the lower order, you want him to have some sort of form coming in, right? So they're kind of blessed by the fact that they've actually batted pretty well, and they've rarely gone past about 5 in their order, the Boosters. Shahzad.
It looks like it's going to go wide again. Shahzad, I mean, he's the spike master, isn't he?
Yeah.
You don't want to get him angry. I mean, yesterday, even when his first over was terrible yesterday, you have to admit, it just went all wrong. He went for, I think, 28. The over itself, I think, went for 32. But he did come back and actually finish with figures of 3 for 33 in that match. But he wasn't a happy chappy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that over that went for that many, but it was definitely, I think, 25 off the first over. But yeah, he had a real mixed bag. Getting a bit of swing there, a bit of late swing as well, but that one was just a bit too wide to trouble the batter.
Shot. Well, this one is, it's hit well, but Zadran, he's popped up from behind the pillar of the ice cube, and he takes a catch.
Yeah, he's hiding there. But remember, Zadran had egg on his face earlier, didn't he? But the irony here is because it did go for 4, it meant that Vasikaran was still on strike, and Zadran takes this one really, really low down, but well. He keeps his hands soft, and he just kind of crouches, almost keeper style, without the gloves. Vasikaran knew there was the long off back, but didn't care. And you see where he takes that one. And Zadran, well, his overturned around pretty quickly, as did Vasikaran, but the other way. He goes 4 wide out, and the score is 10 for 1 early on.
Yeah, he takes that really casually, doesn't he? Just really low down. A lot of players don't like to take the ball low down and like to try and get as much body behind it as you can, but comfortable catch. Like he said, he just turned up from nowhere. I'm thinking this will go to the boundary, and there he popped. You've got to open the curtain. I can't see him if you don't open the curtain.
You should have known he was there because he fumbled that one in front of us a second ago. But yeah, instead of getting off his feet here, he just kind of crouches. It's not an easy one to kind of keep your balance when you catch it that way, but Shahzad does get the early wicket.
Good pace, and this is sort of a leave, really. I think the batter just thinking, okay, maybe next time I'll just try and guide this down. This Dinesh.
Yeah.
It's somebody who's been chanced up the order once more. He took his opportunity well the last time. He batted beautifully. And I can see why he's there again.
He's been in good form. Look, they normally would probably open with the keeper, Indran. Remember the left-hander? So we haven't seen him yet. Obviously, we haven't seen the Mahendran, the captain. So they're another couple of options they normally have in the top 4.
This one will go back to the man, sort of like the backstop. Yeah, I mean, Dinesh in match number 30, when the Boosters played Lemgo and won by 34 runs, he was the man that scored the runs there. 41 of 22 deliveries. Visakaran was the other man who contributed with 27. So we know he can bat.
Yeah, that was a weird shot. Tried to go leg sides right off the toe end. Squeeze down to third man.
Well, this run-up seems to get longer by the day, doesn't he? I think by the time we get to finals day, Vinny, we're going to have to maybe extend the boundary rope slightly just for him to get his run. Anyway, here he comes with those trademark short trousers. Short, bangs it in, and that's just meat and a drink. You can't be bowling there. This one, I think, must go all the way, surely, does it? The umpires are checking. Yeah, there you go. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Boom! Shakalagya bangs it in, and well, the second time he's bowled short, the second time he's been pumped to the boundary, but this time it's 6.
Yeah, I mean, they get the early wicket, but still, that's a pretty expensive first over. They need 8 and over. They basically get 2 overs worth in the first because they're 16 for 1 after 1 over. And well, we had a full day without a golden ball yesterday. 4 matches without a golden ball. Remember, it was Cologne CC that actually lost the golden ball to VF beat Gelsenkirchen, but I suppose they could say to Gelsenkirchen, well, we're still in the tournament and you're not.
Yeah.
But we have had a fair few close games from Cologne CC. Let's see if they can squeeze another one here. At the moment, it's not looking good with 16 off the first.
No, it's just that's one thing. If you look at what the Boosters did when they were out there, they didn't bowl too many bad balls. They stuck to getting the ball full, made it difficult for the batters to get anything underneath. They didn't bowl those short deliveries that got pumped to the boundary, really. So they're going for a quick change here, and they're going for Dani, who, like I said, is great in all areas apart from the bat. In he comes. Starts outside the off, and this is a nice shot. Good shot to play in the power play. You know that the men are inside the 30-yard circle, and he just helps this over the top of them. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. That's what I like about this. Look at the wrist work here right at the last moment. So he's in position, and at the last moment, it just gives it the little uplift to get it over them.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, done undone. No mug with the bat. Like I say, they've had a lot more batters performing during this series. So, yeah, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities, but that's a really nice shot first up. Yeah, this is actually Dani with the ball. Not the start that he wanted. They're 20 already, the Boosters. Quarter of the way there.
Oh, well, this is a very wide delivery from Dani. So just trying to keep this one away from that similar shot that just got played. I think it's probably got to be going the other way for me. I think if a batter's quite prepared to play a shot like that, we'll say, okay, you can play it out there. Can you play if you pitch it up? Go for the Yorker length. Look, he's batting a long way outside his crease as well.
He wants to drive.
Swings hard at this. Doesn't get any real power in it. Will get a single. The fielders once again struggling to pick this ball up clean. He's bobbling around a bit, and that was Nandu. Sumit Nandu wasn't able to pick it up, but he was backed up by the captain.
Yeah, you need wickets. You need them fast. Still plenty of batting to come as well. The next 4 all genuine bats. We've got Indran listed next, Mahendran, the captain, Devakaran, Paki Prabha even.
Gets this one through. A bit of a false shot, really, from Dinesh. So a bit of success for Dani as he walks back to his mark purposefully after that bit of success, beating the bat.
It's just a really exciting tournament here. Very even Group A. We're just 2 wins separated first from last. 3 teams dead even.
Oh, this is thumped. Nobody out there. I think this goes all the way. And once again, well, it's given 4. Well, I'd like to see this again. I mean, this was hit pretty well. Let's see.
It just was a bit flat to go for 6. It almost does, I think. Let's have a look on the replay. Well, I don't think we don't even get the first bounce. That's how
We
quick we went
can't
there.
even see
I
it.
think it was 4, I think.
Yeah, 4 runs has been signalled by the umpire, but it's, well, all the same, it's a good shot. Nah, it's too quick for our cameraman. 4 runs.
Yeah, and the cameraman's looking to the sun as well. It's not easy for him.
This time it's straight, and this is 4. This is class. What a lovely shot. Well, we saw the pull shot was beautiful, and now the straight drive. They don't come any better than this.
Way better shot. And if you're watching this, and I'm sure you will be, Tanesh, he's hit this straight. This is the same ball that he tried to hoik 2 balls ago and missed out. That's just percentage play. He gets plenty of it. That one raced to the boundary. This is such a good start for the Boosters.
Beautiful shot. We keep saying, don't we, on this pitch, on this ground, on this outfield, there is a lot of room for authentic cricket shots, and that was a beaut. And this time he goes with muscle, he goes with power, and he goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Right into the wheelhouse, and this over goes magical. It's trouble at the old mill for Clone CC. 2 overs in, it's 36 for 1. And Boosters are flying in this power play.
Oh, what a shot that is, and well, what an over. With Dani, he's probably been one of the most economical bowlers for his side, but not today because he's just been taken apart there with some super hitting from Tanesh. He moves into 20 just like that.
Here's the thing for Clone CC. If they lose this, then they're going to be a fair bit behind Lemgo on net run rate. And they'll need to win the next game and then hope Lemgo get pounded a couple of times. Then they might be able to sneak into 3rd. Again, that's going to be a little bit easier, I suppose, than finishing 4th.
Yeah.
But still, you know, it's not just the positioning. That's obviously something you're working towards here, but also it's just how you're playing. You know, I think winning form's good form, and you can see that from the Boosters. I mean, they're chock full of confidence at the moment, aren't they? Here's Sasanka. Gets driven square. This will be cut off by the point, but there will be a single. Dayanandan hasn't had to do too much yet. He's got the best seat in the house. I mean, Tanesh, really good straight hitting. I think if you're paying attention, that's what you should be doing. I think that the straighty hit, just it's a safer shot.
Yeah, there's a bit of action happening in the skies, and it may be worth mentioning one of our partners, Bizaway. Well, Bizaway help us get around to a lot of places. Well, look at that. There's not a cloud in the sky, but it's a fair bit of activity in the air. The old airlines, Bizaway style. Cuttable, and tries to go for power. Once again, it's not cleanly picked up by the fielder, but they'll only just get the 1.
Well, my wife in the chat,
Yeah.
Vinny's wife, I should say.
Well, who else would it be?
Saying,
Your wife.
Saying that you're always trying to turn 4s into 6s, Rico. Now, you try to call that one a 6 because you love the 6s, don't you? But that one wasn't a 6. Well, this one's not 6 either, but I think it's going to run away for 4. So, Dayanandan showing he's not there just to watch. He was into double figures in quick time. I think I might have found another one here. Yeah, he just looked very confident. Of course, his team's in a great position, and he'll feel like he's got nothing to lose out there. He's not afraid to play his shots, and yeah, the punt to put him up in the power play is paying dividends.
Yeah, nicely played. Once again, we're still in the power play, so those men are inside the circle, long on his back, and they've got the square leg back as well. This one is going to go past him, though, in the gap. 4 more runs. It's a lovely shot. It's uses. I mean, he gets all the power in it. Not a big bat lift, if you see here. He's hitting it from sort of a roundabout shot. Doesn't come from all the way up, but he gets plenty of power in the shot.
It's a good observation. You're right. He doesn't have a big back lift, but he just concentrates on hitting the ball at the right time, the right split second, and he's kind of using the pace against the bowler. So I think boil the kettle. I think we could be in for an extended morning tea at this stage. The Boosters up to 46 now. Sanka gone for 10 off 4.
Well, this time it's going to get a wide as well. They are cruising. Cruise control at the moment. Just like some of the aircrafts flying around this ground. Where are they all off to, you reckon?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
everyone's travelling everywhere at the moment, aren't they?
Every airport is so busy at the moment. I know that. Not too many spare seats on planes at the moment either. I'll tell you that much. And of course, there's been a few staffing shortages in some airports around Europe, not just around Europe, but
Don't I know about it?
Yeah, I think in Amsterdam, the line for security goes out of the airport and round the corner to a hotel.
There we go. Look at that. No clouds, but plenty of air traffic.
In Australia, we don't have those.
Look, there's another one coming the other way now. Look here. What's going on?
Swing and a miss, red hot ball. Yeah, in Australia, we don't have the trails behind the aeroplane. It's just something to do with the atmosphere there. So I was freaked out when I saw that first time.
What are you talking about?
It depends on the conditions. Depends on the moisture in the air and things like that. Yeah, I freaked out. Thought it had blown up first time I saw it.
Hit hard, and this is going to be 4 more. Lovely shot straight down the ground once more. And Dayandan, he's certainly enjoying himself. He says, Skip, I told you I could do it. Put me up the order. And he's making it. It's effortless at the moment. This is clean striking. It's the goodest that you'll see.
50 up. Well, that was quick. 51 for 1 off 2.5. In fact, that'll be the end of the over. So, in fact, I think it actually takes him up to... No, I've got 51 at the end of 3 overs.
No, there's 4 to add on to that, isn't there?
No, I think that is... I think that someone on the screen's missed a ball because that is the end of the over. Let me have a look at that over for you. Okay, score started on... It's not telling me anything actually there. So, it went 1-1-4-4 wide dot 6. So that sounds like 6 balls to me.
This man is probably saying to Irfan Ahmed, you never told me that captaincy is going to be this difficult. He's going to come and have a bowl here now. It's Zadran, the standing captain for Irfan Ahmed.
Yeah, confirmed. I've got 51 on the board now. There goes the score. It'll come back soon, hopefully.
Starts with a short one. It's not the best of deliveries, but it's one that probably a batter of the ability of the 2 men out there should have put away, but he misses out on that one, does Dinesh?
It does. It's kind of almost a slower ball bouncer.
You know, it's funny, sometimes you look at the planes up in the sky and you think they're not travelling very fast, but these ones, they're moving like the clappers. Look, there's so many of them. They're like actually shooting stars during the day. There's so much happening up there at the moment. Mind you, there might be aeroplanes up there, but they're rockets at the moment here on the ground because the ball has been pouted to the boundary several times. They're going away pretty quickly.
Very quickly.
And the extras are not helping here.
I have to reference something Ian John said in the chat. Was that somebody relieving themselves in the background in the bushes? And I can tell you, Ian, it wasn't. It was a shady part of the ground that sometimes the batters get padded up in. So that's what you're watching. So you obviously saw somebody from the back.
No, we're very good here. We have plenty of facilities.
Yeah.
Always, that's part of the deal. The federation's always provide us with the old Portaloos. And so yeah.
Hey, Sam Williams has already popped into the channel. Hello, Sam. He's our project manager here. He's just informing Ian. Didn't see what he thought he saw. Another batter choosing to bat out of the crease. I think it shows him wanting to get forward and drive. And this time he gets a slightly slower ball, and it's going to be hoisted away. And this is going to be 6 Maximo. Now, there's no stopping the boosters right now. They are shooting for the stars. And right now, looks like this one will be finished pretty quickly. Score up to 58.
Yeah, lovely shot. Beautifully played away. Nice shot. Well, a lot of stuff going the aerial route. A lot of 6s. A lot of kookaburras in the air.
Yeah. So how many do they need? Not many. That's the question. They need 22.
There we go. Look at that. That's a beautiful shot. Well done to a production crew there. Doesn't that look nice? I wonder where that one's going. Well, I tell you what, there's a few kookaburras that are going in the same direction here. This innings is motoring along. As quick as that plane is, they're travelling some. They are. They're all over the place here. Something's going on. Nobody's told us. I reckon people are getting free flights. I know that here they have in Germany at the moment, actually, this month. People are travelling everywhere by train because they've got this deal, haven't they? This super deal.
It's a good
€9 for the month, and you can go anywhere.
I know, it's true. And it's encouraging people to use cars less, which I think makes sense, especially with the fuel prices as they are right now.
Struck firmly, and this is going to be 4 more in the same area. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't, the number of balls that have gone dead straight to boundary, that they haven't moved that long on, or even long off, one or the other, really straight to try and stop that. But yeah, nice shot again. 4 more. So they're doing this with ease. And you can see at the moment you couldn't hear a pin drop from Cologne CC out there. They are very quiet. They've gone into their shell. The Bio Boosters, it's their camp that are making all the noise.
Yeah, 62 for 1 off 3.5. Here's the last ball of the over. And they'll stay at 62 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Yeah, apologies for the score. Just gone missing at the moment, but I tell you what, maybe our scorer is having a bit of trouble keeping up, but I can tell you that it is 62 off 4 with 18 required off the last 6 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. And yeah, we always love the interaction. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. You can actually talk to us, and actually you guys make our day even more exciting.
Yeah, you do. You are simply the best. We keep telling you, we've got the best audience ever, haven't we?
We do. And I think smart that you've got the shades on here, because again, this is the part of the day where we're looking right into the sun. And maybe let us know. I do this sometimes. What got you onto ECN? In the chat, I've got a question for you guys. You guys are always asking us questions. How did you discover ECN? And maybe, like I say, if you've got friends, you've got family that are interested in sports, and even if they're not, even if they don't think they like cricket, a lot of people watch ECN and go, you know, actually, this is pretty exciting. And it is.
It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Top class entertainment.
It's Darnie.
Short. And, well, where's this gone? I found it now. Along the ground, it goes to the man who's at mid-wicket, just to be a single.
Yeah, so that's my question to the chat. And even if you've answered before, let us know how you discovered the European Cricket Network. Because really, it's gone from, well, 3 years ago, we'd only ever done one tournament. Our first tournament in a serious way on ECN was the ECL in 2019. And from then, ECS followed on from that in 2020. Last year we had the ECC for the first time, we had night cricket for the first time, so it's growing all the time, and you guys are a big part of that story. So let us know, how did you discover ECN? I can tell you how I discovered ECN. If you like, I'll start. I might not have time to get through the story the way things are going at the moment.
Good work.
Suncut loses a cowboy hat and sunglasses on the way, but does make the stop. Yes, I was actually playing at Cricket on Ice. I was here doing a bit of other work, and that's how I started doing commentary as I suppose, a guest spot, because I was playing in the tournament. Cricket on Ice it's quite a famous tournament. It's been going for about 30 years in St. Moritz in Switzerland. Also one of the most expensive places I've ever been. As we see another one clipped away off the toes. It'll just be a single. Scores back up. You can see it's up to 64. Yeah, so that's how I got involved. And then I became involved in the ECL for the first properly televised tournament on ECN. And I know that you got involved. I mean, originally you were meant to be umpiring in
I was
the
one
ECS,
of,
but you actually were at the ECL in 2019 as well,
That's right. Yeah, I was one of the umpires, but I mean, didn't actually sort of. Let's rephrase that. There from Spain. So each federation was putting an umpire forward. So we had Adnan Khan, who's a very good umpire, and I was sort of also part of that in case, you know, there was an issue, Adnan couldn't do it or whatever. So I was the backup umpire, but I was there as like one of the scorers. And
then that's what you were there for, right? But then when you did commentary for the first time in ECS, there was no getting the mic back after that, was there?
This is in that area again, and it's well watched by Sanka.
I think James was doing some commentary with you at that first ECS. I think he's still got some semi-permanent hearing loss from,
he does, yeah.
from your first tournament. You were noisy.
Good old Santiago. I was noisy.
I liked it.
I was very noisy.
Definitely.
I mean, I was actually there. I was meant to be one of the umpires, and I remember very well. Up in the air. Well, this is an opportunity, but good luck. This has gone a long way up. Oh, well, it doesn't surprise me.
Could get 3 hits.
I reckon he's blinded, but I mean, he's got the shades on and everything. Well, he's got them on. Sanka's throwing his shades and hat all over the place once again. But this is going to be a difficult catch. It goes such a long way up.
Yeah.
And in the air, it's just, in fact, it does well to get fingers to it. It comes a long way.
In the field by the time he touches that.
Yeah, so yeah, I was on the way to the ground, and I remember this is when when you bought in the golden ball.
Yeah.
So nobody knew what the golden ball was. So myself and Ron Graham, who was the tournament referee, this is hit pretty well, and that will go all the way to the boundary. And manos arriba on the arbitro. Well, they get in there pretty quickly, so I better tell the story pretty quickly as this gets sent for another maximum. So we was in the car, and Ron said to me, hey, look, we better talk about this golden ball because it could happen. So we went through it all, and I had it all in my mind about the golden ball. I get there, and that's when Santiago, James Cantor, sort of said to me, hey, you know, And John Howden, also the CEO of Cricket Spanish, said, look, would you like to do a bit of commentary? Because we think it would be fun with a bit of Spanish, whatever. So I said, okay, reluctantly. And I really enjoyed it. But we got the golden ball as well, so it was a good job.
That was the first golden ball ever. Yeah, you're on that, weren't you?
Yeah.
And look, just reminding everyone, this one looks like it's going to finish a bit early, but we will be back in around about 35 minutes to take you through the second match of the day. And Clone CC, well, I want to do better, won't they? But this time they will be chasing because the boosters have decided to bat first. And so I think that's a little bit about the captain, Mahendran, deciding that he wants to do both. He's won both tosses today. No one was more surprised than him because he's had a bit of a rough trot with the tosses, but he bowled once and he's batted once. Now, well, 6 will win it. And has this one got all the way? I think it has. So, Maximo. I'm going to say, nice little cameo from Enoch Dayanandan at the top of the order. He'll finish on 27 not out, and they're going to do this with heaps of time to spare. 29 balls, in fact, and a very comprehensive start to the day by the boosters.
Well, what a win, what a chase. I mean, they've done it in awesome style. Well, if net run rate becomes an issue, well, they certainly will be right up there because that's a clubbing, isn't it? That's an absolute clubbing. When you talk about a team being thrashed, well, that is a thrashing. The boosters, they certainly did turn on the boosters here as they roared to this target of 80, and they've done it with, well, like you said, 29 balls to go. It started with a bang, and it just kept going bang.
Yeah, well, they were going double time, really, and it wasn't a great start for Zadran in the field. They did come back pretty quickly with Vasikaran, and he had to go. It went 4-4, wide out, but they already had 10 on the board, and they never really slowed down. And I've got to say, to Nash, for the most part, played some really good cricket strokes out there, along with Dayanandan. His innings would not go too long at all. They go at double time in the end, finishing it in about 5. And you can see, I really liked Dayanandan. Just nothing too complicated about his batting. He stays pretty still, doesn't have too much of a backlift. And the boundaries just kept coming, didn't they? I mean, considering they only batted 1 ball more than 5 overs, they were able to hit 9 4s and 5 6s. And so that shows they're getting pretty much something like, 2 to 3 boundaries and over. So it was always going to be a pretty tough target to defend, but especially with a start like that, there was just no stopping them. So let's have a look at the scorecard. Tanesh, 39 off 17, came out at number 3. But for me, I think Dayanandan, he really showed they've got another option that they can use at the top of the order. And I quite like the idea of having him up there, but they just are spoilt for choice. A bit with the ball, they had plenty of options that they could use, didn't they? In the end, whatever they did was working. And they do this one with plenty of time to spare, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, the story there is all about the bowler's length. Get the ball in the right areas. I think we saw 2 different lengths being bowled, didn't we? I mean, the boosters, they had it absolutely spot on. They just weren't allowing Clone CC to get underneath the ball and get the big shots in. And that's why they struggled to 79. Only lost 5 wickets. It wasn't the fact that they weren't trying hard enough. They just couldn't get anything away. And then when we saw Clone CC with the ball, well, their length was all wrong. They were chancing their arm with the shorter deliveries, and the batters, well, as you've seen, the boosters blasted them to the boundary. That is a very comprehensive win.
Yeah, you can see just the 1 wicket to Sherzad, but all the bowlers went for plenty, didn't they? To be honest, Sadran, the cheapest over in there with 11 of his. But the good thing, I guess, for Clone CC, they will get the chance to come back, and that won't be the performance that takes them into the finals. They will get one more chance at the boosters, and they'll be chasing this time the boosters. Well, let's see who they go with at the top of the order, because will they stick with someone like Dayanandan, or will they maybe go back to something a bit more traditional? Perhaps we'll see Indran back at the top of the order, left-hander. But it should be interesting when we return in about half an hour. It will be the second match and the final group match for these 2 teams. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Bull with you as well. I'm going to try and respond to some of the questions I didn't get back to on the air. I'll get that in the chat as soon as possible. Thanks for joining us once again on ECN. It's a super Thursday right here. We'll see you shortly for more cricket, action and excitement. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Cologne CC. This will be the last opportunity for these two teams to get some points in the group stage. Heading into quarterfinals tomorrow, let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's with two captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
We're batting.
Mahintha Mahendran of the Bayer Boosters has been super lucky with the tosses today. He won earlier today and elected to field. This time he says that he wants to bat, so slight change of tactics. That surprised me a little bit because I did think they bowled pretty well bowling first, but I think this is a little bit about planning for tomorrow. The fact that they have bowled first and had a game that way, this time they'll be batting first and get a chance to set a target rather than chase one. And I know that they've had a pretty even contribution from a lot of their players. I think that has been the key to their better performance through the group stage last year. But remember, these two teams did finish third and fourth respectively last year. Cologne CC was also their last chance to tune up before the finals start tomorrow. And so, they will be desperate, I think, for a good performance. No Irfan Ahmed, of course, today. They're led by Azmuddin Zadran. But I have liked the work of a couple of new players. I think Kapoor was pretty good at the top of the order and with the gloves. So let's see what happens as we get ready for the start of the second match of the day. It is match 38. Boosters winning the toss. This time they want to have a hit. Over to you, Rico. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu. Yes, let's get it started because I know you're ready. You're already on the chat. You've had a little bit of an extended break there because of that, very comprehensive win for the Boosters. They absolutely thrashed Cologne CC in that last one. Cologne CC only managed to get to 79. They really struggled against a good bowling attack from the Boosters, and then in reply the Boosters were ballistic in the middle. Well, they certainly pressed the turbo boost button as they got to the target with 29 balls to go. Very, very good morning to everyone, and I should say maybe good afternoon or good evening, depending where you are tuning in from. Remember, let us know, get involved in the chat, and of course, spread the word, as a lot of you are. We are getting over 1,000 new subscribers every week. Keep up the good work, everyone. Well, the one team that's looking to keep up the good work is the Bayer Boosters. They're going to have a bat first, so it's been a good day for the captain. And Mahindran winning the toss and say we're going to have a bat 95 to 90. That's what bat versus ball wall says. And remember, those green dots extend for the Boosters. They're now 5 on the trot after losing the first 2 matches against the Dusseldorf Black Caps. And but for Cologne CC, well, they can't seem to get going at the moment. Things not going well for them, and let's see how they can bounce back here. First thing they need to do is try to tame the openers. Just changing things around slightly. Still the same 2 men out there, but it will be Dayanadan that will be facing the first ball. And well, his chase is a wide one. He's lucky not to get a feather on this. Dayanadan batted pretty well, 27 of 11. What he did do is he didn't throw the bat blindly at anything. He just played each ball to its credit. He really did play some lovely looking shots and earned his players to get a second chance, and he does. This time, well, maybe, I hope he's not going to get overconfident. I hope he still does what he did in the first time. I mean, I think in match 1, earlier here, he would have just stood still and probably whacked the ball to the boundary. He just tries to get a bit overconfident, trying to take the bowler Dani on. Dani opening up. He bowled a second over last time round, so it looks like they're just keeping hold of Sharifullah Shahzad, who didn't have, again, the best of starts to the day, the opening bowler. And this is Club, but there's a fielder out there. There's a wicket. Yes, there is. He takes it at the second, helping Ashish Makar gets the wicket. And once again, as we always say, things can change drastically from one innings to another. And Dayanadan, that did so well first time round. Well, in the second bite at the cherry, this time he was facing the first ball as opposed to being the number 2 batter. He goes, and he goes without scoring. That means, of course, it's one of these. Well, he's going to be in one of the waterways here around this magnificent Bayer Erlington cricket ground. This is, of course, the National Performance Centre in Krefeld. So just like that, things change. A partnership that they struggled to break first time round, but he's gone. And that will give them a boost. So just lasts for 2 balls this time. Dayan done. So well done to Dani. Dani opens up. A little change with the openers, and it works a treat for the bowling side. This one is pitched right up there and played beautifully by Dinesh. Dani. Dinesh is the man they want to see the back of. It's this well, but this is well fielded. Really well done. That's the difference as well, isn't it? Difference in the field. Seem to be a little bit more up for it. They make the change. I mean, in the earlier match, that may have gone through the field and been 4 runs. In fact, that's how their first boundary was scored. It was a misfield. So certainly want to bounce back here well. Then he comes down the track, does get bad onto it. Just gently rolls to the fielder there. Ashish Makar, who took the catch to remove Dayan Dan. Just having a little chat about changing the field around slightly. He's happy now, so what's the change? He's moved long off back. The long on comes back into mid on, and he's got a sweeper out on the offside. Well, sorry, the leg side. We are talking about the left-hander Indran, so he's got mid wicket, and long on, and he just edges this. Oh, he sits another one that's taken on the second attempt. Well, 2 catches taken. We saw that. That Ashish Makar took one the second time round, and this is another, and he just guides this ball straight into the fielder. Well, have you seen anything like this? And it should be a ball that should be smashed away by Indran, but it's not. He goes for a first baller. This is quite amazing. So both the openers depart without scoring. Here we go, in the hands, pops out, but he takes it on the rebound, and he's happy. He's delighted about it. Of course they are. So it's not just one, it's 2. Both the openers gone for ducks. And just like that, it's a completely different story. Remember, the last one was a victory by 9 wickets. They only picked up the 1 wicket. This time round, it's a completely different story. Amazing stuff. Now, this is the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Krefeld. And these are the sort of things that you see. This is why you just never know what's going to happen from one match to another. I mean, look, plenty of batting still to come, but they are 2 for 2. And what a time to welcome back into the Ice Cube, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Rico. What a start. Very different looking start. A couple of little juggle catches. Just one of the men that pulled it off, Makar out there. And yeah, nice catch taken by Pramod Sharma to remove Indran first ball. This is what we saw yesterday, and it actually was the highest scoring day of the entire series so far, including all of Group A. In fact, it's the highest scoring day we've ever seen at this ground in T10 cricket. So you can see that's showing us that this year, 103 is a past score, 10.3 and over. So will we see this trend continue of higher scores as we head towards the final? Just feeling for this one, the batter. This is Zadran, who's bowling to Paki Prabha, who's getting a shot at number 4. They haven't been afraid to try a few things, the boosters. Yeah, Indran, though, who's their regular opener, going very first ball. They haven't batted Vasikaran, so I do like that they stuck with Dayananda and gave him another opportunity at the top of the order, but he went early. This will test the depth of their batting lineup, I think, but still, I think they're confident they can get a good score on the board despite the early wickets. At the moment, though, Zadran, it's another one past Prabha, and talking a very different game. And we talk about this all the time, don't we, Rico, in the doubleheader format. You know, even when you do have a bit of a thumping, the other team on the end of it normally comes out wanting to prove a point, and that's what we're seeing from Clone CC so far here in match 38.
Yeah, very much so. And I'm liking it as well. And it just, I mean, even before the wicket went, it just reflected in the way that they've been fielding.
Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, Prabha's one guy, I think he fancies himself with the bat. Normally bats around 6 or so. There's a bit of an insurance policy, but he hasn't been needed too much. I think I mentioned they've rarely had to bat past 5 in this series, the Boosters. They're playing some good cricket, but I think it's also good that they have to kind of dig themselves out of a bit of a hole. You never know what's going to happen in the finals. They did win 2 of their 3 finals last year, finishing in 3rd place. Angled away, almost another catch down to 3rd man. They won't get a run here. So, Zadran, he's only conceded 1 of 5 this over. Very, very good start for him.
Yeah, very good start. Hello to Liam Day. He's asking what the weather's like. Well, I can tell you, absolute beautiful.
Pretty hot.
It's not a cloud in the sky. In fact, the only thing we see in the sky, it's not clouds, it's aeroplanes going all over the plane.
27 degrees currently, and we're expecting a maximum temperature of about 33 or 34, Liam. Hope you're well in New Zealand. Edged, and this one will be cut off, or will it? Well, it'll be deflected. That's the man that we saw do a bit of juggling earlier from Sharma. This time, he does get something on it, but you see, he's not able to really slow it down in the end. He kind of boots it for 4.
Well, it's a left footer. The back of the net, this one. Yeah, he misses his hands, but clonks him on the boot.
Top own goal, 7 for 2 after 2. Let's have a look at the ladder. And you can already confirm that VFB Gelsenkirchen are not going to qualify for the finals. So Cologne CC, well, here's basically the equation for them. They need to win to sneak into the 3rd. They won't be there straight away. They'll rely on Black Caps touching up Lemgo a couple of times and maybe sending that net run rate below them. Now, look, for the Boosters, I mean, they can join the Black Caps on 12 points at the top, and that's kind of where they deserve to be, towards the top, considering how they've been. And this one is going to go dead backwards. I think this might have gone all the way. Let's have a look at the result. Actually, it's going to be signalled 4. And I see Monica Loveday out there umpiring for us today. First time we've seen her in the series.
Yep.
See her a bit last year. Yeah. It will be 4 runs confirmed. So yeah, Monica loves her cricket. She's a very knowledgeable student of the game. You see her there. Nice to see. Yeah, some more umpiring talent. Had to say goodbye to one of our umpires, Sharma, yesterday, and the one having a day off. This one is going to be dragged to the leg side.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
well, Makar, once again, Makar comes up with Kakar. It's just gone straight through him. Oh, eats him up. And that we had one booted one. Well, he's not even good enough to get a foot on this. And the result's another boundary.
It's all about getting down, isn't it? There's no, I mean, get down, get that knee down. I mean, you're not going to get bitten. Get down, close up everything, get the long barrier down, as Bazza would say. Hello, Bazza. Are you watching?
Not really what you want when you've got 2 early wickets. They gifted them a couple of boundaries. This one's hit. And well, this is a proper Tortuga. It's gone one way, then the other. The old Watusi. And he's still coming. He's in shock. That fielder.
Oh, yeah.
How's that got past
I
him?
love it. I love this. This is just, oh, yeah.
It's in the full dive. Still can't get there.
Well, they got those early wickets, and well, both the players that were involved in taking the catches have since then dropped some clangers, and just like that, the score is starting to accelerate.
Good question from PK. Address that in a second. We see another ball whistling through to the keeper, asking about ECN's plans for a women's league. Well, it's certainly something that's in our kind of medium-term planning. I mean, you've got to realise that this has all happened very quickly over the last couple of years with ECS cricket. And already we're kind of struggling to fit everywhere we want to go on the calendar. But I do think probably the place we'd start is maybe a women's ECC. I think at the international level, I think there's already established women's sides. I know that Ireland women are in the Netherlands at the moment. And it's nice to see those games taking place.
Yeah, certainly is. But slowly but surely, this is the thing, you know, a game, as we say, is changing drastically. We know that European cricket is on the up. At the moment, a lot of work being done on the men's game. Duties as well now, women's we're starting to see more and more of. So we'll get there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, first I'm going to see if we're going to run out here. Well, this is half in, half out of that run, wasn't he, Prabha, who can't do too much so far, but he's 4 off 8. The score at the end of 3 overs, and pretty quiet power play for the Boosters. Very different power play to their last game. They're 16 for 2 after 3. Yeah, so I think, we have shown women's T20 internationals before on ECN, of course. Remember, it's a very good Germany-Austria series. Also, I think we saw France versus Germany as well here last year. So, yeah, there's something that we're constantly kind of working on is where we want to be in a generation's time. But I think I get quite excited at the prospect of maybe a women's ECC as a good starting point. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's wonderful that, for example, the fact that women had T20 international status for all countries as well around the same time as the men's did, I think is good for European cricket and just cricket globally in general.
Shazad, he'll be hoping for a better match this time. He's had a few mishaps with the ball.
And gets his first one past Tanesh, who played some nice shots last time, so he's still running hot, you'd imagine, but just not quite the start that he would have wanted either.
No, not quite. And Shazad, maybe the captain just maybe taking a gamble here and seeing how he does when the ball is not so near. Having said that, I would imagine that ball's in pretty good shape. It hasn't really been peppered to the boundary or anything much, has it?
Gets good outswing, doesn't he, Shazad? Here he is, bustling in again. Tanesh steps across and whips this away. Now they're going to go, make a late decision. Prabha watches the throw sail well wide of the keeper, so we'll get a single here.
What a risky shot this is. I mean, he steps right outside his off stump, and he's showing all the stumps. Look at this. I mean, we don't quite see it there. Maybe get another chance to see it.
Yeah.
But he goes right in front. He gets very, very lucky.
He takes a chance, but I think he knows that Shazad a lot of the time is bowling pretty wide of the off stump. So he's just trying to get close to where he thinks the ball's going to be bowled. But yeah, if it is straight, could get himself in a bit of trouble. It's Prabha's turn now, and he'll go big. This is gone. Maximo! Prabha, he's had a few warm-up attempts. This one was right out of the middle. Sails over, long off for 6.
Well, I like this. It's almost like as the ball's coming, he's got time to roll up his sleeves and thump it. What a shot that is.
He's probably thinking, that's what I was trying to do the whole time, and finally got one out in the middle. And
here we go. Look, rolls him up and goes bang. There you go. Big hit.
He knew it straight away, didn't he? That's a really swashbuckling, elevated off drive. And you know who's not impressed with that is Shazad.
Short ball.
Who is going to... Okay, he's going to go full again.
Oh,
he dives
what a
at
good
this.
stop. This is from the keeper. This is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he's thinking attacking. Yeah, he actually kind of goes and stops himself, but the keeper had to do very well there, Aman Kapoor, to stop that going for 5 wides. So here's the counter-attack. We knew we'd see it from the boosters. We're out of the power play, so the ground's a bit more defendable for Cologne CC, but yeah, still, the way some of these guys hit the ball, doesn't matter where you put your fielders. Do you love hitting sixes? This by a booster side. Backs away. It's a bit too funky at times. This one's not handled cleanly by Kapoor, who can see to buy. No real damage. Tanesh, haven't quite seen him replicate the form that he showed in match 37 just a few moments ago. We feel like if he stays there, it's a matter of time. He looks better when he tried to hit straighter. He's not the only one. But
yeah,
I think that's one thing I noticed about his batting in particular. Played some very gorgeous straight drives when he elected to go that way. This time he says, well, I can go sideways as well, and he just hoiks this out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that is a right royal smack, isn't it, by Rajagulasingham Tanesh, and that's 6 more.
Yeah, I mean, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Well, there are a few planes up there in the sky. No, it's a kookaburra, and it gets sent packing. What a big hit this is. It's another Bizaway supersonic 6.
I think I'd love to get inside Shazad's head at the top of his mark. He's probably thinking, why did I ever become a bowler? This is not fair. This has gone for 14 right now. I just love a wicket though. I think
it's length, isn't it? It's about his length.
Yeah,
it's
true.
Just a tad too short.
True. Better ball. He's going to flirt with a wide line, but he's going to get away with it. So it's the end of the 4th over, and the boosters are 31 for 2. Much better over there in the
in the fourth. It was worth 15 in the end, including a bye. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And this is the last chance we'll get to have a look at these two teams before quarterfinals tomorrow. And that's why I think it's super important that Cologne CC, well, not only don't get blown away, they want to win here and go take that winning form into the finals.
Absolutely, yeah. There's nothing worse than going into an elimination game when you know you've had some bad results. They want to go into it positive.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. They need to put behind what happened in the match before, go out there positive. It's been a better start from them, but they're just starting to, again, I think they're going for me, they need to rely a bit more on taking the pace off. They like the pace. They've got the seamers, they've got the pacers, but they're still lacking that one spinner.
That's a really good point. Of course, they've never beaten the Boosters in ECS cricket now in 2 attempts. This is their 3rd attempt. They played the bronze final last year. This is a slightly slower ball from Sanka first up, and it's going to get cut away for 4. So the resurgence continues for the Boosters. Again, I think I like the way he picks that and just waits, and then picks the gap and gets 4. So Prabha's warming up now.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? Because you got it spot on. He waits for it, and then look, waiting for it's one thing. You still got to put it away. And I like the way he gets this ball exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, sometimes you can be a bit jumpy, especially when you first come to the crease. I used to sometimes say out loud to myself, "Wait," if I was playing early. This time he's going to squeeze another one down.
What did
the
a wicketkeeper say
region.
when you were saying that to yourself?
Yeah, no, I'll hopefully be loud so people couldn't hear me talking to myself. But I used to, genuinely, I would say, it depends how quick the bowling was, obviously. But yeah, sometimes I found myself playing too early because you're jumpy, you don't want to be late on the ball, but you can, too late on the ball, I should say. Leg side, this will be a wide. Yeah, but I would actually say wait sometimes because also sometimes you can rush forward at all costs and lose your balance. And so I think you just got to get that happy medium between letting the ball come to you. Obviously, you don't want to be too late on the ball, right? But it's on the walk this time, and he hooks this high, and this is out of here. Well, that one might have knocked a plane out of the sky. It sends the birds scattering. Maximo Tanesh goes large.
Well, those Seagulls are no match for the Kookaburra. Big hit, and Manos arriba there from Monica Loveday. Nice to see Monica out there. She's stretching her arms as this one goes all the way. Big hit.
Yeah, I hope she's done her arm warm-ups because at the moment, if these two stick around, she might have plenty to do. And Tanesh, I felt it was a matter of time till he hit his straps. Yeah, that was a kind of interesting walk because he wants the bowler to see him walking because he thinks the bowler might bowl it in short then, and that's exactly what he does, but Tanesh was waiting for it, wasn't he? So, it's the Sanka this is. It's gone for 12 off his first half over. I think the field wasn't quite set there. The fielder was still going back to deep square leg, so...
Yeah, the Maximo, or the Maximoa, we should say, it's working well at the back there. Never stops, does it? Never stops.
Hardest working lawnmower in world cricket.
You reckon it's GPS operated?
It's some sort of, basically. Gone. And so Sanka gets the last laugh, and Tanesh finally is dismissed. It looked like he was just getting going, but he got a bit greedy as we approach the halfway point of this innings. He becomes the 3rd wicket to fall. Tanesh departs for 24. The score 43 for 3.
Yeah, good delivery. Once again, it's pitched up. It's right up there. This is what you're saying. You're saying, right, okay, it's there. If you want it, fine. Have a go. But if you miss it, I'm going to have you. And that's exactly what happens there. Goes for the big one. He gets his stumps knocked over.
Yeah, and Sanka, former MTV stallion, he's galloping away.
I thought you were going to say former MTV star. I was going to say, what? What's he done?
Well, he is an MTV star. Yeah, Stallions are a really good cricket team. We saw them. You remember that we saw them in Kiel last year, right? But they played in various tournaments around Germany.
Yeah, and of course we had Ujwal as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Ujwal's a stallion. Yeah, he is.
Is he a stallion?
Yeah, well, if you ask him. No, he is.
He is a stallion.
Cool.
But
cool
wasn't
uniforms,
it lovely in Kiel? Because of course the Stallions did play, and right next to the ground we had the stables with all of those.
Yeah, we did.
Wonderful horses as well. It was a lovely ground, lovely area. Kiel as well.
Get back there. The reason we were able to get to Kiel last year is because Belgium had to be cancelled at fairly short notice. So unfortunately we won't get up to Kiel this year, but I'm hoping that we do again in the future because I really like that cricket ground. And lovely people up there. So if you are watching from Kiel and the kind of northern part of the country, we want to tell you that we miss you and hopefully we catch you soon. We had a lovely time.
Yeah, they were a lovely bunch of guys as well. Hospitality was great.
Here comes Taran Tivakaran.
getting a shot at number 5. Again, they're just kind of shuffling the deck a bit, aren't they, Buyer Boosters?
Mm.
I think they've got the kind of batting lineup they could do that. I think they could pretty much draw their top 6 or 7 out of a hat and still be pretty competitive, because they can all bat any time. That's kind of what I'm getting from them, which is a pretty handy thing to have in T10 cricket, to have those hitters. Halfway through this innings, match 38, the Boosters, after winning the toss and batting, they're 44 for 3.
Yeah, good little partnership there that came to an end between Thinesh and Prabhat. Remember, they were 2 for 2 after that incredible first over from Dhani.
PK in the chat, hello, how are you? Nice to see you in the chat. He's saying spinners have always done well in European cricket tournaments. Each club should try and have at least 1 spinner in their squads. Yeah, I'd say I'd even like 2 or 3 options. We've even seen, how was this, in Rome. We saw Rome SEC, they had 4 or 5 spinners. And like, if you had 5 genuine spinners, I would consider bowling 10 overs a spin. I mean, I just think pound for pound, I think batters are less comfortable. Makara comes in, gets hit straight, and Dhani just kicks it a couple of times. So at least he kicks it forwards. And well, he almost runs out both batters, but runs out neither.
I love the way the bowler says, forget it, I'm not getting behind this. Mucker says, no way, I'm not mucking about with this.
But what I suppose it's not just one thing to have spinners, but you've got to have spinners that are accurate and that can bowl well and can kind of change their pace up a little bit. But left-arm spin in particular, sometimes called a cheat code in European cricket. You have some good left-arm spinners that can drift the ball in, maybe slide some into the pads of the right-handers and turn the occasional one away.
Makash, talking about turning away, gets a good bit of swing away here. So, bit of a way swing to contest with for the batters.
Yeah, this will be away from the field. A long chase, not going to get there. That's Panwa. That was skating around the boundary, but not in time. 4 runs. Cuatro Carreras. Doesn't really stay in control of this. One hand comes off the bat, but what he does do, he turns the face slightly, and that's why it goes behind point, and it results in a boundary to Divakaran.
Yeah, I think it's an intelligent shot. I like the way he knows that to complete it, he needs to exchange from one hand to another, so it ends up being a one-handed hit, but it's all about purposely getting the ball over that man at point.
Sun's shorter. There's a man out deep wicket. This will just be a single. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see the composition of some of these ECC lineups. I mean, not all, but a lot of the countries this time. We've expanded from 15 to 21 countries, but the ones that have played before and the ones we've had ECS cricket in, they will kind of know what's required, I think. They'll know what kind of bowlers you want. I think there'll be a fair few slow bowling options there. Yorker this time. Prabhat digs it out. You'll get 1. But I'm also interested to see some of the new teams. Like I know the Irish squad looks like it'll be a fairly young squad. Fair few from the Under-19s World Cup in the last couple of years. Scotland 11, I mean, first time we've seen them play T10 cricket as well. This will be 1 down the ground, end of another over. 50 came up during that over for the Boosters. And we're just kind of hanging in there at the moment, around high 80s pace. After 6 overs, the score is 53 for 3. Yeah, so it's going to be a mixture of some countries we've never played ECS in and haven't played ECC, like Scotland, for example. They're a good example of that. We have seen their club champions before. There's other teams that we didn't see them last year, but we know they've played a lot of T10 cricket, like Malta. So Malta are in for the first time. Denmark are one that weren't participating last year, but they're in this year. So we'll get to see their national team. And we know that they had a fair bit of success in the T20 format recently. But, yeah, it's going to be great to see a fair few new teams. We can see France as a national team playing. I think that's going to be great. I mean, we saw how explosive Dreux were. They're still fan favourites. The shoe phone celebration. Remember that one? There's Shahzad. I just feel for Shahzad. He just can't take a trick at the moment. But he is coming back and he's giving everything for his team. Good start to his over. Yeah, so who else we got in there? Switzerland as a national team. Great to see Switzerland back in international cricket, because you know they were kind of in the wilderness for a little while.
Yeah, it's good to have them back. And, well, I think we're going to, they're going to excite us. That's the thing. It's all exciting stuff, all exciting news. And remember, there's always a star in the making in all of these sides as well, and there's always a star that's going to grab the headlines.
Big swing leg, but gets nothing. Of course, Corey Rucker's our colleague. He'll be joining us in the commentary box. But first, he's got a fair bit of responsibility with the Spanish side, the hosts. I mean, they've got high hopes of qualifying. And yeah, let's see, he's very tactical. I think of all the coaches there, I'm just saying this because he's obviously part of our team, but he is a real free thinker when it comes to tactics. And I think he'll really enjoy coaching in the T10 format.
I think he will.
Some of the fields he'll be thinking of.
Yeah.
So a little nick on this, there is. Yep, and he walks. So Current can't do too much. Monica Loveday has her finger in the air. And yeah, well done to Sharifola Shazad, who gets a little bit of a movement here, I think. And it does the batter. So Boosters lose the 4th wicket. And the score now 53 for 4.
Yeah, happy for Shazad there. I mean, he's been a worker, hasn't he? He hasn't had all the luck go his way. In fact, he's had quite a bit going against him, but he sticks to his task. And just a better line is he, just a better length, gets that little bit of a way movement, and picks up the wicket. So well done to him.
You like that. The batter was quick to walk, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He knew that he nicked it. So I see Vasi Curran, who's been used as an opener this series, which I like. They kind of stuck with him at the top of the order. Okay, this game, I think they're just trying to shuffle the pack, like I said. So he's coming in at 6, but yeah, I think he still hasn't quite hit his straps in this series. But if he does, I mean, the Boosters are going to become even more powerful. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the T10 tactics employed, the composition of the attacks, the kind of fields we see, batting orders we see. Hit pretty hard first up, and well, this is hit so hard it's going to be 4. So very, very confident start, isn't that, from Vasi Curran?
Yeah, good shot.
Don't forget about me. I'm still here.
Remember, this is exactly the area he was caught in the first match, and caught very well indeed. But this time he decides, okay, I can't catch it, but keep it along the deck. There's value, isn't there, for playing shots along the deck. It's one thing that Tyrone Peters, you're talking about coaches.
Yeah.
You mentioned Corey, but Tyrone Peters is another one. And what he was saying in Dresden is so true. He's saying, you know what? Batters need to realise that hitting boundaries in 4s, it's just as good as hitting them in 6s, but it's safer.
This is the kind of ground you can get 4s on
in
this month of the year. Because when we were here in May, it was pretty tough to hit 4s because it was pretty slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, this time, especially when you get the odd Tortuga bounce helping out as well, you're definitely putting the outfielders under pressure. Good start by Vasi. This next one go, it'll be a wide. They think of an extra, but they won't get it. Yeah, so yeah, I think we might see, for example, the coaches won't be afraid to try things. The ones that can do that, I think, will have success. Like the other team might have 4 spinners, for example.
I think the other thing is, I mean, you mentioned Corey, good example, Tyrone as well. I mean, but coaches have now seen the format. I mean, there's a lot of coaches, national team coaches, when the teams played last year. This one will be fielded as it bobbles around. Well done, nicely saved. Yeah, a lot of coaches would not have experienced T10 cricket before. Teams would have played it for the first time before last year. And I think having seen it, coaches have gone to the drawing board.
Yeah.
They're looking at not just the tactics, they're looking at players. I don't think they're looking at their T20 squad players. They're looking at different type of players. And I think the action is going to be far more explosive this time around than last year. I really do.
Take the middle order, for example. Probably come to that in a second. But first, Shazad has one more ball in his spell. And this is going to be called wide. Doesn't like call, but probably was. Let's get that movement kind of doing him. Yeah, let's have a look. He does move a bit.
Yeah,
I still think it's a wide.
Yeah, it's a very good call.
I know he shuffles across a little bit, but that's why I think if there's doubt, you've got to give a wide. Try and make him bowl at the stumps or closer to the stumps. Yeah, so middle order batters, it's a different skill set, I think, than T20, where you have, you can kind of just get a run of ball for your first 10 balls. Runner ball is not really good enough for your first 10 balls. If you get 10 balls in this form of the game, just angled away. And, eventually, it is stopped down there. It'll be the end of the 7th over. And the score is 61 for 4. Shazad finishes 1 for 22. Yeah, so I think that is a key aspect of when you're trying to pick batters. You want batters that can go straight away, and not every batter's like that. Let's have a look at some of the groups here. And I mentioned some of the new teams. Ireland 11, we'll get to see them first up. of course. And it's a pretty strong group, if you ask me, with Spain, Austria, very good T10 side as well. Czech Republic, we know some of the players they've got. And we know Aaron Ashokan, it looks like, at this ECC, but they will have the beast. And I think we'll see Dylan Stain for the first time for the national team in T10 cricket.
Yeah.
And then Portugal. I mean, Portugal have really experienced T10 players as well, and not capable of bringing a surprise. Sean Gomes is going to hurt them a little bit. This could be gone, and it is. So, unfortunately for Prabha, it's a funny kind of an innings, wasn't it? It started a bit slowly. It was a bit slow towards the end. In the middle, a couple of nice shots. But it is going to be Makar that gets his wicket, and the 8th starts with another. And the score is 61 for 5.
Yeah, good one to pick up, because this is the point. You can see that the boosters are trying to get that boost in. They're hitting the booster button, but it's just not happening for them at the moment. They've still got Vasikaran out there. We know he can get the boost in any time. I wonder if we're going to see the captain maybe go out and join him at the moment. Surely he's going to have a bat at some point.
He's out there now, coming at 7. Look, I do like the way that Mahinda Mahendran has captained his side. You know, talked about keeping enough the same and changing enough as well. So getting that balance between keeping things stable, but also giving other players opportunities. I think he's done that really well this morning. Look, they're not in great shape in this game, but still, you know, they've got batting to come. If they can go 10, 10, 10 and get to 90. I still think they'll test Cologne, who they were able to keep 79 last game, don't forget.
I still think they'll be okay. Right, they're probably, what do you reckon? They're running about 9 runs behind, but one good over, they're right up there again.
Nice looking shot. Picks out the fielder. You know he's scared of a Tortuga bounce out there, but that's Panwa. Well, you've Raj asking, is there a chance we can get all 3 of us at the same time in the commentary box? So we can look into that. Sometimes the equipment, the technicals may not allow it, but I think there'll be some games where you'll get a bit of all 3 of us, and it will be great to have Corey as well joining us. This is whacked pretty hard, straight out the fielder.
Yeah, they don't take a run. Surprised. There's a run there all the time.
Yeah.
This is very, I mean, you've got to take a gamble, but I think the percentage of picking this up cleanly and getting a throw in and probably a direct hit.
They're worried about him fielding it cleanly, but they didn't have to be, because it bounced straight off the palms of Nandu. Big filthy hat from Vasikaran. He does like that leg side, but he's also capable of hitting over cover. But yeah, so Yuvraj, we'll get back to you on that. But I think it is really nice. And of course, we don't just have the ECC at Khartoum this time. We've got the 6th and 7th day of the week. We've got the ECT10 on the weekend. So I'm going to see what clubs get involved in that. It'll be 9 clubs from around Spain. This one's hit pretty hard, and well, yeah, it's time to give it up when you see a Tortuga like this. This is a giant Tortuga. It's a trampoline bounce. And, well, you see Panwa says, I think I've got this covered. Well, guess what? He didn't. There's no chance.
See you later. And that one's gone into the thistles. And, well, he says, call the shepherd. Mr. Williams, it's over to you now. The shepherd will come over and try and find that one at some point.
I know you weren't with me in Bologna this year, but we had probably the best Tortuga I've ever seen that bounced about 5 metres inside the circle at mid-off and went over the fielder without bouncing again. And that was on the boundary.
I know the ground well, so I can imagine it.
That was probably the most giant Tortuga I've ever seen. If you're wondering what a Tortuga is, and you might be, we've got our own kind of vernacular, don't we? Our own expressions in ECS cricket. As we get to the end of another over, pretty good one from Maka. The score is 67 for 5. But yeah, Tortuga is Spanish for a tortoise, right? And so I think in Barcelona at the start of last year, I said, was that hit like a tortoise or something? And then you told me, well, it's a Tortuga. And that's basically what we call a bad bounce now. But I was just thinking.
Then we named it as well.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't name it.
The chat
you guys. It. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
Some of you will remember named it.
Yeah, Jeffrey. Because it moves slow. And there's Henrietta, but I don't know where Henrietta came from. I think you made that up.
Yeah, Henrietta, because there was more than one, you know, and we had to separate them as well.
Here's Sanka. It all happens in the 9th, and it starts with a ball that is juggled a little bit by Zadra, but he does stop it. That's a single.
Hey, listen, I want to just mention, I know a few people have talked about it. There was that incident yesterday, a very nasty collision between 2 players, and Ronit Satapathy, he got the worst of it, and we had a fairly lengthy delay as he was being treated at the ground, and also the emergency services came. But the news on that, just want everyone to know, we haven't had the latest update. We will update you further. But yesterday, and he was fine. He was checked. I think he was having a few scans today, but he was up and about. He was in hospital. under observation for the night, but he was watching the cricket. He was watching the last match.
Ah, was he?
He watched the last
Fantastic.
match. He sent a few
Great.
messages to his teammates, and he just wants to thank everybody for all the well wishes that he got. Run it. Satabali, so run it, if you're still there, and I don't know if you've got access to it, why don't you send us a little message,
Yeah, right.
let us know how you're doing.
We'd love that. I tell you what he did do is he knocked a bit of sense into Cameron Khan, who batted amazingly in the last game of the day.
Yeah.
49. This one will be one bounce out to deep point. Yeah, and it was a scary moment. I mean, times like that, really puts everything into perspective. But we're just really happy that he seemed to. He certainly was doing a lot better.
Yeah,
obviously
he
had
was.
a bit of an episode at the ground after that collision, but. Yeah, sending him our best wishes. It's going to be a wide, and the keeper doesn't know where it is. And now he's going to get a run out, so he's might as well keep running. But I don't mind this at this stage. I think you got 8 balls to go. I think firstly, Mahendran basically runs because he knows the keeper doesn't know where the ball is. And so he knows it's going to take a little bit of time for him to find it, but then he's going to have to hit the stumps. You see here, it's a slow ball, it's really wide, and you see Mahendran says, all right, if you hit it, I'll be gone. And he is gone, but I think it's worth taking on. But it's unselfish stuff at this stage. He'll be run out for 2. The boosters now are 70 for 6.
Well, he just keeps running. That's what I like about Mahendran. We know he's a character. He's trying to get to one. End, and as he's running, he sees that he's out. He doesn't stop. He doesn't mope. He just says, all right, I'll do a U-turn here and head back
Only
to the camp.
Only Mahendran could look so cool getting run out.
Yeah, look at this. He gets run out. He says, okay,
I'm just going to change direction.
Does the U-turn and off he goes.
Hope he put his signal on. Yeah, so Suncut. Wide brings a wicket. 70 for 6. Still 2 to come. New batter out there is Thor Lakonda. Yeah, so I was just thinking about some of the expressions that we use. I thought he was going to kick that. Things like Gundy ball, for example. How about in the chat, what are some of the expressions that you only hear on ECN and nowhere else? Obviously golden ball tingle in specifically. Isn't there some of your expressions that you like?
Yeah, let us know. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Goes for this. This should be out as well, but he doesn't see too much of this, does he? That's Teja Krishna straight through the hands. Only cost him 1. Curran really should have been gone there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It only cost 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
Because we know what it could cost him.
He's got the strike back as well, because that's the end of the over. The score 72 for 6. But yeah, some issues. You can tell from the shadows that the sun was a factor in that attempt. So, yeah, Luke Belgium saying good throw by the keeper. Not sure what the batter was doing. I think the batter knew, okay, if he hits the stumps, I'm gone. And it's worth it at this stage to try and get every run possible. We've got wickets to play with. That's probably a 50-50 of the keeper finding the ball and hitting the stumps. Actually, probably 50% of hitting the stumps. And I actually am surprised how quickly Kapoor found the ball.
Yeah,
because
he did
he
pretty
had
well,
no idea
didn't he?
where it was originally. Is Zadran to bowl the 10th? This is played inside out. Oh, it's a nice looking shot, really. And don't know how he quite got it there, but it will be 4. And you said it might cost them more. Well, it's cost him 4 straight away in the last over.
Yeah, good shot. You can see he's trying to pump up the volume here, trying to get them to an 80+ score.
See, that shows me. I mean, that's the kind of ball normally he's always trying to hit over the leg side, but it shows me he's a more complete player than just a leg side player, Masikaran. Having said that, I think now he'll try and go leg side. Does, and gets knocked over. Gets rock and rolled by Zadran. And so, yeah, it's one of those situations. Sometimes, as a batter, you're trying to kind of mix up your game as well. And so I think he felt that after getting hit inside out, that this one maybe should go leg side. But he comes up with fresh air. 7th wicket down, 76 for 7.
Yeah, so no more big hits from him. They're still trying. Look, it's quite amazing. How many times, Vinny, do we say this? That just because something happens in one match between two teams, that the next one could be completely different. They haven't got to a score yet, which they got to in what? How many deliveries?
5.1.
31 deliveries.
Yeah.
They got to 80 and 31 deliveries last time around to absolutely thrash Cologne, chasing 79 or chasing 80 for victory.
Yep.
And yet here, they haven't got to that and we're in the last over.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the same game. The teams have just flipped so far. I mean, it looks like they're heading for something around the 79 region, the way things are going at the moment. The boundary could drag them up into the 80s, but Money doesn't have any time to settle because he's going to have to go from the get-go. Here's Zadran. He has a little bit of a charge, and He's thinking of second. Well, where's the keeper here? He's obviously not thinking the throw's going to make it all the way. It was a par 2, I guess, because I was wondering, where's the keeper? But he maybe knows. Is that Thomas Sharma down there that can't quite get it in?
Yeah, Kapoor just didn't expect them to go for 2 here. He just thought, this is going to be a single. So he just thought, that's it. Well done, well run. And that was all about money.
Yeah, money. I thought it was suicidal, to be honest, but then I saw there was nobody home at the keeper's end. That takes them up to 78. So 3 to come. Misses out on this. So Shrikant Thorlakonda at the other end has only faced the one delivery. Yeah, probably still better off getting back behind the stumps. If the throw doesn't reach you, it doesn't reach you. If it rolls to you, at least you're in a position to break the stumps. As it was, he was stuck in no man's land, wasn't he, on that previous one? All right. Well, it doesn't get to face too often, Jonathan Amani. So let's see if he can come up with a bit of a highlight. That's a nice looking shot. I think it should be one. Well, of course, it's going to be Tortug. It hits him in the beak. And Money, he wants more. He's going to have to settle for 2.
Yeah.
I'm glad we don't have a camera the other way, because I don't think this was pretty.
He sort of overslides. Look, then he tries to get back and he can't. And the ball, I think you're right, it catches him on the chin, gives him a shave.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I should know better than to say just the one by now. So they do get to the 80. Last ball coming up. Misses. Will they run? Not going to bother. He's going to retreat, and that will do it, I believe. And so at the end of the 10 overs, it's very, very similar to the first game. The difference is, this time it's the Boosters batting first. They put 80 on the board, 81. Well, Clone CC, they're in the box seat at the halfway, but they're going to have to bat a lot better this time around. And they're going to have to deal with some pretty tricky bowling options that the Boosters will throw at them.
Yeah, they can, but it's a much better performance. And as I was saying before, halfway through that over, that the Bayer Boosters, they got to this score in 31 deliveries last time, and that was to win the game when they were chasing. Now batting first, well, they found it a different kettle of fish altogether. They've struggled to get to it. They've only just made it, and it's much better performance from Cologne CC. Their captain made a few changes the same way that the Boosters captain did, Mahindran, but the batting changes didn't quite go to plan as both the openers went for... Then there was a slight recovery thanks to the left boot of that man as he hit the ball over the boundary. And there were 1 or 2 sluggish bits of fielding from Cologne CC. Just think, if they were able to keep it tidy all the way through and maybe pick up all the catches that went their way, they could have kept this score to around about 66, 70, you know. I really believe that. But look, there was some rearguard action, unlike in Tinesh batting well. And he did well before he was bowled by Sanka. And also Prabha, he did pretty well as well before he was caught by Kapoor off the bowling of Shahzad as well. But they just kept on plucking away on CC, and that's what I liked about it. And then right at the crucial point, I think, at the end of the 8th over, 67 for 5, there were still wickets in hand. You still had big batters out there, and Vesikaran was one of them, and the captain Mindran was there as well. And you just had the feeling, well, the batters could really, especially here, put the runs on. Well, they went to take the extra on the wide. The wicketkeeper, Kapoor, well, he was on the money. Got the run out, and that was the run out of Mahindran, who we know can hit the ball pretty well. This, I thought, was going to be very costly. Well, it only cost them the 4 runs because Vesikaran, he blasted this one to the boundary and then tried to go down the leg side and got bowled beautifully by Zidran. So it was an innings that really never got going in terms of no real partnerships from the Boosters. Well, the Boosters, they were boosting in the first one, weren't they? When the turbos were boosting, but those turbos misfired in this one. There wasn't too much boosting, and it was actually Cologne CC that were boosted by their own performance in the field. But now they've got to go out there and do it with the bat. Let's just have a quick scan through the scorecard. Finish 24-13. He's been probably Mr. Consistent. Prabha getting a chance. You see Mahindran, the captain, just made a few changes. I think feeling that, knowing that his team's in the quarterfinals, if they put under the cosh, if other batters have to perform, would they be able to? And that's why you saw Vesikaran coming pretty low down. He made 16 off 10. And, well, Thorlakonda, he came in, but wasn't able to get too much off the strike. So 80 was put on the board. The bowling of the Boosters, I was quite impressed by it. I mean, Shahzad bowling a little bit lower down, still does go for a few, but 1 for 22 is much better than he's done before. But pick of the bowlers, I think Dhani, I said before, Dhani, when he opened the bowling, does pick up wickets, and he proved it here again today. Picked up 2 for 11, but all the bowlers successful. And they're liking the bowling was Zidane there as well. Came on to bowl at the end, a crucial over, because if that went wrong, you could see the score going into the 90s, maybe even playing close to the 100. A much better performance in the field from Con CC. Can they now match it up with the batting? Can the batting click as well? The boosters, well, the captain Mahindran will be hoping that his team are able to really come out firing, and maybe they can pick up those early wickets. 3 wickets in the power play, and this could be an interesting one. One thing we do know is scores in the 80s can always be the spicy ones. So are we going to have a bit of spice in this match number 38? Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 38. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hola, buenos días. ¿Cómo estás, mi familia? ¿Todo está bien? ¿Sí o no? Yo creo que sí, porque hay mucho de cricket aquí en Alemania, en este campo, en un campo muy bueno también, de campo de cricket de Bayer Uruguay. Y hay dos equipos aquí que contra de segunda vez en este día de Boosters contra con Cologne CC. Bienvenido. Hello and welcome back as the two teams, they do battle once more here, the Bayer Boosters against Cologne CC. Well, I reckon this is payback time. I really do, because it's the same sort of scores, isn't it, bar one, that we saw Cologne CC score in the first match. And the Boosters, well, they absolutely thrashed them. And I think this is an opportunity for Cologne CC to say, you know what you can do, we can do to you. And these two men are men that are capable of doing it. I'm loving the introduction of Aman Kapoor, and not just as a batter. I think he batted really well, but loving him behind the stumps as well. And I think that Sanka, who went run a ball 24 last time, didn't really get into the groove. I think he's ready to go big. So maybe we're going to see a like for like here. And this one finished pretty early, but the team being victorious are going to be Cologne CC. Here we go. Here's the first. It's a nicely timed shot. The fielder, Mahindra, well, he's Mr. T. He's hard. And he's, he's show no pain. Mahindra, show no pain. You're Mr. T. Come on, B.A. Barakas. Well, he hit this, clonks him on the leg, gets away from him, so the batters take two. Well, he does give it a rub. He said, I might be Mr. T, but if it hurts, it hurts. So 2 runs from the start. The slinger, Vignesh. Well, this is quick. It's in the air. It should be taken. Oh, and he won't get there. A little bit slow going, I think, Indran, the wicketkeeper. Vignesh can't believe that Indran doesn't get there. Indran can't believe that Vignesh doesn't want it. Vignesh starts, and then he sort of stops because he thinks Indran's going to get there. Mind you, there was a bit of traffic in the way as well. Well, we need a lollipop lady out there to direct the traffic. Batters were going one way. Wicketkeeper coming another. The bowler coming another. In the end, Indran can't get there. I mean, that's a chance that's got to be taken. Somebody had to get there. It ends up being just a single. Vignesh. Now to Sanka. He goes to play the cut shot. Just a little bit off balance there, Sanka. It needs to. He leans forward trying to play the shot where really he needs to stand still or rock back. So Vignesh gets one through him. Remember, they've got this pace attack, opening pace attack between Vignesh and Prabha. It's good delivery. This time gives him no width. Sanka happy to drop the bat on it. They won't be bothered too much about Sanka playing this sort of role, because even though he scored 24 in the first match, it took him 24 deliveries to do it. That didn't really hurt them. So if this is the role Sanka's going to play, they won't mind. It's this man that, if he can get going, that could hurt them. Aman Kapoor. And this time he gets into line with it. That's pretty quick, you know. I mean, a lot of people have been saying on the chat, and I agree with them, that Vignesh here and also Prabha, Paki Prabha, are probably the 2 quickest bowlers that we've seen, not just in Group B, but probably in the series so far. And they are generally quick when they get it right. And that was a quick delivery. The only thing is he's got to get the line right. I mean, we know all about that from Shazad, who's the quickie for Cologne CC. Sherry Fuller Shazad. I mean, he bowls probably not that far off in terms of speed from what probably Vignesh does, but he drops it a little bit too short. And I just think on this surface that if it's short, then the ball just holds up a tad. It gives the batters the opportunity to get into position and put the ball away to the boundary. Score 5, and well, 5 is also the number we're talking about, because it's 5 matches now since our last golden ball. Remember, we did have that golden ball, and it was an absolute cracker, and it was one that was won by the batting side, and it was Cologne CC that were the team involved in it, 93 to 93. But unfortunately, they ended up on the losing side as VFB Glencrushen. That's the only match that they won, and it was a golden ball match. So that's their highlight. And Mohammed Awais was their hero, a man who, well, he was hero one day, and then, well, he was a villain or Mr. Nobody the next. This one could have gone through, but he just gets a little bit of extra movement when he doesn't want to. Mahindra just trying to G his troops up. There's a slight change again with Thor Ilkonda to bowl this one. So they're holding Prabha back. They've done it before a few times. This is well hit, and the fielder, no mistakes. Didn't see him there for a moment. I mean, with the black on, he was sort of camouflaged where the scoreboard is, the electronic scoreboard. He came out of nowhere. It was almost like he came out of the scoreboard to field that one. Thor once more. Oh, well, he's in the action again. Can he take the catch? He does. We know he's there now. We blew his cover, but it didn't make any difference because the catch had been taken. Dinesh, well, I mentioned that he's been Mr. Consistent with the bat, and now he's taken the catch as well. And, well, this is, I said he was hiding out there. He was camouflaged in the score box, but when he came out and he made the stop earlier, they knew he was there, but they still put it straight down his throat. So the first wicket goes down. And it's Aman Kapoor. He's going to be a little bit disappointed there because he hits this pretty well. But Dinesh, no mistakes from him. Good catch. And just like that, the change in the bowling attack means that Thor, he throws the hammer and it gets the wicket of Kapoor. Nice catch. Dipping. Not easy. The other thing around this ground is, I know that we are playing with the white ball, but I don't really think it makes a big difference. I mean, it's literally surrounded by beautiful evergreens, trees, bushes, etc. And you've got to do well to pick the ball up sometimes. And when it's hit flat like that, it's particularly difficult. So that is a really good catch taken there by the man out on the boundary there, Dinesh. New batter comes in. Takes guard, 7 for 1. Nicely stroked out on the off. They decide not to take the run, and understandably because Mahindra, he can make special things happen, can the captain of the Boosters. Just gets a gentle throw back into the bowl, and you can see there if they had attempted the single, the striker was not going to make it back. Bowler Thor just gets a bit of encouragement there. Tholikonda, the name. Srikant Tholikonda once more. This one he angles it in, and well, it doesn't have any clue where this is. Does the batter? It's a pretty good delivery. Goes a bit wide from the crease, and can Dhani finally get his series started? They keep going with him. They keep sticking with him. So he can't turn around and say he doesn't get the opportunities. Can he finally show his class? Sankar's the man, though. He's on strike at the moment. And he just clips this away. Does he get a bit of bat on this? Well, the fielder doesn't get any foot on it. Let's have a look what the umpire gives. No leg buys. So that's 4 leg buys. No bat. Well, fielder, I'm so glad the fielder doesn't get his foot on this, you know, because this is the one that he could roll his foot over. This would have been nasty. Oh, dear, I hate to see that. And, you can get some really nasty injuries. So 4 leg buys will finish the over. And the score moves on to 12. So 12. They've got that 1 wicket though, haven't they? Got the wicket of Aman Kapoor pretty early. And we're just having a look at the tables there once more. And of course we know that Glenton Krishnan, they will not play a part in the quarterfinals. As we know, they're the reigning champions. Well, they are still the champions because nobody's won this yet. So until that trophy, that magnificent trophy from Locker Lifestyles has been presented to somebody else, Bon Blue Stars are still the champions, but they will not play in the quarterfinals either, which is quite amazing. What an amazing story that was, because they finished 5th in Group A. And Vignesh continues, but this is down the leg side. A good call there from the umpire, Monica Loveday, liking her introduction to this series. And another man that I'll introduce to you now. He's coming back into our microwave, and it is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
He's hotting up in the cube, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, always like to see the slinger out there, Vignesh. Can he get it online? He was a bit short earlier, I mentioned that, but he's been a little bit better this time. Yeah, just as a batter, you see it late when Vignesh is hurling them down at you. I think it's really effective action. It's funny, I mean, I think it's actually a really good way to bowl. no one's really ever coached that way, right? I think hiding the ball as long as you can and slinging it through, the old Jeff Thompson style, is a pretty good, efficient way to do it. This is played nicely off the back foot. This is going to be 4. Well, that's just pure timing. And we've been waiting, haven't we, to see a bit of a counter-attack. And this is Sanka. That's a beautiful looking shot, really. And when he does get going, Rico, he can make it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about stroke play, when this guy starts stroking the ball around, I mean, yeah, there's no one better, really. He plays such beautiful shots. But when he tries to put the effort in, when he tries to force it, that's when he lets himself down a little bit. We saw him play an attempted cut earlier when he went into the ball. He rushed into the shot. The difference between that one and this time around, well, this time he lets the ball come to him, and it's a lovely flow of the bat.
Yeah, really good cricket shot. And this time he just uses the pace and deflects. He'll get 1. Good batting.
Intelligent. Prabha making the stop. Gets the 1.
So yeah, Sanka just was a little bit off this morning, wasn't he? In his timing. 25 off 25, made batted for a while, but yeah, just couldn't get going. Had a frustrating kind of a time there, I think, when he hit 2 boundaries. Over to Dani. You're right, it's about time. Can't deal with this, but it's a pretty good delivery. It really lifts off the surface.
That's good. He's been bowling with some wheels here, you know. Big Nesh, I think he's bowling quicker, a few clicks quicker than what he did in the first match. And the other thing about it is, sometimes when he does try to bowl quicker, because of that slingy action, he ends up going a little bit too wide outside off and maybe a little bit short. But this time around, he's right on the money.
Straight pull, and this will be 4. Yeah, he's no long on, long off back. So it's not an easy shot at all to a guy who's hurling them down like this. So, well, there's a bit of a sign of class from Dani, who somehow manoeuvres this one back into the sight screen.
Yeah, it's almost like a straight pull from Dani. So that will give him a bit of confidence. He certainly needs it because not too much been happening while he's been out there in the middle. So he gets a boundary. Now, can that be the telling point? Can that be the one that he now feels, okay, I'm feeling good? I was the one who's saying that if I were him, I'd be going, because of all the opportunities I'm getting, I'm just thinking every time I go out here, I'm going to attack. I'm going to play my shots because what I've been doing at the moment isn't working. Go out there, be brave, attack, try and get quick fire runs, try and feel the bat onto the ball, get the timing right, get the ball off the middle, and hit myself back into form. Well, maybe that shot will do it. Big Nesh will have other ideas. Takes a single.
Yeah, I'll just get 1 here. So a pair of 7s out there now. And so, yeah, that's the end of the power play. So, yeah, I mean, they're right on the pace, aren't they, at the moment? And they have had to deal with some pretty decent bowling, no doubt about that. 24 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, they're ahead where they need to be at the moment. I think at the 3-over point that their opponents, the Boosters, were going at 16 for 2. But remember, they had that disastrous start. They lost 2 wickets in the first over. Dani taking 2 for 2 in the first. So they're not blasting their way. I thought it would be maybe a like for like, and then take the opportunity to get their revenge. Well, revenge is still on their mind, but I think they're happy enough to do it patiently. 24 for 1. Looks like it will be Thor to continue. He was a successful bowler so far that picked up the wicket. Can he get another? He's going to be bowling to Dani, who's trying to get himself in form here.
There is Thor. Yeah, that's gone miles. And is going, and gone. Maximo, well, watch out up there in the tower because the Kookaburra's about, and that one almost took out our cameraman there. And look, guess who? Is Dani finally waking up.
Yeah, Dani wakes up, and well, Dennis, good job he's awake, because he needs to, I think, maybe just maneuver himself away from that one. Dennis, you okay up there? Let's just wait, see if we get a reaction from Dennis. Maybe a thumbs up. Oh, nothing as yet. Dennis, where are you?
Uh-oh, might have blown his thumbs off.
I'm getting worried. Even the umpires are worried. They're just holding play for a minute. Saying, Dennis, you there? Are you there?
As long as it didn't knock the camera button off, we'll be fine. All right, here we go. Push and run. They both go straight away, and just wasn't in a position to get balance, was he? Thor Laconda. Scramble through for a single. That shows me. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's got to be Dennis. I know his little bracelet.
Dennis is good.
Dennis.
Yeah, he's thinking, hang on, Rico, give me a chance. I've got one hand on the camera, one hand on the emergency exit. I've got to get back into
How
place.
good are our production? I mean, that is next level production we're able to provide in European cricket. This is smacked pretty hard, but I think should be fielded. That is fielded down there by Thivakaran. Yeah, so Dani, remember Apu Murali saying in the chat a while ago, saying remember the name. Well, we've seen it, but we've seen it coming and going more or less.
Yeah, the name's been up there. We've been calling it every day, every time more or less, because they've stuck with him. But now maybe he's going to deliver. Well, talk about deliver.
Yeah.
This is a Gundy ball, and it's a case of, well, here you go. You want to hit yourself into form? I'll have this one. Well, he didn't have to play at this. I mean, how high was it for a start? Does it get called a no ball?
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, it does get called a no ball.
It's a good call.
Spot on there from Monica
I didn't think it was that
Loveday.
high live, actually, but yeah, it certainly was.
Yeah, gets smashed as well. I
This-
know he comes into it, but remember, he's a fair bit off the ground. Good call, I'm liking that. So it's a free hit. And Dani, well, he gets a freebie that he smashes away, and now he's got the license to go the full Monty. Free hit.
Yeah, well, that one might as well have been gift wrapped with a big pink bow on it. I mean, that was a present. And yeah, smacked it for 4.
Can I have a purple bow? I like purple
Swinging and
bows.
missing
Free
here,
hit.
Dani. Look,
He
I
misses
can
out
see the
this one.
future. Because he couldn't get out, he didn't even watch that ball, I think. He was always just going to swing wildly at this one. But there was no real technique to it. I love being right. Lakonda gets away with that one. He's been pretty good for the most part, though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just a momentary lapse in the high full toss. There's another full toss. This one will be wide, not high. So, yeah.
Gets a few of the jitters here, does Thor. Come on, back on it, is what they'll be saying. Come on, just land the hammer blow. They want the hammer blow from Thor Lakonda here. Let's see if he can deliver. Well, this one just stays a little bit lower. We haven't seen too many misbehave. But that one doesn't quite come up as well. But whether he just rolls the fingers on this, is that something different?
Sometimes it hits the seam. It's the seam scrambled, and some, seam movement we associate kind of left or right seam movement. Also, you get up down seam movement sometimes. Last ball of the over coming up. Better one. I think he's got
him.
Yeah, this is a return catch, and I thought for a second it could have been a bump ball, but it certainly came off the bat of Dani, who doesn't survive the over in the end. Well, he's 18 and out, so that's going to be frustrating, but does get them in a pretty good position pretty quickly because he only uses up 12 balls to make that 18. That is the end of the 4th over. And Thorlakonda finishes with a second wicket, 2 for 16 for him, and after 4, it's 38 for 2.
Well, he does throw the hammer. And he takes the catch, and isn't he delighted about it? Because Dani was taking a liking to the Thor. And Thor says, well, look, it's time for me to deliver. Time for me to get another wicket. And just like that, at the end of 4, it's 38 for 2.
Yeah, so some positive signs, I think, there for Dani. And also, I think he'll be able to look back at that innings and see the shots he played well, the shots he did not so well, and really pick out a couple of technical things as well. For example, the free hit, kind of completely lost his form. But he looked good when he held his shape, and he actually didn't try to hit the ball too hard. But he'll be disappointed, but at least that's something going into tomorrow, no doubt about that. And Clone CC, well, they're kind of the masters of splitting their series, aren't they, as well? We know that that's been a pretty common occurrence for them, and that's what they'll be hoping to do here against the Boosters, who in themselves could be getting their 6th win on the trot. So they're trying to break the Boosters winning streak.
Yeah, it's like you said, you want to go into those quarterfinals with wins behind you, not defeats. That's why it's such a big one for Clone CC. But now the Boosters, having taken that wicket, we're going to see Prabha come into the action. And if you thought Vignesh was spicy, this guy can deliver.
Yeah,
and I think he's due.
Absolutely,
I do think he's due.
They've got lots of depth, I think, mentioned not only in batting but also in bowling. And so, yeah, he's certainly one of my favourite players. Was last year as well. Just always gives 100% for his team. Here he is steaming in. And with a slower ball first up, he's clever. And it looks like Panwa, who's out there, who pretty much runs one himself, runs halfway there, halfway back. And I think he's saying to Sanka, hey, that's my call. It's behind square, so if I think I can make it.
Look at the breaks. The breaks here are go on failure here from Panwa.
He's actually dead right, because it's behind square. So Panwa's saying, yeah, it's my call, let me go. I'm going to the danger end.
Oh, look, he's furious. And
lucky
I
I'm
agree
not
with
a
it. Look, it's his call, isn't it?
Yeah. Lucky
Anything behind it, it's his call. He's running to the danger end.
Lucky I'm not a lip reader. I'll tell you, yeah, so theory tells you that if it's behind the batter, then the non-striker calls. So if it's behind square leg or behind point, the non-striker calls. But I think there are a couple of exceptions to that. Oh, it's a little poke this time. Pick up and throw. Really good bit of fielding there by Masakaran. But it will be a single. Yeah, but I do think there are some exceptions because sometimes if you hit it pretty much sideways or just behind square, as a batter, if you're looking at the fielder, you actually have a better idea of if it's hit straight at the fielder or not. So then you actually probably in a better position to judge that angle than the non-striker.
So what are you saying in that case? You don't go with the call?
It's a bit of a grey area.
Yeah.
So I think you have to be really confident. If you hit it really hard and straight at a fielder, to just be very, very loud and if you're basically overruling the non-striker on their call because you've got a better look. And it's normally shots like that one where he's turned and he's actually looking in the direction that he hit the ball.
Yeah.
But it's just something that I noticed because, okay, the non-striker, yeah, they normally have a better look behind the wicket if it's like very backwards. But sideways, it's very hard for them to tell, for example, have you hit it straight at that fielder at point or is it away from them? So as a striker, you do have a better look at those. It's kind of a finer point of running between the wickets. It's quite high level stuff. Prabha, been good so far. There's that slower ball again, but it goes wrong. And this one is going to just cost him one. Well, he's lucky to get away with just one there. This is pretty high as well, you know. Let's just see how high it is. It's dropping that time. It's off the end of the bat, but I think Sanko will be pretty annoyed. That kind of sums it up for his morning. That's one that really should have disappeared into the car park.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm the captain here, if I'm Mahindran, I'm going to have a little chat with Prabha and say, hey, I don't know what's going on with you today, but forget these slow balls. You're all about pace, and I want to see that pace. I want to see the fire. You know, yeah, keep that slow ball, but keep it as a surprise. I mean, bowling it the first up here, the very first ball, is no longer a surprise. He did that in the last match. So, you know, you want the element of surprise. So I want quick, quick, quick. And then once you bowled 3 quick deliveries, then the batter's thinking, when is that slow ball coming? Is it going to be the next one? But if you've bowled it already, if you bowled it the first ball, you've done it. You've cooked it already. So I think I'm Mahindra and I'm saying to you, hey, I want to see pace. I want to see fire. A bit of chin music maybe.
This one is pulled and it is going to be caught, but it's going to be caught the wrong side of the board up Maximo. Well, he seemed to get less of this, funnily enough, but I think there's probably a bit more pace on the ball. He goes across, it's down towards the bottom of the bat. That was pretty well taken, but there's no doubt that he was miles over the boundary. 6 runs, end of the over as well, 48 for 2, and Clancy C looking pretty good in this chase at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that's 10 off that one, just like that with that 6. And Sanka, it's nice to see him getting one out the middle of the bat and sending it over the boundary ropes because he was tiki-taka, wasn't he? The first time around in match number 1, too much tiki-taka, not enough boom, boom. Well, that one goes boom, and he gets the 6. So the captain, Mahindran, just having a look around and say, right, who's going to stand up for me here? Who do I go with? Well, Thiva not a bad choice. He bowled very well in the last match. And, picked up 2 for 9, and he's been asked to respond and try and get a couple of wickets for his side.
Where are they going to turn to now? See, this is where I'd probably throw Mahendran in.
No, Thiva I like this call.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, 2 for 9 in the first one.
Yeah, okay, that's fair, but I think you don't want to wait too long before you slow the pace down if it keeps going this way, I suppose is what I'm saying. And yeah, probably got him up your sleeve as well. They've got plenty of options, but I just think it might be time to see something a bit different, but you're exactly right. And it might have worked here because this is in the air and it is going to be dropped. Well, it's a pretty good effort. Had to get very, very low there, didn't he? That's Rajakulasingam Tanesh. And that's the kind of one that felt like probably needs to stick if you're going to work your way back into the game. He's annoyed, isn't he, that he hasn't held on to it. It was a pretty tough one.
Well, there was a fail. He said, hey, we got that wrong. Let's do it again. Look, here we go. There's the fail coming up. And then they miss each other here. And he said, oh, wait, we missed. Let's do it again. Come on. Give it to me. He doesn't want to look at him, but he gives him the 5. Good Yorker.
He's got... He's missed the catch and then has missed the high 5. It's more of a low 5.
It's a low 5.
The down low.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the captain, Mahindran, saying, hey, no point taking him on the other side of the rope. You want you to take him this side. It was dipping, but I think he was a little slow getting to it. I think he wasn't too sure how he wanted to take it. And by the time he got there, I think it dipped quicker than he expected.
This is going to be leg side into the gap. Long chase. That's going to be 4. So the 50 comes up. And yeah, Sanka, even though, like I said, hasn't quite hit his straps today, but he's still there. And look, remember that he certainly is one guy that in a chase, he does have his head on his shoulders screwed on pretty well, doesn't he? And right now he's doing just enough. And Tivakaran goes to the boundary this time. Panwa is there as well. Interesting conversation. Seems like they've all made up after a slight difference of opinion in the running between the wickets early. Yeah, Tiva has been at his best when he's just got a little bit of shape. He's been quite accurate today. That one was just a little bit too straight. You see, he's not really getting that movement, is he?
No, it's not happening
down
yet.
Leg side.
With that one, easy call for the umpire. Once again, a shout out to the umpire. Been absolutely brilliant, Nikhil there, and also Monica Loveday that comes into the action today. So they've been spot on all the time. And we had Wakas Ahmed, who was out there the first match, led by Rob Kemin. Just wants to do a little paddle and go here, but doesn't quite find the gap. And the good backing up from the bowler as well. Thinking, you want the runs, you earn them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Diva trying to break this partnership, and he won't. He's turned away nicely. Well, had slightly more luck fielding the ball than attempting the high five. Then Dayan Undan, he's a very interesting character. I mean, we saw him opening the batting today, and he's a guy we haven't seen a lot of. But he was telling me he's previously lived in New Zealand, in Auckland. He's been around the traps a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Maybe some of our Kiwi viewers out there, there's a few of them, can get behind him. For the boosters, here's Vasi. I'll just clean this one up. So yeah, at the moment, I mean, they haven't quite got at the pace in the chase that the booster did earlier, but yeah, it does look to me like they're in a very good position in this second innings. Clone CC trying to get some points here on day 10. They're 56 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, and they've got 2 very good batters out there at the moment. You can see that, you can always sense it, that Panwa this time around is trying to force himself to stay there a little bit longer. Manav Panwa, and we know he's a pretty good hitter of the ball once he gets going. Certainly shown us for more than one occasion what he can do if he gets going, but he can also be guilty of getting himself out early as well, and he doesn't want to do that here for his side. He wants to put in a good performance. Yesterday, don't forget, he was one of 5 batters that scored a half century, 58 of 27. So he's wanted to find that sort of form, and he's with a man who was another guy, got a 50 as well. Sanka got 58 off 27. So these two are more than capable of seeing this victory home, and that's what the captain will be hoping that they're able to do here.
There's Vasi Curran. Haven't seen as much of him with the ball lately, and well, probably that might be the reason. That's terrible. It was a face endangerer, and it's going to be hooked away for 4, I think. I mean, it was miles too high. There's no doubt about that. Panwa says, yeah, I'm not too scared. Got the grill on. And so he ends up smacking this away. Free hit coming up, and yeah, just nothing happening to the boosters. This is really their off game, isn't it? They've been so good. They've been so consistent, actually, in their performances since that first day. But yeah, right now, things aren't looking good here in match 38. Panwa said, yeah, not too bothered about that. But yeah, we'll be first warning for Vasi Curran for a high delivery. Hasn't bowled a legal delivery yet. And this is a free hit, and it's hit pretty well, and that's going to be Maximo, 6 runs. So, well, the first ball goes for legs 11, and you couldn't really have a worse start.
But this one, he just clubs it, doesn't he? That's the way to deal with a free hit. But now he's got to get back switched on. This is sometimes where his downfall is for Panwa. Now he's played that. Now he's got to go back into proper game mode. Take a single if you can. There you go. That's what I like to see. Better. Intelligent.
Showed a lot of intelligence. Yeah, you're exactly right. Even, okay, he's probably not the quickest between the wickets, but I like the fundamentals that Panwa's got. The fact he is backing up from the non-strikers, and now you just watch him. He's looking to get those 2 metres. Not leaving early, but just kind of being proactive and making sure that if the single's on, he wants to be taking it. This time, it'll just be No, B4.
No,
Yeah.
just B. What you're talking about, this is that part of the field. If you don't get down, the Tortuga is going to get you. And he gets down. He's down so early because he's aware of it. And then the ball pops up, hits him on the culo, goes for 4 runs.
I mean, yeah, the long barrier. We came a kind of ramp then, didn't it, really? Tanushan, moment to forget for him, but it looks like it won't make too much of a difference now. Just single figures required. Clone CC have turned the tables. Sanka for him, though, he's reached 25 again. But it's amazing, you know, when he's timed the ball, he's played 1 or 2 shots that have been sparkling shots today, but for the most part, he just cannot really get in any kind of rhythm. I suppose it's good when you're doing that and you're not getting out. I mean, that's something. Yeah, this is more him, isn't it? Yeah, really nice. It's a genuine leg glance. This will be 4. And so he beats his score in the first game now, moves to 29, and yeah, within a big hit of victory now.
Yeah, this is just so delicately done, isn't it? It's a very good shot. And like I say, these two bat, especially Sanka. I mean, this is when you're chasing and you're chasing a score between 80 and 90, and you've got a batter like Sanka in the midst, you're going to fancy yourself all the time because he's, without sort of going into 4th gear, he's going to win you the match, and that's what he's looking to do here now.
It's hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's a foot fielding fail, ties the scores 80 apiece, and they're running away with it now. Again, much better shot. He's balanced this time, I think. And yeah, not too much footwork, but he picks up the length pretty quickly. So Vasikaran, that went for plenty. That was a Gundy over, really. 24 came off it in total. The score is 80 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, score's tied. So anyone will do it now. And they don't, I mean, it's still a thrashing, isn't it? I think I said that it's going to be. But this morning, remember, I said I can see that all these matches going 1 apiece. So I am expecting, yes, you heard me say, I am expecting Lemgo to get one over the Black Caps as well. But this is going to plan at the moment.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the Lemgo Black Caps clash. That'll be coming in around about just over half an hour from now. Right, who wants to bowl this one? Well, they are going to go back to Divakaran. They really could bowl anyone here, because I got a feeling this game is almost over. Hendren still believes he's coming to a short cover to try and extend things a little bit. They will get there. We're not the best shot that Bunwan's ever played, but he just kind of knocks this one down to backward point. So yeah, the boosters, they'll be disappointed with the way they finished their group campaign and probably the way they started it. But in the middle, don't forget they did string 5 wins in a row. So, you know, I still think, even though that was a bit of an off game, they'd rather have it in this game than tomorrow, I suppose. They did try a few things with the batting order as well. So they finished 5 and 3. And Cologne CC, look, credit to them as well. They finished 4 and 4, and they seem to be, like I said, the masters of splitting the series. They did that a couple of times. And, yeah, well played by Sanka, who does just enough. And that partnership with Panwa, well, it's all smiles now. Had a bit of a shaky foundation in the beginning, didn't it, those two? But, yeah, Cologne CC. And they're very capable. These are the 2 teams, don't forget, they finished 3rd and 4th last year. So they won their quarterfinals but lost their semi-finals. Well, they'll be hoping that they can go all the way. Of course, they won't meet each other tomorrow in the quarterfinals because they'll play teams from Group A. We'll still have to see exactly how the top 4 looks and the order of it. And to do that, we need to play 2 more matches. Black Caps trying to go 7 and 8 and 0. That for sure. If they can do that, then they'll be chock full of confidence. But Lemgo, I mean, even though they haven't really had consistency, they have shown that they've been pretty capable. They've got a long batting order. That's the thing I like about them. It seems like they really like the T10 form of the game. Yeah,
absolutely they do. And let's have a look at these highlights. That's what I'm interested to see. And it was an opportunity early on and catch taken. And it was Aman Kapoor that went. He scored 4 before he went, and then things just started to go off the rails. I mean, Sanskar started to stroke the ball around beautifully, and getting a few shots out of it. And Dhani, well, everybody was happy to see Dhani playing a few shots. They're going the aerial route for one, and look at that one. Lovely shot, just putting all of the weight distribution going forward. But he was to go, and it was a corner ball chance from a man he was taking on. He was taking on the Thor, but the Thor, well, he threw the hammer and got the wicket. But this was not a wicket. It was a catch taken the other side of the boundary. But when he got the opportunity to take it the right side, he got it wrong. Well, he got the high 5 or the low 5 wrong there as well to Tinesh. But they did do it second time round. But look, then this man came in, a man that I really do like the batting of. I think Banwa is somebody that can really change the contents of a game. That was a poor look from the fielder as it goes to the boundary, and really once that had happened and this one was clipped away down the leg side, it was all but done. And a nice shot down the ground as well. And then, right, there we go. We're all friends now to say business is done. We're quite happy. We share the spoils. One apiece from both the sides here. Cologne CC coming back strong in this one after being blown away by the Boosters in the first match, as we have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, let's have a look at Sasanka Suncut. Well, he ends up averaging 58 for the morning, so that's not a bad day at the office, considering I don't think that he actually batted that well compared to what he's capable of, but he does get them home in the end, and Pumwa was an ally. Darnie, we saw a bit of flashes of brilliance from him. I think his stock is rising going into the quarterfinals. Kapoor unfortunately missed out. He was an early wicket, and Thor Lakonda was the man that picked up both of them in this innings, and they get there with 17 balls to spare. And the Boosters, just a clear fact that they didn't have enough runs to defend, and I think that their only hope was for the openers, Vinesh and normally Prabhat, to run through the top order, but they just weren't able to do it. Thorlakonda did bowl a good couple of overs though, 2 for 16, and just a couple of loose deliveries in there that ended up costing them a little bit. And Lester Curran's over, not one that he'll want to remember, to be honest. But look, it's all done and dusted. Both these teams have done all they can now. It will be sudden death from here on. They will be playing in the quarterfinals tomorrow. We don't know exactly who against yet. To find out, we'll have to see the last two games, 39 and 40, between the Boosters and Lemgo. Pardon me, the Black Caps and Lemgo. Anyway, we will have a bit of a break back in 25 minutes, and when we do, it will be the afternoon session. So looking forward to that. Tell you the news from the toss is that Lemgo have won the toss, and they will be batting first when we return for more ECN cricket. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me, and you are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. We are at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. Well, one of my favourite bits about this ground is this robotic mower, we like to call it Maximo. And yeah, of course, it's doing a great job, working pretty hard. I can tell you the players are working pretty hard today as well. We're coming up with the afternoon session now, and it is going to be the Black Caps undefeated against Lemgo. Now I can tell you we did have some news from the toss. Lemgo, they've won the toss and they're going to be batting first. I do think they've got a long batting lineup, but they'll be tested by the Black Caps. And Black Caps, don't forget, they topped their group last time, and it looks like they'll top it this time as well, but they lost in the quarter-final. Lemgo, new to the series, and I really like the way they've approached their cricket. They've got some experienced players in there, but they have a no-fear approach, and I think this is a great hit-out for them going into the finals tomorrow. Well, Maximo and I, we're going to enjoy the game, and Rico's in the ice cube. Let's get ready for the first ball. Lemgo winning the toss. They're going to bat. Well, over to you.
Well, Maximo with the Maximo there. Well, I don't know about what's happened there. I think the Maximo has been overshadowed by the legend himself and got the GPS all wrong. It goes into the goalpost. Well, we've seen quite a few collisions here. Well, that's another one. That's another one that needs to... another one. Well, maybe the Maximo is guilty of that one. We're going to have the ground staff after him. So if you don't find him, you know he's in trouble. He's been messing with the old the electronic gadgets here. As the Maximo. Dusseldorf Black Caps. Well, they haven't been messing around at all. They've been on a team that are on fire. They've been on a high, unbeaten. And, well, they're looking to continue in the form that they've been on. Against a team that's making their debut. And I've certainly liked the look of Lemgo. I just like the way that they go out there. I like their approach. I like the way they support each other in the field. And I'm hoping that they're not going to get overawed here by the Dusseldorf Black Caps. Black Caps are expected here by the bat versus ball wall to be 95 to 81. But I just hope they hold their own. I hope they don't get overshadowed by the situation and just go out there and think, you know what, we're in the quarterfinals. Okay, we get a couple of victories here if we can. I mean, that'd be amazing. If they can do one over the Black Caps here, I think they really will be thinking that really they can go on to cause even bigger upsets when you go into the start of the quarterfinals tomorrow and going into finals day, if they can make it so far. So a big match for both these teams. I think at the same time though, I think Majid Ahmadzai, the captain of the Black Caps, he'll want to make sure that his team continue their unbeaten record. It's a difficult one for him now, because whereas we often say, you know, if you're going to get a loss, then you be it in these group stages, especially once you've guaranteed where you're going to be finishing. And they more or less have done that. They will finish on top of the table. But do they try and change things around here? The captain say, right, we'll change things around because, you know, if we get a defeat here, it won't matter. Or is he the sort of captain that says, no, if we keep winning, our confidence will stay high. If we get a defeat here, and going into the quarterfinals tomorrow, maybe we'll take a bit of that with us. Well, a lot of things to think about, but at the moment, one thing they think about is getting things started here. Nice delivery, bit of a way swing. Malakzai, they're sticking with Malakzai, and they've gone with Iqbal here. Unlike that, Mohammed Iqbal, he finally did find some form yesterday. Scored a 50 after getting a few golden ducks. Malakzai, I just hope he be just a little bit selective. Short ball, he'll pounce, he'll hit it hard. But anything else is a little bit of that, swing and miss. Well, this one swings too much. So we'll get the wide. Welcome back to everybody on the chat. Hope you enjoyed the break. The extra half hour or so that you had there. Maybe like us, you had a spot of lunch. And, well, we went very German here today. Well, some of us did. Had a few options available to us. And I had a nice bit of schnitzel with the mushroom and creamy cheese sauce. Bowler a little bit surprised here. I must admit, so am I. I think he does okay to get that one in. Mohammed Ruhel shows his, let's just say, amusement to that decision. No real dissent from him. Barakzai. Just You see, this is the difference. I can understand, I really can understand Barrackside going up in the order, because I think it's all about getting those quick runs. But a good team is not going to feed him. A good team is not going to put the ball on his legs, or if you like, attack the stumps to him. He's too good a hitter, and he's got too good an eye for that. But put it outside the off stump, moving away, well, that's when he becomes suspect. And just joining the dots up here. So no runs on the bat, just a wide so far. And it's the same again from the experienced Raheel. Well, does he get across this time? Does he take a little trigger movement to move himself across to the off stump? He does. And all he's able to do is jab it back this time. So he gets into the right position, and when he does, he doesn't have a swing. More dots. Dot to dot at the moment. We're painting the picture. What's it going to be if you join all of these up? Barrackside. We'll hope that it doesn't end up being a 0, because at the moment, that's what he's on. Hasn't been able to get off the mark. The 4 legal deliveries that he's faced. Little shuffle for Real. It's in the same place again. It's, ooh, another tight call. Wide call. Once again, a shake of the head from Mohamed Real. I think this one probably was more than the ones before. Very, very close. Very close. You can see why the umpire's calling them. They've got to be some consistency, and the umpires have applied it pretty well. But I don't think Mohamed Real will mind this. He'll rather bowl a couple of wides than put one in the wrong place. It'd be thumped for a boundary, and there you go, straight away. That's what we're talking about. The first ball that he attacks the stumps, it gets put away, and it's a little bit of a jab shot, really. It's a do-dally shot, but he gets it pretty well. And once that past the inner ring, it goes to the boundary, 4 runs, and that's why you don't bowl at the stumps to him. And well, he wants to change it. No, come on, play the game. You've got to hit it to know if the bat is broken or not. He's only hit one, and he wants to change the bat. Well, either that, or he's just telling everybody, see that one, I did hit it. I did hit one. He's only hit one, and he wants to change the bat already. Let's see what happens here. Well, misses it. Maybe he thinks that bat's got a hole in it, because that is the 5th ball that's gone through him. So, 2 wides, a boundary, 7 on the board, and Barrackside still wanting to change his bat. Good over there from Raheel. Just that one that he misdirects. You call it misdirection. It's at the stumps. Got put away. Top batters. Let's have a look at Lemgo first. And Rizwan Babar, 96. Barrackside is out there at the moment, 74. And, well, Mudassar Iqbal, thanks to the 50 that he scored yesterday. He'd be hoping that he can keep his form going. Like for like on the other end, I think Jamshid Khan has been superb. And Majid Amazai is starting to get in the runs as well, the left-handed captain. And the man we just saw doing the bowling there, Mohamed Real, not only is he there with the runs, 77 so far, also top wicket taker for his side. Back to the action. And, well, I'm liking to see this. Oh, oh, wow. That could have been something special. That really could have. This is a really, really, really good effort. He's hit this pretty well, but not able to take the catch. And, well, this is disappointing. I'll tell you why this is disappointing. This could be a perfect birthday present for the man who's coming on the bowl here. And that is Kashif Shahab. Well, happy birthday to Shahab. It is his birthday today. Thank you very much for the cake and it's like a bit of burfi, really. It's a brownie burfi, I'd call it, with a few almonds on top, being absolutely delightful. But he should have got a wicket. The catch gets put down, so he doesn't get an early birthday present. And then, well, what happens? The next ball gets pumped to the boundary from Mudassar Iqbal. So just like that, Iqbal, well, he avoids getting another duck. It would have been, could you imagine? It would have been another golden. That would have been golden duck, golden duck, golden duck. 58 or something like that yesterday. And another golden duck. That would have been quite amazing. Well, we just stepped inside of this where we called a wide. So yeah, once again, ball badaya. Apne bowler no. Shahab Daj birthday janam da din. And thank you also for the sweets. आज तो सवेरे सवेरे इन्हें सारे नो बर्फी दी है. And well, we hope that he gets a bit of luck on his birthday, but it wasn't to be. It's that catch got dropped. Could have had Iqbal back. Swab holds. Just gets this one to dart back. Drops the bat on it. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone on to top of his stumps. Takes a long walk back. Nice to see that the Dusseldorf Black Caps are in a kit that we've seen him in before, and it is all black. Apart from a few go faster red stripes. Doesn't time this at all. Wasn't the right shot to play, but he does get a bit of bat onto it. Takes a single. Score moves on to 15. Iqbal yesterday, 57 not out of 30. That's where he found his form. As I said before, one of 5 batters yesterday that got to a 50. Sunsak from Cologne CC, he was the first, 58 to 27. And nobody's catching this. It's straight down the far end of the ground, poiked over the wicketkeeper, and 4 more runs. Gets a little bit lucky. Hay poquito de suerte ahí for Barakzai. And that's what he'll do. That's the way he'll bat. Just go on to those other contributors. So I mentioned Sanka, also mentioned Mujassar Iqbal, 57 not out of 30. There was also Oskarni Ahmed, 50, 21. Jamshid Khan as well, 58 of 19. And those were the 50 makers. There was also, Manav Panwar. He was the man that was searching for, 58 of 27 as well. We also had a 49 as well. So could have been another. And that was Cameron Khan. I mean, it was good as a 50, wasn't it? And what a knock that was from him. And when everybody else was falling all over the place. And he was 49 not out. That is the end of the second over. The score moves to 19. Nice to see the chat has been very healthy here today. Thank you to everybody for the part that you've played. And got the last 2 matches here. These 2 teams will do it again. You can see what it means to them. And Lemgo, well, they know that if they can win both, then they'll be challenging the boosters to second spot. That's where the boosters are at the moment. I mean, the Black Caps, they can't be touched at the top. Now, this is why if there's any team that can afford to try out a few things here, it is them. And whether they'll choose to or not will remain to see. Still no swing for Rahil, and this is a nice shot. Just over pitches it. Normally he gets the ball to swing in quite viciously. It's just not happening today. We didn't see it in the first over. Haven't really seen it here. Sometimes that would have swung in big. It's not happening. And Iqbal treats this one almost like a full toss. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Finds a gap. 4 runs. Ball comes back to the bowler. Rahil, what will he try here now? Very much the same, but gets the length right. Doesn't get, once again, the swing, but the length is better. Again, not quite the amount of swing that he would like. Gets it to cut back in a bit. Warmest part of the day here now. Can certainly feel the heat. And very little breeze as well. If you look around the ground, you don't see anything moving. Have a look at the background. There's nothing. The banner's not moving, the tree's not moving. So it's pretty warm. Temperatures 30 plus now. Played straight to the fielder to almost overcommit. It's a throw, and that's why you don't overcommit. Good work there And that's the captain, Majid Ahmadzai. Just good pickup, good throw. And you see the batter, he needed to be aware, needed to get the bat down pretty quickly. The umpire just adjusting the stumps. Mokas Ahmed is out there with Monica Loveday as well. They're doing a grand job, all the officials. There's the swing this time, but we might have the swing. But there's a swing from the batter as well, and it's the birthday man, Kashif Shahar, but that's his territory, and it just doesn't carry to him, but he'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to smother it. Had to make a decision. These are the toughest ones really for a fielder in the out, in the deep. You've got to decide when this ball is coming to you, right, is it a catch? And if it is, I go for it 110%, but if I get it wrong, if it does dip on me, it gets past me. So do I go for the catch? Do I try and stop it? He went for the catch and found that the ball ended up yorking him. So he's had 2 bits of disappointment here already on his birthday. First, he should have had a wicket. That it would have been a spicy catch that went down. And then, well, that one we would have hoped to have stopped it. End of the over, end of the spell. And Raheel goes for 15 off his 2 overs. He'll be quite happy with that. Would have been happy if he was able to pick up a wicket. There's not to be. 28 without loss. The end of the power play. And looks like the captain is wanting the ball here now. Tall man gets the ball to talk. Gets it to go through. Sometimes he just gets a little bit erratic down the leg side, so that's what he's looking to avoid. Well, there's a bit of a pole there from the robot. Well, are you guys fans of crypto? Well, okay, there we go. Strange question, but we'll answer that. Come on, let's have everybody get involved, and let's show appreciation for the ECN robot getting on there and giving us a little poll. It's been a bit quiet, the robot, lately. Let's see if we can get it quite active for the last 2 matches here. So, question on the chat from the robot. Are you guys fans of crypto? Majid. This is hit hard, and this is going to be 4 runs as this whizzes past the commentary box. And fortunately for the fielder, the practice nets behind us is able to stop this ball, because that is motoring. You see there bubbling past where we are, and goes for 4 runs. What a good shot that is. Beautiful timing. And Iqbal looking now here to ride his luck after being dropped. This is hit hard. It's going to be 4 more. Well, he's just showing his skills. First of all, the straight shot through the covers in that extra cover area. Now this one short, and he pulls it away. Delightfully played. So looking dangerous now after he gave that chance away. Wants it, and non-strike, a little bit slow to respond there was Barakzai. But it's an easy single, so now the field will have to change. Captain wanted to respond after being hit for 2 boundaries. I think he'd be pretty happy to have Barakzai back on strike. Now Barakzai, well, there's nowhere not to bowl to him, so he'll be looking to get this outside his off peg. Barakzai will be looking to send it over cow. And he tries, but he goes. Good delivery, full, straight, and it knocks him over. Dande Jagaditte, Majid Ahmadzai ne. Good delivery, and well, you knew it was coming. And that's something I think that Barakzai, it worked earlier, I think, in the series, but as the teams have watched each other and watched players, I think those that have weaknesses, well, they'll be drawn out. And Barakzai, we know what his weakness is. If you bowl full and straight, just like that, he's going to go across the line looking for the big shot, and he's going to go. And he's just starting the last few innings that he's had. He's not been effective in that way. I mean, normally he gets quick runs big runs quickly at the moment. I mean, you see there 8 of the 9 balls that he faced. So they're starting to clock onto him. So maybe we might see some changes from Lemgo as they look set to go into quarterfinals tomorrow. But the captain gets a breakthrough. I think he's far happier bowling to anyone other than Mudassar Iqbal, who took a liking to him. New batter comes out. Hassan Ali made good contributions yesterday. Was involved in a good partnership with Mudassar Iqbal. In the air, doesn't time this well, and he's probably lucky he doesn't, because Venkat Ganasan is lurking on the boundary. Ali gets off the mark straight away, hands over to Iqbal, who rode his luck, was dropped early. It was Praveen Ganasan that wasn't able to hold on to what would have been a spicy catch. And since then, well, he's been blasting the ball to the boundary, but has his luck run out? Yes, it has. He goes for the long flat hit, and that's got to be Jamshed Khan. Nobody else out there patrols that boundary so well, and he certainly was the man of the moment yesterday. He had a brilliant day with the bat. He was scoring runs, and with the ball and in the field, he was taking wickets and taking catches. Player of the match performance from him yesterday in match number 36. Scored 58 of 19, and then also took 1 for 19. And that 1 for 19 was a very spicy call and bowl. So he's one to be watching, not just in these 2 contests today, but I think also as we get into quarterfinals day, because he is a sensational player. Takes a catch, and just like that, they get the big wicket of Mudassar Iqbal. So a nice catch from Jamshed Khan, and a good time to invite Vinny Sandhu back into the commentary box, right on time. And talking about time, Frederica Constant, welcome to you, our official timekeeper. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, excited to have Frederic Constant on board just in time for the ACC as well. So certainly appreciative of their support. Here's Venkat Ganesan now, who's going to bowl over number 5. It could be trouble. Just straight enough, so it gets away from Kashif, who he's been teased with a couple down there, hasn't he? The birthday boy. Yeah. And I want to say a big thank you for the cake. I think you might have mentioned it already, but that's why I've been spending a bit of time just chowing down on that. But yeah, just did mention to him as I walked past him as well. It was a nice little birthday present. Drop catch first ball off his bowling.
Nice, was it? Come on, play fair.
But yeah, I want to say a quick hello to everyone, and get a few people saying hello to you in the chat as well. That Minajul Islam saying hello, Rico. How are you, man? Well, how are you? You good? Hey, Rico's giving me the thumbs up here. And I'll allow you to have a little bit of your schnitzel. Here's Ganesan. Yeah, he tries to get quite inventive this time. Ended up just getting in a muddle here, says Rajendran, the keeper, who I think he's actually a pretty good player. We've seen him at 4. We actually seen him kind of sliding up and down the order, but obviously they feel that in their best lineup, this is where he bats. And this good location from Ganesan getting outside the off stump. Yeah, I think although some teams will be tinkering, some teams now are pretty much settling into what they think their lineup looks like, and I think that Lemgo is kind of one of those. It goes back and cuts and finds the gap, and this one will test the outfield. I think that this will be 4. Well, does get a hand on it in the end, doesn't he? But unfortunately, can't quite pull it back, and that's Praveen Ganesan. So, well, one brother bowls it, and the other one almost pulls it back. You see it just hopped up a little bit. All he does, get a finger on it, will go to the boundary. And so, Rajendran, 3rd time lucky for him. So quick hello to everyone in the chat, of course. Now there will be a slight drinks break after this over because the heat's gone up to 30 degrees. As this one is on the top edge. Handled finally. It's Puneet Kumar down there, I think. Nice throw back. So Lemgo, we know they like to attack. They've got this long batting order. And that's what we've seen them so far. But also, I think, Rico made a really good point. There's Barakzai, for example. Because these matches are televised, the teams watch them and sometimes they have their tactics worked out. Well, this one is hit, and, well, there's only one man that might have caught that. It's Kashif. He normally can reel a few in, but not even he can get above this one. Maximo! And well, that's Fletch down there as well. We saw him attempting one the other day. He's a bit slow to get moving there, Fletch, but the score is moving. And at the end of the 5th over, it is 50 for 2. And we'll take this opportunity to say a quick hello to you guys and say, well, thanks for joining us today on ECN. It's the last day of group action. Tomorrow we have quarterfinals. On Saturday we'll have the semi-finals and the bronze and then the final. And then Monday, I know you'll take a break, but I'll be in Belgium with Charlie Hunt. Looking forward to that. Now, one thing we haven't done today yet is we haven't done a lurker call out. So I'm going to say, if you are watching and maybe you haven't really had the chance to get in the chat, or maybe you're busy, I understand that. We've got a few lurkers out there. We want you to come at us. Are you ready? Here we go. Come at us, 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 come at us. We love when we do these lurker call-outs because we actually find that people are watching from all over the world. And maybe we don't hear from them all the time. I know a lot of people are watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent as well.
Yeah.
It's certainly great to see that people are enjoying this, whether they're in Europe or not.
Yeah, look, you know who you are. You're probably one of those people, and we know so many of you. It's on, you're watching it, you're doing other things, and you don't normally get involved in the chat. But look, just take a moment at your time. Just say hi, tell us where you're from, get involved, and let the chat say hi back to you.
We just do one a day, right? We do one lurker call out a day, and so we're doing it now. And so let's just have a look through the second half of this innings, exactly who is lurking on this Thursday. And it's shaping up to be a really interesting series here, isn't it? I mean, of the 8 teams that we'll see tomorrow, I feel like anyone could win it.
You're absolutely right. There's nobody that jumps to mind and say, yeah, they're going to struggle because they're much weaker.
And you know the funny thing is that last year you probably felt at this stage that the Bayer boosters had made it, and you felt like, oh, they're going to struggle. They're running into the Black Caps in the quarterfinal. They knocked them off in a golden ball. So it just shows you, even when you do think that a team maybe is going to struggle with a matchup or something, you'll get a surprise. And there's for no doubt tomorrow we're going to see some surprises, I think, in the quarterfinals. Only 4 will survive to Saturday. Let's get back to the action. Players out a quick drink. Majid Ahmadzai will bowl the next over. Low full toss. Oh, he's always running around this. We'll get a load of this one first up. That's Sudipro Ray. And then he still can't pick it up even though it had stopped. And then he throws. That could be the worst piece of fielding ever. Probably because there's 3 separate mistakes that he makes. Look, first he runs around the ball, and then when the ball had stopped, he tries to pick it up, and he doesn't. And then he throws it away from the keeper. It was a shocker of a throw. But anyway, I think probably, how many did they run then? I'm guessing 2. Anyway, big fan of Sudipro Ray.
Big swing and a miss.
At least if that's the worst error you make and it only costs you 1 run, well then,
it's not so bad.
It's not so bad. It was just comical how he made 3 separate errors in the one ball. Get him out of the way. One thing, I mean, it sticks out because actually the fielding in European cricket as a whole has just been one thing that's improved out of sight, I think, in the last couple of years.
A few people getting in the chat. I'll leave you to call those out, Vinny. I'll keep an eye on the... Well, I'll keep an eye on the action. It's good job, Majid. He sort of kept an eye on the action as well because he nearly runs straight into the batter here. Look, wants to get the ball and look, say, hang on a minute. Come on, play fair. Well, you don't want to go into that man there. It's a big unit, is Hassan Ali.
Yeah, we've got a few lurkers, as expected. And I want to say a quick hello. Obviously, Sundori's there, or ILMF, as he's known now. Does tend to change his username a little bit, but hello to you.
Shot. Well, this ain't going to be stopped. That is travelling. And there's not too much distance that Van Gat had to cover there. But this is just hit so well. Timed beautifully. And, this whizzed.
Well, that was hit so hard. I thought he might break the ball in half. I mean, he absolutely collared that one, Hassan Ali. That's their approach, isn't it? And they're not really in wicket trouble here either. They bat all the way down to about 9 or 10. Let him go. Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, so I want to say a quick hello also to Faisal Ahmed, to Charlie Hunt, who is joining me on Monday. He is lurking at the moment, saying they're talking about how Venkat Ganesan was a key part of the German attack in the national team a few months ago in the Tri-Series in Krefeld. So, yeah, big 2 overs from him. That's true. And I think, the way things are shaping up, I actually think he's more of a bowler than a batter in this form of the game, considering the lineup that the Black Caps got. Not that he's obviously a very, very good batter. Technically, he's very, very good. But I just think that you can use him maybe a bit lower down as a bit of an insurance policy. I think you don't want to die wondering. He can bat anywhere in the order. That's the thing. So I just think taking on the power play might want more of an over-the-top, out-and-out hitter in his place. But we'll see what they do this afternoon.
Bit of a change in the field from the bowler there. Majid Ahmadzai just wants a little change after seeing those attempted shots from Ali. This one's hit pretty well. Watch the bounce, and well, it can't. It skids through, and the fielder was just hoping that he gets lucky. Maybe it just holds up as it hits the deck, but it don't. It just speeds away. I like the intent here from Ali. He's taking him on, and at the moment, he's either finding the gaps or he's finding the range.
He's got that little shuffle, doesn't he, when he kind of comes at the bowler, and he has picked the gap a couple of times. So he moves to 16 in his first 6 balls faced, and with 6 overs down at 61 for 2. Also, I want to say hello to small lurkers like Shan Ali, who's watching from Pakistan, and Mazhar Butt saying love from Jammu and Kashmir. Hello to you, Mazhar. Hope you're well. PK saying, don't forget, it's Peacock Friday tomorrow. We won't forget. Don't worry about that. PK, great to have you with us as well. And Raja Shaker is back from Denver. I think he's watching from Vancouver. So, yeah, that's a long way away, isn't it? So hello to any Canadian viewers. I know we've got a few. Say hello to Archie. He's watching from the UK. Just got in. Well, nice timing. Came just in time for the lurker call out, Archie. And so, yeah, we'll keep an eye out for a few more lurkers. If you haven't yet, drop us a message. ECN European Cricket Network. So now back to Rajendran, who's going to face up, and he'll be facing a guy who has had quite a few highlights this week. It's Gaurav Gupta.
Oh, he's got him. Well, I don't know which line that Rajendran was playing this, but this was almost watching this wicket fall in slow motion. He just totally misses it. And I think, looking at it, the way that it pans out, looks like this hits his leg stick. Well, let's wait and see. Does he play all around this?
He waits and waits. I just think the ball never arrives. You know, he definitely plays across it. We'll check it out in the replay. And Gupta, he's not trying to bowl this express. Yeah, I mean, he's so early through that shot. Look, he plays a shot here, and now here's the ball. So he's just completely been done like a dinner there, Rajendran. He's gone for 8. And Lemgo now loses a 3rd wicket, 61 for 3.
Yeah, what a good start that is from Gupta. His first ball, rewarded him with a wicket. And the story behind this is, well, bowl at the stumps. That's what you got to do, bowl at the stumps. Well, there's not a bad man to be coming in at this time. Rizwan Babar, somebody who can certainly give the ball a big smack. And certainly, if he gets hold of sort of, 10 deliveries here, he can really accelerate this score.
I like the way he abbreviates his name on his shirt, just a GRV, Grub. Think about one. Well, jeez. Look at this. You can't really see the angles as well as we can see it. But think about one, and then the bowler the batter gets in the way of the bowler, you see, who then tries to back up the ball. And then, so you say, okay, I'm not going to get run out. But then another fielder comes and says, well, I didn't knock into you. I want to run you out. And then he runs into the bowler. So the social distancing definitely wasn't being adhered to on that occasion. That was a funny one. Maybe the bowler was saying, look, don't run him out. I knocked into him. And he did that by actually knocking into the guy who was about to throw it. Gupta, very good start for him. So
ground.
Yeah, just be a single. So yeah, going back, I want to say hello to Danush, who's watching. He's watching from India, but he's found a way to get into the chat. He's just found a way to kind of, let's just say, be creative with his location on the internet. There's a way to do that. Yeah. So hello to you, Danush. It's really nice to see you. He said had to get on the train when called.
Okay, this is going a long way up. Who wants it? The bowler says he does. I don't think he made the right call, and that's why. That's got to be keeper's catch. And he's upset with himself because he knows he called it. He knows he called it. He's the one who pulled the keeper away from it. I mean, look, it would have been a good catch. Yeah. He's now thinking, what have I done? What did I do? Yeah, that's the apology. He says, I know.
He knows.
I know.
Well, I suppose there's one guy that can overrule the keeper. It's the bowler, because he's the guy who's going to have to wear it if he drops it. And he almost actually wears it between the eyes. Gupta. He might have still had the cake on the fingers there, but yeah, he calls it early, and he was desperate to catch it himself.
He just adrenaline was flowing, but he knows he made the wrong choice.
Yeah, he will get on this. No, he won't. I was going to say regrets. I've had a few. The old Frank Sinatra song, and I knew as soon as he called that. I think he knew himself, but I think once you call it, it's pretty hard to reverse it. So The funniest thing was that Niraj Patel behind the stumps, he had the best seat in the house. He was about 2 meters away, saying, "All right, off you go. Do you want to borrow my gloves?" And well, the next one will be a tight single, but it will be. And guess who? Sudhir Ray. Well, he's not having a great time at the square of the
I
wicket.
reckon he's on whatever the Maximo is on at the back there. Whichever GPS system that's working on when you did that introduction, I reckon Roy is on the same thing.
65 for 3. And this is what's coming up. I think we mentioned already that we'll be in Belgium next week. Nice to see Luke in the chat as well today. Good to have you back, Luke. And I want to say that I'm really excited to go to Belgium because we missed out there last year, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. We had to abandon that series. But we are back, and we did have a series in 2020 in Belgium, but it was just a 2-day series, and the weather was a bit iffy at that time of the year as well. 5 weeks in Spain. The weather's going to be great, isn't it? We've got 7 days a week of cricket, so if you do love your cricket, and obviously you do if you're watching, you will love that period. It'll be the busiest time of the year. And then, well, believe it or not, looks like we'll have 2 days off, the 15th and 16th of October. So that's twice as many as we normally get. And we'll be in Croatia for a week. And then it looks to me like we'll probably have a couple of weeks in Malta, and then could have an extravaganza in Barcelona before the end of the year. And that's going to be nice for us. It'll kind of bookend this 2 years because we started Rico together with the first 5 weeks in Barcelona last year.
We did, yeah.
And Pack Care didn't win that series. It was Catalonia Tigers that won it.
There was quite a few though, wasn't there, Barcelona? I mean, Pack Care.
Yeah, so you're thinking
one. That's the year.
End of 2020, there was some towards the end. But as far as you and me together, we started 2021 with 5 weeks in Barcelona, and we could finish with something like that this year. And we saw 24 teams the last time. I'm not sure we'll see that many, but I believe we should see about 16 teams. And the other exciting thing is originally the season was scheduled to end on, I think it was the 3rd of December or the 4th of December. Now it looks like we'll go an extra week. So we'll actually go well into December. So yeah, maybe something like the 11th or 12th. And the season this year has gone from 43 weeks to 45 weeks. And so it's quite incredible actually, the amount of cricket. We do sometimes gloss over that, but this is an unprecedented thing that we're doing here at ECN.
Thing, isn't it? It is quite sensational. The amount of cricket, the amount of places we travel to. This one's been dug out.
I want to say a quick hello to Vignesh, he's from India but watching from Bahrain. Well, that's a beautiful part of the world. I can see that VW in there. Everyone knows what that stands for now in the chat. Vinny's wife saying, "Hey, baby." Well, hello, Vinny's wife.
Hey, baby. Oh, that's well bowled. Oh, it's been called a wide. Didn't look that wide from here, but I suppose when we see it again.
Well, this is the one that by the time it gets the keeper, it looks wide. But where does it pass the line, right? It's hard to say. Probably fair enough. Umpire's call on that one.
Jump shot. Trying to get things happening. It's like a bag of the Bombay mix here. You just don't know what's coming out next. This one's launched. Opportunity. And he gives up. The captain is backpedaling, and then after a while says, right, I've got a stiff neck now. I'm leaving it. Not mine.
Decides to go backwards instead of turning and running with the flight. It just fell into a perfect pocket of space, didn't it?
Back to his mark, Jamshid Khan.
Jamshid Khan's a good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's an entertainer.
It's the quicker one. So, like I say, that's why he's like a back of the Bombay mix. You don't know what you're going to get next. What's it going to be?
The end of the over. So yeah,
70
for 3. But how about yesterday with the botched run out from Jamshid Khan, Mohammad Awais, who ended up so depressed he ended up batting 11 next game. The guy that opened the batting, scored 49 not out, and scored 4 additional runs off the golden ball to win the game. 24 hours later, it had been all turned upside down. See the bowling figures there, 2 wickets for Ahmed Zayan, 1 for Gupta. But yeah, that run out, that for sure is going to hit social media, and I can't wait for the reaction to that.
Things are slowed up here. 50 for 2 at the halfway point. The next 3 overs have just brought them 20 runs, so and that's again because of the introduction of somebody like Gupta, who bowled brilliantly well. Jamshad
Yeah.
just getting another one in there. So they've got to, I mean, look, they've got plenty of wickets in hand. They've got to go for this. They've got to just say, right, okay, if we're out, we're out. Forget the danger or the worry of being out. Let's just be positive and try and really accelerate here.
They've got plenty of good batters to come. I mean, these two are pretty good as well. Baba will get going at any time.
Well, sneaks this one in, and well, Rizwan.
You never
is not
really
very
know as a
happy.
batter. You're guessing, and yeah, that's probably fine. I think it literally just sneaks in. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Perfect delivery.
He's expected it to move more, and it doesn't. It holds its line. As does
Perfect
that one.
bowling.
Oh, this is such good bowling.
Perfect.
Can I
bowling.
just run out there with your laptop
Yeah.
or something and just say, look, have a look. It's not a wide, buddy. Hit it. I mean, that's not a wide.
No,
Never.
that's definitely not. That was another 2 millimeters closer
Yeah.
to him. And so you can't believe it. And Gupta, if you can do another one of those, that'll be a perfect hat trick.
Now Yorker. Get him out. Oh, well, almost. It's a clever bowling.
Got to
from
say,
Gupta.
good umpiring as well. Really good umpiring. I think they have been good. That was one area I think maybe they might have missed a few early in the week, but they've tightened up very, very well. And yeah, you want to be harsh on the wides in this form of the game. You don't want to encourage bowlers being too defensive.
But this was a big hoik from Ali. Ali's probably a bit frustrated now because he's been off the strike too long. So as soon as he gets out there, he wants to go for the big hit, loses his shape. Well, loses everything, his shape, his balance, his head. And that's why he makes no contact with the ball. Gupta almost has him.
See, this is an interesting one. I think it still will be called a wide. It does take a step outside off stump, but it is quite a bit outside the line, right? So it misses the line completely.
I'm going to go against what you're saying
Yeah.
there. I think there's enough to say this is okay.
Yeah,
'Cause that's a pretty big step.
Yeah, but this is my... Yeah, I know what you're saying there for sure.
Like, okay, what do you do here now?
See, I mean, that if the
Ah.
last one was,
So,
that
yeah,
has to be.
absolutely.
Well, that's a square up.
Consistency. You need consistency.
Because he does take, but look, this is my point. That's only just almost gone outside the return crease. This is why I don't really like this rule, and I'm in the minority here, but moving the line, but by how much? You know, then you're completely going on the umpire's whim.
Gone, is it? Yeah, I think he
Wow.
says it. Well, he now says no, I didn't
I think he
snick
thought
it.
he was given out here.
Well, he's out anyway.
No, I don't think they're going to appeal because I think that the batter walks thinking he's been given out, but
By
he
who?
wasn't.
By
because
who?
because the keeper just says yep or something. Look, does he ever go back?
No,
Well, is he walked? But
he walked. Nobody
I don't
gives him
think he
out,
hits it.
and then the wicketkeeper comes along and takes them
Look at
off.
his-
I think he's out. He's well, I wouldn't say he's stumped. I'll give him run out here.
Yeah.
He's got to know better
you,
than to
you
keep
can
walking.
give him run out.
Yeah, he's run out. Yeah.
He's going to be gone. He'll be run out, I guess. But I mean, it's
does
an
he
interesting
sneak
one.
it? I don't think he's. Well, he may have sneaked
maybe
it.
he did and
Yeah.
just started walking. And
Because the umpire doesn't give it, he thinks,
Yeah.
okay, maybe I'll try and get back. But when he looks back, the
to
stump's
be
been
honest,
taken.
I mean, should be out. I thought for a second they weren't going to appeal, or they were going to withdraw the appeal, to be more correct. But yeah, it's a strange one. But then the other thing is, obviously, yeah. So I'm pretty sure this will be given run out, but I'm not positive on it yet. Exactly.
Well, there certainly wasn't any decision given from the bowlers and umpire.
Well, now the batter can just say, yeah, I nicked it, and you can give the wicket to the bowler if indeed he did. Anyway, kind of had us slightly confused. Well, he's almost going to have permanent neck damage from this shot. Rizwan Baba.
Wow.
Whiplash.
This is what you call almost popping the shoulder out of his socket. He throws everything at this.
Some people saying we should make a concrete wall on the wide line. I like that.
So a big swing again, but it doesn't go anywhere. So
All right, here we go. This is I don't think they could have got it wrong. They've given it as a stumping. They've
How
given it as
is that a stumping?
But because he doesn't leave his crease till he's after he's played his shot.
But he's
Right,
walking.
well, you know what?
He's on the walk.
It's fine. I mean, like, at least the bowler gets the wicket, I guess.
That is never a
That's
stumping.
crazy. I reckon that's going to get changed.
You reckon? I'm for sure. Well, Venkat is in the front of us here.
He's going to be walked out, basically. I just still think, after seeing it, he walks because he must have nicked it. And then he's like, hold on. But then, hey, listen, you walked the wrong way, buddy. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
The man who was having a laugh with us, joking a laugh, Venkat. And as Khan comes out there, does the fielding.
How's this? And the explanation in the technical group. He went forward because the batter thought he nicked it. So that's pretty incriminating as well, isn't it?
Dear.
That's why he's like, look, I wasn't trying to run. I thought I nicked it. It's not really a great criminal defence, is it? Hey, how can you say I'm stumped? I nicked that.
But if the but the thing is, batters can walk thinking they've nicked it, and they'll be given call out because the umpire says, "I didn't see it."
I've seen people walk and change their minds though. I've seen people try to take it back. They take 2 steps and they're like, "Hold on!" And they turn around and the keeper's taking the bails and like, "I actually did hit it." Oh, he's gone. It's a really good slow ball. This one by Jamshad, and with a couple to come. It's going to be the end of Baba. Did not have a good day at the office in this game, did he? 6 off 13. Lemgov hit the skids here. 75 for 5.
Yeah, good bowling from a class act. Jamshad Khan, just loving the way he's able to vary the pace of the ball, vary the line of the ball.
Yeah. So, look, they have given that stump, and why they have said that is he's not trying to run. But this is not how it works. You can be run out when you're not trying to run. Basically, if you're not stumped, you'll run out. Yeah. So it doesn't fulfill the criteria for stumped because he's in his crease and he's completed the shot and then he leaves his crease. Now, why he does that, it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. I suppose the reason it matters, it doesn't matter to the content of the match.
Yeah,
He's out.
Yeah.
I suppose the reason it matters is people have got players in their fantasy team, right? They want the points.
The only thing is it might be like 2 wrongs make a right because if he did nick it, then the bowler deserves the wicket and the keeper deserves the dismissal. So let's just let that one slide. Anyway, stuck in the 70s here, Lemgo. Here's the last ball, and it will be another wicket. So, yeah, unfortunately for Navjot, he can't move the needle. Really, only 2 players got going there. Madhusar Iqbal with 25 and Hassan Ali with 20, but no one else able to crack double figures. It's looking like that won't be enough, you'd have to say. But still, Lemgo, they'll be trying to defend this total. The final total is 75.
Yeah, they will be disappointed. A duck to finish, a golden one. Well, maybe they give that stumped. I don't know, but he's bowled and has to go 75. So basically, they only get 25 in the last 5 overs.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? 50 and 25. So they halved their speed. Well, I'm going to get to the bottom of this in the break and work out exactly.
Don't cause any trouble. Don't cause any trouble.
The on-field call was stumped. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, we're getting a bit lost in the weeds here. I mean, when it comes down to it, we knew it was going to be out, and really, this could have been out. It was going to be a birthday present for Kashif. Unfortunately, it went down, almost took the fielder's head with it, but despite a promising start, Lemgo, just couldn't stay on the pace. The Black Cats started turning the screws, and that's why I think they're the team to beat right here in Krefeld.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story of this maybe is, well, when you have drinks, this is what happens. We often say, I remember when I used to play, I used to say, come on boys, straight after drinks. Do you know what happens after drinks? Well, it's the same thing here. They were going fine without drinks, and when they took the liquid on board, it went downhill. Well, they say it's not good to drink and drive. Well, it's probably not good to drink and bat, maybe, because that's what happened. Only 25 off the last 5. And, well, there were some shots. Hassan Ali played some nice ones, but all happened in the first 5. Once he came back, well, the wicket started to fall. That wasn't a good look, was it? That was that slower delivery from Gupta. But Gupta could have had 2. He should have had 2, but he was greedy. He wanted it himself. Should have left it with the wicketkeeper, Gupta, and he knows it. And, well, this one is the wicket that he does get at the moment, because they're saying that is stumped. And if it stays that way, then it's a wicket he'll get. This man is clever, Jamshad. And what a good bowler he is. And he's the one that finishes the innings. Well, and he does it in decisive style. Navjot Singh trying to hit the last ball of the innings to the boundary. Can't blame him, really. He's got to go out there and got to try and get something happening. But they didn't, did they? 75. So it's been, well, after yesterday was the highest scoring day that we've had in the group. Today, at the moment, looks like it's going to be low scoring. Well, we've had scores of 79 posted by Clone CC. Then we had scores of 80 by the Boosters. And now we've seen this one, 75. by Lemgo, but they were doing better than that, weren't they? Only contributions there, as we said, Mudassar Iqbal, 25 of 14, continues the sort of form he's in. Hasan Ali as well, 20, but he was just starved off the strike when Rizwan Barber came in. He just couldn't get onto strike, and as a result of that, got frustrated, and he threw his wicket away. And then great bowling towards the end from Gupta, Jamshad Khan as well. Started really by that the first over after the drinks break from the captain, Majid Ahmadzai, never really recovered from it. There's the bowling figures, 2 wickets for Ahmadzai, 2 for 21. Always concedes a few, but does pick up wickets, but it's the outstanding bowlers with Gupta, 2 for 7. And then Jamshad Khan says, anything you can do, I can do the same. He also took 2 for 7, 75 for 6. As we have a look at the mid-innings summary, it's a low score on the board. And are we going to see, like we saw at the first match of the day, are we going to see this knocked off pretty quickly and pretty comfortably? That's what we've seen the first 2 matches here today. We saw match 1 being won by the Boosters. They won it with 29 balls to go. And then match 2, it was the other way around. It was Scotland CC winning it with 17 balls to go. How's this one going to pan out? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time. Rico Fool here and Vinny Sandhu, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Germany in Krefeld. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the middle here at the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. This is the Bio-Erdingham Cricket Ground, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Krefeld. We're in the second week. It's the last day of group action. Group B, we know which team will not be making it through, and well, that's VFB. Conclusion, they are not going to make it into tomorrow's quarterfinals, but we don't know exactly what the order is going to be, how the group finishes. We need to know that before we can give you the quarterfinal lineups. But we'll know a little bit more once, well, maybe this match is over. At the moment, what we can tell you is that Lemgo made a productive start in the first 5, batting first, all 50, but then that whittled away, only scoring 25 in the last 5 overs. And not only did they only just score 25, but they only lost 4 wickets as well. So they lost 6 wickets in total, but 4 wickets in the last 5. So really, they didn't really get the push on. So they let themselves down a little bit here. So they're defending 76. That's what's required by the team that is flying high at the moment, unbeaten Düsseldorf Black Caps. And joining me in the commentary box for the start of the action will be Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, who was going to try and find out some information about that stumping, run out, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
How'd you get on, buddy?
There's no doubt it was out at first, so we're kind of getting into semantics here. But I had the information about why he was out of his crease. We thought it's because he nicked it. And that was kind of a guilty thing, because he did seem to walk straight away. But apparently, Hassan Ali, because it was the end of the over, he thought he was just walking to the other end because it was the end of the over. But I mean, he did that way too early. I mean, the ball was barely in the keeper's
believe
gloves.
that at all.
I don't know if I believe that. Look, they've decided to leave it as stumped, and that's fine. I don't think it's stumped, though, and it can't be stumped because it wasn't. The reason he was out of his crease wasn't in the execution of his shot or because of the execution of his shot, right?
Gupta won't mind it.
Yeah.
Because
no, he'll take it.
Because Gupta was thinking, I should have had 2 anyway when you dropped that caught and bowled attempt.
So, yeah, just to be clear, okay, sometimes people get confused between stumped and run out. And it is relevant because, for example, you can be stumped off a wide. Sorry, you can be run out off a no ball, but you can't be stumped off a no ball, right?
Yeah.
So the distinction is important sometimes. Probably not in this case.
And get Toma. Oh, look at the movement on that. Well, we're seeing a lot of bowlers struggle to get the ball to move and shape today. We saw that from Mohamed Rial in this match earlier on in the first innings. He couldn't get the ball to do anything. Normally swings it big. Well, this man here, and get Toma is, he can get away with that to the left-hander, to Venkat, but he can't be bowling this to the right-hander. This has been his problem. He hasn't been able to get the line right, the left-armer, when he's bowling to right-handers. Tends to bowl a lot on the pads.
Enjoying the left-hander on strike. See, a little neck. Ganesan's been a little bit out of sorts with the bat in this series. Oh, this one just completely gets it wrong. Keeps swinging miles away. So, yeah, so basically, in my mind, the reason that's not stumped is because he is out of his crease, but not because of playing his shot or because of, for example, overbalancing immediately after the shot. It's a conscious movement out of his crease. Anyway, I'll leave it alone. Can I tell you about the weirdest stumping I ever got?
That you took?
That again, it's a wrong decision, but I took it. Speaking of stumpings that shouldn't have been stumpings,
go on.
This is a doozy. You'll love this one. And this was in a pretty good level of cricket. This is when I was working my way up. I think this is in 3rd grade cricket, which is actually a decent level in Australia. Serious level of cricket anyway.
Go on, tell us another wide.
So what happened was the ball, the guy was left-hander. I still remember this. I was keeping back and it hit his thigh pad and went round to like short fine leg, and I picked it up. At the circle, and I hit the stumps and ran out the non-striker.
Non-striker.
And the scorers, I don't know whether they both didn't know the rules or something, they gave it stump. They said, well, because only you touched the ball as the keeper.
So you got out the non-striker running
I
to
think
get
that
in.
I might be the only person in the world that's ever stumped the non-striker.
Find it in the book.
Oh, I'll have to find it. Oh, this is in the air. And oh, it's hanging a long time. This will be a teaser, I think, and it's going to get there in the end. So, well, I'm pretty sure that's 4. Yeah, it is. Ganesan gets off the mark.
It's quite a nifty back heel, actually. I mean, if he does manage to keep this in, it would be quite sensational. Have a look.
Yeah.
Look at this here.
He gets a little friendly bounce toward the end. Look. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if his toe
I think his toes
touched
touched, but the toes touched anyway.
Yeah.
But that could have been sensational.
Yeah, so how about that?
You got to find that because that's got to be a one of a kind.
So here's the thing. when we came off, and I was expecting it to
What
say...
about the umpires?
I was
Did they not get
expecting it
involved?
to say run out. No one really noticed.
Huh?
It's third grade. It's not quite as serious as first grade, but still good level of cricket.
This is a lovely shot. The
Beautiful
time
shot.
beautifully, and the fielder will have to do really well, and he does. That's excellent.
Textbook stuff, really.
Excellent.
Safi Rahman, not the easiest ground to dive on at this time of the year, but he does well. And even the way he stops himself before he touches the rope was very, very good piece of work.
It's good cricket all round. There's the stop, and he knows what he's got to do. He's
Yeah.
aware of the boundary.
Yeah.
But a good shot played and a good bit of cricket. to
See
make
how he
save.
turns that right foot from side to on the bottom of his foot just to stop his momentum. This one kind of goes the other way, and actually I reckon this swings after it passes the stumps, and it swings the other way. So that's why it's completely done the keeper. Rajendran, look at that. See, he's expecting it to curve out, and it goes the other way on him. Yeah. So when we came off, I saw it being given stumped. Well, I wasn't saying anything. I thought, how lucky's the bowler? Was there opening bowler?
Why is there a cap in the middle of the field here? What's happened? Somebody's lost the cap and doesn't know about it.
Maybe they tried to put
All
the
right, I'm
hat.
going to go get it.
I reckon they put the hat off the field and then
All right,
it's
I'm going.
blown on. Are you going to go get it? Here we go. Well, you don't have to worry about now because Medasic bowl sorted it out. Yeah, so Maiden Waters knows that defies the rules, but you know, sometimes things happen that are unexplainable. I was definitely taking the stumping stat. Keepers love stumpings. But our opening bowler, how lucky was he? He got an extra wicket for a ball that he bowled down the leg side and clunked off the guy's thigh pad.
But that's why we keep finding the cap. He don't know it falls off.
Ah, okay,
See?
that's what's going on.
That's what's going on
And
here.
it's the end of the first over. Score is 10 without loss. And let's have a look at the golden ball count. Remember the old days when it was up in the hundreds? Well, we haven't seen it get that high lately. In fact, I can actually tell you what it's gone off at lately, because remember it went off at 405, then it went off at 23, at 26, at 4, and at 70. They are the last 5 golden balls since we started kind of tracking this game by game.
Okay, I want to know, Vinny's wife, I know
Yep.
you're in there somewhere, what's for dinner tonight for Vinny? And
Okay.
let us know what it is, and if I fancy it, have you got room for one more?
Well, I'm a big eater. And plus, anyway, I don't know if I trust you around my wife. You guys seem to be getting on extremely well.
Yeah. Well, your wife and your
I'm just about to
your
have
wife and
2
your
weeks.
ex get on really well
Yeah, but
as well. don't they?
You're about to have 2 weeks without me, and I'll be working, stuck in the office in Rico.
You're sussing me out now.
Hey?
Just invite myself
on
round
there?
for dinner.
You'd always be
myself.
welcome.
You know?
If I indeed ever do get married, you'd always be welcome. And geez, I bet my future wife will love listening to our conversations, which will just pretty much constantly be about European cricket. Nice cut shot. And this is going to be 4 as well. It just races away. I don't think he gets a lot of this, but Jamshed Khan is so strong, isn't he? And he's strong all round the wicket. I mean, I took a proper commentator jinx to get him out yesterday.
Yeah.
And, well, he's been pretty solid so far as well. And that's a very nice opening to his account.
Thing is, though, it's an interesting field, isn't it? I mean, you know what Ratan Naika is going to bowl. He's actually been probably a more reliable bowler. He will bowl you what you want, which is outside the off, but he's got no protection out there. So where have they got the 2 men? The 2 men are straight.
Yeah. Which is telling you probably going to pitch up like that. That's a good bit of bowling. Not easy to get one past Jamshed Khan. Well, Maiden Waters, looks like she said she missed the golden ball the other night. We'll go back and check it out, Maiden Waters. I think you'll enjoy it. Even watch the whole last over. And I'll tell you one reason that you should. It starts with a drop catch that clonks on the middle of someone's head after it pops out of his hand.
That is the best.
It's worth
bit of
watching
action
just
ever.
for that. And you know what, Maiden Waters? Because I like you, I am going to put a link in the chat that you can copy, and then later on, it'll take you to that very spot. In fact, anyone can use it, of course. But yeah, definitely worth watching. So that's what I'll put in the chat right now. And that was match number 32, right?
I will tell you exactly the golden ball match. Number 32.
32. So there you go. I do these things for Maiden Waters because I think Maiden Waters is one of my favourite viewers. I like that she's recently done her rules course or laws course, right? Because she's a big supporter of cricket, and cricket's in her blood, in her family. Wow, hit, and this one's coming our way. Oh, jump! That's gone up, and it's going to go over the cube. And I think we were ready for that. I was ready for an unpredictable bounce. We got Tortuga. In fact, this bounces off the rope. Look, watch this. This is us, and there it hits the rope. And let's just say, we got the shock of our lives. See, I was going down. I was ready for it. Yeah, I was jumping into action there. I was going to look after you. Whoa.
I can't believe it went over the cube.
I can't believe it. I was expecting it to bounce up at some point, but I wasn't expecting it to bounce over.
Wow.
Anyway, he hit that pretty well. Oh, all right. Well, we're still in one piece, and more importantly, so is the equipment. It's 2 overs down. The score's 19 without loss.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking the Tortuga bounce actually saved the equipment, because I think the camera here in front would have had it.
That's fine. I mean, I'm more concerned about my laptop. You know that. But yeah, this is. We actually.
But that's what surprised me. How come you weren't leaning all over it? You normally do.
We got a taste of what the fielders have to go through when they're in this part of the ground. Have a look at the table. You can see that. Well, it's not impossible, but it's getting that way. I think for there to be too much movement upwards for them go, but. They could drop down if they were to lose twice and their net run rate was to drop below Cologne CC. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day goes on. But yeah, that was a proper Tortuga. I just had a feeling it was more to the middle of our setup, which is away from my stuff. So that's why I wasn't doing my normal lean over. I was actually just maybe going to try and field it if it bounced over the monitor. But I did not guess that it was going to go over the whole cube. Anyway, looks like everyone's coming around for dinner. Maiden Waters has just been invited over as well. I was going to say, though...
So what was it? So Korean-style barbecue?
Korean,
yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, so Maiden Waters has just done her updated kind of rules review course, or whatever you want to call it, the updated laws course. So she's up to date with everything. So that's why she was spot on, saying that the non-striker should never be out-stumped or cannot be stumped. But that was until... that day.
Well, maybe we should ask the one that we were querying yesterday. What if a batter
here we go.
defending his wicket hits the ball and it goes for 4, but not intentionally.
Yeah, because you can hit the ball twice to defend your wicket, but you can't attempt to score.
Yeah,
right.
So
I was talking about the one time I've seen a hit the ball twice dismissal was because a guy was defending his stumps legally, but the non-striker called him through for a run because it was towards the end of one day game. So of course you're thinking run. You're just thinking run for everything. And he was given out hit the ball twice, which I think was the correct decision. But then this is so obscure already, but he said, what happens if he was diving back to stop the ball hitting the stumps and he whacked it accidentally for 4? What would the call be? I know what I said.
I think they'd just go with it being a 4.
Because you can't attempt to score. You can't score.
But it's accidental.
I'll look for the water.
Yeah, we'll look it up. Well, if anybody knows, I know we got.
I suppose if the law says that you can't attempt to score, he hasn't attempted to score, but he did anyway. So maybe you can count the runs. I think I'd call it a dot. I think, you know how if it's a dead ball, you know when it's similar to if you don't play a shot and it hits your pad, it goes. Well, wait for this because this is up and it's over. Well, just over. And Rizwan Babar, he couldn't have done much more there, to be honest. It's a really good effort. Went back and threw a hand up, and Venki just gets enough on this one to get a boundary.
Oh, this is so close. Great effort there from Rizwan Babar. And Daljit finds the boundary of that delivery.
In my mind, it's a bit like the situation where if you shoulder arms and it hits your pad and then goes past the boundary, it's not 4, is it? It's a dead ball. It's nothing. Even though the ball's past the boundaries, it's not the batting team's not entitled to score. Well, they're going to get 4 here, and it's just going to slice between the keeper and the third man. That was pretty fine. So Daljit's on, trying to get something happening. Well, things are happening, unfortunately. Not in the wickets column for Lemgo.
Unlucky for Daljit there. That's the perfect delivery, I think, if you're bowling it to a lefty. Of course, he'd love to, in a longer format of the game, he probably may have had a slip in there as well. But in this format, a lot of teams tend not to, especially when you don't have too many runs on the board. So it goes past the keeper, past, it looks like Hassan Ali that's there, 4 runs.
There's going to be more runs. Well, turning into a decent power play after all. Ganesan, well, finally showing us a bit of what he can do. And we certainly know how good a player he is, but that one was asking me hit. Not a good ball from from Daljit at all.
Oh,
And
no.
so at the end of 3, it's 34 for no loss.
Vinny.
Yeah.
Vinny. Oops. Charlie snookered you. Have a look at the chat.
Yeah.
Charlie's
I
got
know.
you in trouble.
Yeah, all right, well,
You better have a word with him next week.
I can't believe I tell you what, my virtual kind of romantic life there's a lot more going on than my actual. Tell you that much. Okay, I'm looking out for the hit the ball.
Oh,
twice.
you want violin? Anybody?
I'm
want
not
to play the
crying
old
about it.
violin
I know.
for Vinny?
You know my true love's
Did
European
we just
cricket.
miss a goal? I think we missed a. Well, Danusha's saying goal. Did that go in the goal? Ah, well.
Oh, here we go. There is a rule.
Go on, tell us. What does it say?
All right. Okay.
Well, you look at that, and I'll keep an eye on
Okay,
this. at the
that's
moment.
interesting.
So
That's
who's
not what
it's
I thought,
Safi
actually, yeah.
Rahman is going to be doing
Yeah.
the bowling.
Yeah.
34 after 3. So go on, what have we found?
Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, sorry. Do you want to actually hear what I'm reading? I'm just double checking.
After this. Go on, tell us, because that should just be. a
Okay, so
single.
remember what I said, that the one that I actually saw get hit the ball twice was out because they ran, and you're not allowed to try and score off it. So the umpire gave that out.
Yes.
And I thought that was correct. I mean, that's how I have understood it ever since, right? But, just want to make sure I get all of this, right? Okay, but actually, that shouldn't have been out. What you meant to do, it is exactly like when it hits your pad and you don't play a shot.
Dead ball?
So it should be called dead ball. After you've completed one run, you should call and signal dead ball, return the batter to the original end. Same as it actually specifically says, if it goes past the boundary.
Yeah.
So it actually is in the laws, unless that's been changed, but I doubt it. It's not something they change very often to hit the ball twice.
Yeah. I suppose that's there. They say
Yeah.
once the play has stopped, because you still allow the fielding side to get the run out.
Exactly right. So you allow them to get the run out. So that's what happens if it hits your leg and the umpire doesn't think you're playing a shot, then they will allow you to run one run. And at the end, they'll call and signal dead ball as soon as you finish that one run. So what it's saying is actually that it shouldn't be automatically out if you try and run. It'll just be treated like that situation where you don't play a shot and the ball hits your body.
There you go. Now we all know.
Now you got. Well, I've learned something today.
You see.
That's how I've understood it ever since. But I still have seen it hit the ball twice. Turns out that was incorrect as well. Danush saying goal. I think we did have one between the posts, didn't we?
We missed it. We're normally onto that.
I
Well,
know,
that's because I was trying to find the menu for your place tonight. But the wife is angry now. I ain't coming. So pass on my apologies, Vinny, please. And
It's
just say I can't make it.
I won't be there
I
either.
don't want to be there when you're in the firing
Actually, I've
line.
got the
It's not fair.
girlfriend making me a roast. So
Now you've done it. You know what? Somebody's going to turn up here now, with a handbrake turn in the car park where you're not supposed to park, so the car will be in the firing line. We're dragging the kids out here to have a chat with you as this one is played out to the
wicket there.
mid wicket
one.
area there.
Yep.
Just another single.
Yeah, looks like Luke just being asked by Charlie if you might get down to Belgium. It's probably a bit tough during the week, but he says, yeah, maybe on one of the Saturdays. That'd be great. So here is Safi Rahman now. It's one of the few bright spots with the bat. Trying to break through. He hasn't bowled a bat over at all. In the end, it'll go for 6. That's 4 overs down. And they're making pretty light work of this so far. And them go just unable to break through. So in the moment, it is 40 without loss after 4. Well, your computer's overheated, hasn't it? Well, that'll be no good if you're into your social media, because I can tell you that at European cricket, there's a lot of good stuff on there. There's little things being clipped all the time from all the live cricket. You can follow European cricket, of course, on Instagram, Twitter, and various other platforms, including Facebook and Josh and Telegram and TikTok. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. Of course, you can always get in touch with me at Mr. Maximo and Rico. His details are there as well for Instagram and Facebook. And thanks, and I know you said this yesterday, but everyone that sends us messages, we are really, really thankful. I know it's a bit tough for us to find the time of the day to get back to everyone personally, but we do appreciate it. We really, really do appreciate
Yeah, we do big
all
time.
the support.
Thank you to everyone. Mudassar Iqbal wants to have the ball and get a ball. The players. Oh, this is hit up in the air. Fielders coming across. One of them's got to take it.
Oh, good effort.
Desperate effort from the fielder, diving, lunging forward.
Yeah, this had collision written all over it. I think I'm just happy everyone's okay. Well, Safi, I know they're saying, hey, what are you standing over there? He's saying, well, I saw what happened yesterday. I don't want to get in your way. I think either player was going to have to do something like this to reach it. In the end, it's Ratnaka that pulls off an acrobatic dive, but he's not able to get there. I think that, yeah, I know he's saying, why did I have to do that? Why didn't you do that? I don't think Safi could have done anything more there.
Well, that's what Ratnaka is saying. And Safi Rahman is saying, what do you want me to do? If he's going for it, well, now he's been more...
That is exactly the kind of ball that ends in a collision, because they could have both run full length and dived, and if they dived into each other, that could have been real nasty.
So played down the ground. He's trying to split the two fielders, and it's a easy bounce. Easy is the call, but the fielder still gets a decent half throw.
Ratnaka's still trying to shake it off after the impact. But it's just a guy, Madas Rickbal. Well, I think a lot of people have gotten behind him. He had 3 golden ducks on the trot, and then he was dropped, and then he came back with a half century. He's actually been bowling pretty well as well lately, hasn't he?
He's actually, he's a good cricketer, we know that. We've seen him turn on the style with the ball in the field, and then finally, like you said, finally got some runs. He was dropped in the golden today, though, that. It was the first baller that he stopped down.
Oh, yeah, no.
Pravan. It was a spicy chance from Pravan.
His 3rd golden duck, he absolutely smashed the ball. That's pretty unlucky not to get a wide for the batting team that time. They probably don't need the help at the moment. So he smashed that at Paki Prabha, remember that?
Yeah. Pulled
off a blinder. Another full toss. It's a couple in a row. This one is hit. Ganesan will grab a single.
Yeah, it's a very casual one-hand pickup from the fielder. Says, it's not getting past me, don't worry. Gets the throw in. And Madas Rickbal just counting where his men are, saying, hang on, I want you in here. So, yeah, he does get one of the leg side fielders. So he wants square leg to come inside the circle. Not sure why, because he's also bringing up the long off. The long off here at the moment now is sort of in between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. So, he's playing with fire here because he's nowhere. And that's risky.
Yeah, true. So, yeah, getting down to a fairly comfortable chase, you'd imagine. Run a ball from here. Yeah, Iqbal hasn't given up yet. This misses off, I think. Does it?
Does it miss off, or does it go over the stumps?
I don't think it goes over. Look. Whoa.
Well.
Is that a what? Just joking.
You can't believe it.
One of my favourites was when something like that happened and the ball hit leg stump and the batter said, hold on, isn't that a wide?
Yeah, where was that?
Yeah, I can't remember where it was, but it was funny. I think it might have been in Bulgaria or Hungary. Stand still this time. He'll get one. This will take us to the drinks break, and no damage in the wickets column yet for the Black Caps. They're cruising through this chase so far. It's 45 without loss. And well, once again, it's great to welcome you to the commentary Ice Cube. And geez, this Ice Cube could probably tell a few stories as well. It's been all around Europe, hasn't it? And well, we've seen something that we haven't really seen before. It was the ball bouncing off the boundary rope and bouncing over the cube. You can see there quickly before you come to us, you'll see that Ganesan and Jamshid Khan have gotten through the first 5 overs without incident. But anyway, it's a great time for you to ask us any questions you like in the live chat, of course. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full is also with me. And look, if you're new to ECN, maybe drop us a message in the chat, because I'm always interested to see when we get new viewers. And it's all the time, because I know that, you said we're getting about, it's actually more than 1,000 a week at the moment. We've added 6,000 ever since the end of the Italy adventure. Yeah. So that's in only about 3 or 4 weeks.
That's good numbers.
It's really exciting
really good
time
numbers
to be involved in European cricket.
That's all down to our family.
Yeah.
It's all, all we do is say to you, look, spread the word. If you're enjoying it, let's help others enjoy it as well. Let's grow this family.
And it's a very different model of cricket to the franchise model, for example, which also, obviously there's some very, very good cricket that's played around the world in the T20 franchises. But, there's something very different about this, because these are real cricket clubs. These are real cricketers.
Yeah.
Okay, not that these guys aren't real cricketers, but I suppose they're not really kind of hopping countries and being a bit I suppose more mercenary is the word I'd use. But
Yeah.
you know, these guys, they've got regular jobs. They're trying to build cricket in their home countries, and to shine a light on that, I just think it's a really special thing, and it's great to be involved in.
It's an amazing thing. I mean, the community of cricket, European cricket, and European cricketers that we're growing all the time is fantastic. And as we know, it's not just the players on the field of play. It's not just the federations. It's everything, and it's the supporters as well. And the fan base has been absolutely marvellous.
And won't it be exciting when we get to Khartoum? Of course, it's going to be really the jewel in the crown, really. You've got the ECL, you've got the ECC, the marquee events for the year, and the international T10 will be back on the 12th of September. Here we go with Safi Rahman. He's been forgiven enough to get a bowl. Yeah, they were giving him a bit of stick before, but I mean, we were pretty close to that, and we know that Safi, I think he did the right thing. I think he also senses there's the potential that the field is going to get in each other's way, so he just stops and says, all right, you have a go at it if you think you can get there to see that.
Yeah, remember that in the first innings, Lemgo were in the same boat. They were on 50. 2 wickets down, okay, but they were 50 after 5.
That's true. They're ahead on the comparison.
They've had drinks now. Can it be the same thing? Well, it could be, because there's a wicket straight away. He shows he stumps, and he gets knocked over. So Vancat, he does go. He tries to get a little bit funky here. Tries to do a little bit of showboating, but finds his stumps have been knocked over. So down goes the castle, and it is Safi Rahman that gets a breakthrough.
Yeah, Venkat just gets a little bit too clever by half here, doesn't he? And one thing you need, if you're going to play this shot, it actually helps if there's a bit of pace on the ball. But this isn't a particularly fast delivery from Safi Rahman. And you can see, yeah, it just really makes a mess of it. Crashes into the top of middle and off. Ganesan departs. It's one of his better innings in this series, at least. Hasn't really been going his way with the bat. He goes for 24. The first wicket falls, 46 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's like you said, it's all about just getting there. I mean, he'll be happy. Now he's got a few runs to his name going into quarterfinals tomorrow.
And a question from Helix, who's just arrived, about Ronit, who was the injured player from yesterday. And we did say this earlier, but we'll say it again, that the last we heard was last night. We haven't had an update today, but he was up, he was talking, he was just waiting on the results of a CT scan. And yeah, we're just really, really happy that it doesn't appear more serious than that. Perhaps it's a mild concussion situation. Just feels for this, and we'll get a single.
Yeah, the good sign was also, to add to that, is that he was actually, when he was back, he was watching the end of the game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he said he was watching the end of the game, so that's good. But it was a scary moment, because it wasn't just the concussion; it was the fact he did go into shock, and there was it was a little bit scary, I think, for everyone at the ground. But I mean, everyone was fantastic getting around and making him as comfortable as possible until the professional help arrived. All right, in the air, and this is another chance. You got to take this one, and he doesn't. Well, that's Barrack's eye, I think. And geez, he just felt that little crack in the window open. I mean, they're cruising in this chase, but they have removed Ganesan, and really, they should have had another wicket right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one. Jamshid Khan hasn't really played too many big shots as yet, but he gets dropped on 16, and Barrack's eye is the man that does it. It's a big moment. Like I said, the way that the first innings went was exactly the same sort of score at the halfway point, and then it all went wrong. Only 25 came in the second half, and they lost 4 wickets in that process. And they, right on cue, straight after drinks, they lost the first wicket. Vancat trying to get funky, trying to do a bit of showboating, loses his stumps, and it could have been and should have been the second.
Done yet, yeah. Nice shot, really nice shot. This is gorgeous, really. He just kind of shimmies away and then opens up that offside. Oh yeah, the follow through. I love everything about that. That's one of the more difficult shots to play, and he does very, very well to get 4. End of the over as well. The 50 is up after 6 overs. It's 53 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot. Just playing through the ball. He knows it's a risk-free shot. There's no fielder in that place, so once he gets it over the infield, it's a guaranteed run. So at the moment, not showing any real major concerns. Quite happy to just stroke the ball around and play the 1 or 2 big shots just to help Mattis move along.
Want to say a quick hello also. I know that Srinivas is in the chat. Hello. And yeah, he's just saying, obviously, very passionate about European cricket and the fact that that's where he got his opportunity. And so, yeah, we're really happy to have you as part of our community. But yeah, whether you're a player, whether you're an official, whether you're in Europe or not, the fact that you're supporting European cricket, it means a lot to everyone involved. And that's, I think, why we can continue to keep growing and keep improving what we're doing little by little. It's been a really exciting couple of years. And I've said it before, but this isn't a kind of a project which is going to be just a flash in the pan. We really hope that it's going to be a generational thing, that in 30 years' time, that cricket will be very, very established in Europe, and it's going to be more of a mainstream sport. But Asa comes back. He's been pretty much on the money today, hasn't he? Raheel will just push away for one. I think he's just thinking he doesn't have to do too much. He's talking to the umpire here, saying, do they have the four infielders in? I think they did. They're going to point third man in the circle, then short fine leg and square leg in the circle as well.
Iqbal just keeps pointing, like the way he has a quick look around where his fielders are. If he sees somebody in the wrong place, he gives them a point and says, no, over here. So he's very aware of what he's trying to do. Well, that's probably not where he wanted this one. It goes for the Yorker, but he is ill-directed. It's on the toes of the batter, who just drops the bat onto this. That's all he has to do, and it's easy runs.
You know you're in good touch when you're actually getting these. There's nothing edgy about this stroke, right?
No.
He's just actually kind of whipping it. Genuine leg glance from Jamshed brings another boundary. You feel like they'll probably do this with time to spare. I mean, just did get back up above, run a ball there for a little bit, but looking pretty comfortable at the moment, you'd have to say.
Iqbal, oh, this one goes wrong. Goes for the keeper. The batters decide that they don't want to take anything extra here.
Yeah.
And just maybe saving the energy. It is very warm, isn't it? I mean, the wind has totally gone. If you look around the ground, when you look at some of the background scenery, the trees or whatever you see, banners, flags, there is nothing is moving. There is very little wind at all.
Yeah.
It's very hot out there.
Occasionally picks up, but you're right. It's very, very calm at the moment.
Yeah.
But
Spare a thought for the umpires as well in black. They've done a brilliant job.
Brilliant job. Of course, we welcome Monica today.
Chance. Oh, it goes down. And where's he kicked this? Well, it's okay. It stays in the field of play.
Yeah, that's Rizwan Babar, who I think is one of the better fielders in this entire competition. But this is low and he just can't hold on. And look, I know it's probably going to go against them anyway, but they can learn from this. There's just been a couple of key moments in this game. They've spilt chances and they can't really afford to do that tomorrow, because it's going to be sudden death from tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the difference. I mean, what we've seen since the drinks, what we've seen, 3 chances. None of them easy, but they're chances, and you've got to take them. Oh, this one. Has this taken anything as this buys? Let's keep an eye on the umpire.
It's got a little edge on this, I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be 4. Watch this on the replay.
Yeah.
It's definitely got an inside edge. And you can see the angle of the ball, that it takes a significant deflection. This will show you. There you go. So another 4. Probably not the best shot. I don't think that one will be going straight to the pool room, as we say in Australia.
But that's the thing, though, isn't it? A couple of chances go down, and then you see a little edge like that, another boundary comes along, and before you know it, that's it. The match is gone.
Well, Ahmad Tripathi has put in question marks till the cows come home here, asking, will ECS return in 2023? Well, the good news is, yeah, we plan to. Another inside edge, this time the body's in the way. Yeah, so we are planning to be back in 2023. We're still finalising the schedule. I can tell you that we'll have one more ECS coming up after this tournament, which is in Belgium. Then, of course, we've got the ECC for 5 weeks, but then we should be in Croatia, Malta, and then back in Barcelona for the finish of the year. So we'll go all the way through to a fair chunk of December now as well, finishing around 10th or 11th of December, I think. Last ball of the over.
Oh, this is hit so well, and well, there is the fielder there. He's got to take a couple of steps, I think, and kick Tom up to get anywhere near this, but he doesn't stand a chance. This has been hit so well. The timing, perfect. The execution, perfect. 4 runs, and not even the banner wants to touch that one. It's travelling so fast.
Yeah, so let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon. Still one more match to go on the round robin stage. Match number 40. Well, they say life begins at 40. The action's really going to begin at 40 because it's the last chance for these teams to have a hit out before the quarterfinals. And after that, we'll know the final finishing order and exactly who will be able to, well, who's taking on who basically tomorrow. So yeah, join us for that. News from the toss. The Black Caps won the toss. They've elected to bowl, so I think it worked for them this time. They're happy again. Thought maybe they'd want to have a bat just to change it up. But I think getting more practice batting under pressure and chasing a target probably isn't a bad thing either. So you stay tuned for that one. It's coming your way in around about half an hour's time. Right now, I think this game's on life support at the moment with just 8 runs required for victory.
Yeah, going to go with Ankit Toma to see if they can take it any deeper. Maybe it's a little bit late to be throwing him into the equation. Perhaps could have gone with him perhaps straight after the drinks break. Gets this one to go past. That's where he's at his best, when he can get this ball going across the right hand. But as I keep saying, the issue that he has had like that's perfect. That's where he wants to be. And I think if he's one of those bowlers that can keep it there all the time, I mean, I as a captain would say, look, because you're so reliable, I will give you a slip because you want wickets. But the problem is he strays down the legs as well. Once again, that's where he wants to be. That's fine. That's just a single. That's not going to hurt them that length. What hurts is when he attacks the stumps, he gets the swing going the wrong way, and it just ends up being an easy shot down the leg side.
So it won't be long now. But yeah, Toma, he's a pretty good performer, isn't he? I think what they didn't do in this defence, even though, look, they didn't have enough runs on the board, full stop, but they just weren't able to get those early wickets. And if you let the Black Caps bat with wickets in hand, they can really hurt you and hurt you pretty badly.
Oh, well, this one, talk about being hurt pretty badly. Well, this could have clogged the keeper on the head. Well, this was nasty. It's really worse. Rajendran, I think he has to make quick evasive action.
Oh yeah,
wow.
Off the pad.
Off the pad.
Yep.
Hits the deck and shoots up. And Rajendran, well, once he knows it's past him, he can't get the body or anything, gloves behind it.
Well, Helix said that he's just spent a couple of hours in the dentist chair. I've got a feeling that the keeper, Krishantan Rajendran, might have needed to go to the dentist if he got his head behind that one. That was a real nasty bounce. Okay, 3 runs required for victory now.
Nicely played. Should be stopped by the fielder. Well, he has a bit of trouble with it. Will they go for 2? No, they don't.
Yeah. Maiden Water saying, yeah, Charlie had a very good commentary stint in Malta. It was the Valletta Cup back in May. Saying it seems a long time ago now. It does. But actually, it's only about 3 months ago, believe it or not. Things just move on so quickly in the world of European cricket. But yeah, super excited for T10 International cricket to return.
Up in the air, will this do it? I think it will. It goes all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. And that's the victory. Well, they just keep on going and going. So the Dusseldorf Black Caps, they make it 7 on the spin. They didn't really, it doesn't seem like they went out of third gear here, does it? And even the likes of the Jamshad Khan, just quite easy just to sit inside his crease and wait for the bad ball and put it away. And it is he who puts this game to bed with the big 6 to finish it off. Yeah. And the Black Caps, they just keep going on and on and on.
Always nice to finish with the Maximo, isn't it? Yeah, that's a nice shot over the offside. And that's what I really like about, for the most part, the way that the Dusseldorf Black Caps bat. They play proper cricket shots. They just maybe go through them a bit more. They elevate them a bit more. But they're good hitters straight through the line of the ball. And that was a real exclamation point finish, wasn't it? So 7 in a row for the Black Caps. But early on, it was Venkat Ganesan who has just struggled for a few runs in this series. He hit the ground running, didn't he, with a pretty well-made 24. But when Jamshad Khan got a chance, he was also whacking them. And that one almost took us out and went over the cube in the end. And Ganesan just goes over the fielder for yet another boundary. And they never really looked like losing this one at all. Like I said, the absence of early wickets really didn't put the Black Caps under too much pressure. Then you saw it there, a couple of half chances. Ratnayaka, well, he got the shakes after that. Eventually, Ganesan self-destructed, but then a couple more chances were grasped, and that's a bit concerning for Lemgo. I think that's something they want to improve on.
Yeah, absolutely. We could have seen them here. I mean, that was the one from Barrackside, which was disappointing. There was another one that came as well towards the end, and those little things make a difference. And of course, when you don't get the line right as well, good batters will put you away. Look, that was an opportunity there as well. It was difficult. You can see the bowler getting quite frustrated, but it was just the way it was. And then right on cue. That's what happens when you put the chances down. Then you find that all of a sudden everything goes against
That
you.
was nasty. You call that a Tortuga, but certainly was a pretty scary moment for the keeper. But what was scary is how good the Black Caps have been in this series. Remember, this is a team that did top the group last time, and they had to play the Boosters, who were fourth in the other group. The Boosters had only won 2 games in the series last year, but then they knocked them off in a Golden Ball. And so the Black Caps, I think that they've certainly got that still in their memory, and they're trying to make every post a winner here. Jamshed Khan ends up top scoring with 33 off 23, but for me, I really like that Ganesan seemed to get going. Again, probably played a shot he didn't need to, but really, there were many ways you could slice and dice this, and they were almost always going to make this target, and in the end, they do make it with 13 balls to spare. Now, looking at the bowling figures, Rico, you see the 1 wicket went to Safi Rahman. I think he was a pretty good bowler, to be honest. 1 for 14 for him. And a couple of other decent forms. I do like Tomar, the way he moves the ball. Ratnayaka, nice to see him opening up. I think he's a guy that should get 2 overs a game. But ultimately, it was the fact they couldn't put a score on the board that hurt Lemgo. But they will get another chance to do that in match 40 because they are batting first.
Yeah, they certainly will. This one, once again, goes to the Black Caps. One thing they'll be keeping an eye on, and this is, I think, is important, Vinny. Last time round, you mentioned how they were knocked out in that Golden Ball, but don't forget in the group stages, they finished 7-1.
Yeah.
They want to be, this time round, I think they want to make it 8-0.
Yeah,
that's what they're looking for.
That's true. That's a big statement to make. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes and we'll have the final group game. So stay with us and hopefully you're having as much fun today as we are here in the Ice Cube. Well, it's a bit more of a microwave at the moment. The action will stay hot, I'm sure, after the break. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and we'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Krefeld here in Germany, just outside of Dusseldorf. And it's hard to believe already 39 matches into this tournament. It's time for match number 40, the final round robin match before the finals do start tomorrow with quarter-final Friday. We're going to see a rematch in match number 40. It's the Dusseldorf Black Caps taking on TV and TBV Lemgo. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the two captains.
Your call. Yeah. Heads is called. It is tails.
We are going to ball first.
So it is Majid Ahmadzai that wins the toss this time, and he has inserted Lemgo, and that may have been because of how well they did against Lemgo last time in match 39, where they did keep them pretty tied down. In fact, only 25 runs came off the second half of their innings, and you just saw Lemgo, though they have a long batting lineup. We know the Black Caps, they're pretty crafty, aren't they? And they also have a lot of good bowlers, and yeah, just apart from a couple, they just could not get going at all. But it does present another opportunity for Lemgo to try and put a score on the board against very good opposition. Black Caps, well, they have been the team to beat so far, haven't they? And, well, it's been really tough for anyone to get close to them historically. And I know that they have a point to prove going into the quarterfinals tomorrow, where they had a shock golden ball loss last year to the Boosters. And they want to make sure that they're hitting form at the right time this time around. Let's go over to Rico Fu in the commentary box. In match 40, it is the Black Caps that have won the toss, and they have elected to field. Over to you, and let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu as we come back to the last match of the group stage. It's the last one of this one of Group B, match number 40. And it is the Dusseldorf Black Caps against Lemgo, and they do it all over again. The first one, well, the Black Caps, they continued their unbeaten run. They've won now 7 out of 7. And looking to do 8 out of 8. No team has done that in, well, in Germany so far. None of the teams even interested. None of the teams went all the way unbeaten into the quarterfinals. Just having a look at the teams there. Well, what I can tell you is one change is that Aziz Bharti, the captain for Lemgo, he is back for this one. And well, they're looking forward to seeing what he can add. And one thing I will say with Bharti, I think he's one of those captains that probably likes to put others before. Well, before him, or before maybe even what's good for the team. I like to see him take a good, responsible approach here, and really, when it comes to the batting, put himself up the order. He is somebody that can bat all the way through, and I think he is somebody that can give them the stability they need. Black Caps pipped to go 95 to 82 here. You can see there all the green dots under them, and at Lemgo, well, they'll have to add another red one to their tally there. So after getting a victory yesterday, they're not able to continue. Very much a bit like Clone CC as well. They've sort of been up and down, haven't they? So we get ready to go. It's going to be an interesting match. Is it going to follow the same pattern as the first one? I did say that I do fancy Lemgo. I said it at the beginning of the day, and I'm going to stick to it. I did fancy Lemgo maybe to pull off a surprise in one of these matches. I thought all the matches today would be even Steven. So let's see if that is the case. I see that Mudassar Iqbal is at the non-striker's end once more. Barakzai is swinging, and well, the umpire just checking if this is carried. I think that's what they're asking, and he's got the wicket. So Barakzai, his miserable form continues, and change from the Black Caps. They go for Puneet Kumar to bowl the first, and Puneet Kumar, he can't believe it. He's bowled his first ball, and he picks up a wicket straight away. Barakzai swinging, and I don't see anything there, I have to say. The umpire is just wanting, he's convinced there is a touch. All he wants is confirmation if the catch has been taken cleanly, and you can see the catch has been taken cleanly, and that's what the two umpires are talking about. And yes, it has, says Waqas Ahmed. So the umpire says, okay, you're out. Obviously there was something there that the umpire saw or picked up on. Nothing that I could see on the replay there. And well, Barakzai, he has to go. It's not been his day today. He struggled in the first one, he made 8. And in this one, it's going to be a duck. So it's a few quacks around the ground once more. Smiles on the faces of the Dusseldorf Black Caps, but not on the faces of Lemgo. They lose the first wicket without a run on the board. So Barakzai only knows one way to play, and that's lead by the sword, but sometimes that's what happens, and he'll be hoping that all of those blips are out of his system now, and that when it comes to quarterfinals tomorrow, whoever it is that they play, that he can be back to his best. Oh, good ball. Well, look at that, just like that. Puneet Kumar has now got a spring in his step. Look at that. He's bouncing around. Look at the bounce, look at the swag here. That's what a wicket does. Look at that, he's saying, yeah, that's it. I'm feeling younger already, 10 years younger. This is what I used to do, he says. Kumar. In the air, it could be another. It will be another. Well, he gets his second wicket. No runs off him so far, and he picks 2 wickets, and that looks like to me that's Pravan. Pravan Ganesh takes the catch. A lot easier than the one he put down earlier when he put down Mudassar Iqbal, who was trying to hit the ball big. Dear oh dear, what is going on here? So Akshay Gupta, he departs, and yeah, he departs for another duck. So it's not the start that Lemko wanted, and it's certainly not what I was expecting. So let's just go through that. So we just saw Rahman Barakzai. He went, caught behind by the wicketkeeper, Niraj Patel. And of course he went for a very first baller, a golden duck. And now we saw Akshay Gupta. He goes for a 2-ball duck, caught easily by Pravan. And all of a sudden, the danger man is Puneet Kumar. Well, never mind all the others. Never mind Majid Ahmadzai, Jamshad Khan, Bankat. It's all about Kumar at the moment. Now look, I said he had a spring in his step before. Now he's bouncing. He's doing zippity, zippity, zippity all the way as he gets the ball. No wickets. Sorry, no wickets. 2 wickets, no runs. Just flicks this one away, and hardly anything on this. Fielder does well. Times the foot lunge to perfection. And they will take a couple. So the first runs on the board, courtesy of that 2. Yeah, never gives it up, does he? And look, goes all the way around this. Does the overtaking manoeuvre, indicates, gets there, and gets a foot on it. And that's Puttaraju, who comes in the side. His first bit of action is successful. Stops the ball going to the boundary. So this one is stroked away, and I think it's Puttaraju as well. Yeah, this time uses his hands, gets the throw into the keeper. That will be the over, and what a good one it was. So the first 4 balls was no runs but 2 wickets, and he finishes with 2 wickets. Very, very good over. 2 for 3. Absolutely fantastic. And remember, you can get involved with myself or Vinny Sandhu or the European Cricket Network. We all know about the website, europeancricket.com, but of course, it's all about social media these days. And you can get hold of Maximo on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and myself on Instagram and Facebook. And like we always say, thank you all so very much for all your comments, feedback, and we absolutely love it. And look, we always apologise. We cannot get back to you all and respond personally, but this is our platform to thank you all very much. Deep down from my heart, really appreciate all of your messages, and keep it coming. And thank you everybody that does all the work on the chat as well, all the moderators. Neville Ross is out there on there in the moment, Helix as well. And hello Archie. Archie, how's your duck sounds? Come on Archie, give it a duck sound. Give your duck sound to us. Hit well in the air, but this will go all the way. He gets a hand to this, and oh, he spikes it. He's not happy. He's not a happy chappy. Why isn't he a happy chappy? That's him, Shabbat. It is his birthday. I reckon he thinks this is going over the boundary quite easily. And then he decides he's not, and then he says, Aja Gandhi ball. Oh, he's getting angry. Don't get angry on your birthday. Hey, it's your birthday. You need to be happy and jolly. Well, that's not the way to be, Kashif Shahab. Come on, give him another slice of his cake. Put a smile on his face. This one's in the air, and it gets it over one fielder, and it's going to be 4 runs, despite the efforts of Mohammed Rahel. He can't get to it, and it's going to be Majid Ahmadzai, the captain, who then has to go and fetch the ball. So, positive from Ratanayak. He comes out and he says, you know what, I'm not messing around anymore. I'm going to take you on, I'm going to hit the ball. So Gupta, he's gone for a few. We saw the 6, and now we saw 4. And I reckon Ratanayak, he is hungry for more. Let's see how he goes here. Gupta hits this well. Now he's trying to split the field, and he will. What a lovely shot this is. Cuatro carreras más. Así me gusta. Así. No gusta tiki-taka. Gusta boom, boom, boom. And this is more like it. It was all tiki-taka to start off with in that first over. And the early boom, boom that was happening was the boom, booms from the fielding side when they were getting the wickets. Now the boom is from the middle of the bat. And Puneet Kumar now looks like a dangerous weapon, doesn't he? Well, Gupta thought, well, it's going to be as easy as that. Well, it's not. He's gone for 15 of 3 deliveries. Puneet Kumar, they didn't score a run from him until he bowled his 5th. So, under attack is Gupta, and it's Ratanayak that is doing it. Slices up in the air, and it will be taken. So, Pravan takes his 2nd catch, and Ratanayak, he wanted to be aggressive. He wanted to show no fear, and he wanted to be the one who's brave, and he was hoping that fortune favoured the brave, but it didn't on this occasion. He did get some quick runs, but the wicket is taken as well. So Pravan taking the catch, and his elder brother, Vanket, goes up to him and says, yeah, that's the way to do it. And says to Pravan, goodness son, there you go, you keep the family name proud. Well, it's lovely to see the 2 brothers playing together. And, when I was speaking to Vanket the other day, he said, yeah, I normally have the bragging rights on the field of play and in the backyard, but the other day I have to say it was the man taking the catch there, Pravan, the younger brother, that performed better of the 2, made a healthy contribution. Also a left-handed batter. There he is, Pravan. He's quite happy with his work today. That's his 2nd catch. If he took a spicy wasabi type of catch early in the first match, that would have been sensational. And that was the batter who still hasn't faced a ball, who's out there. But that's a Rick Barley smashed one to him, and he almost pulled off a sensational catch. 18 for 3. So Gupta, after taking a bit of stick, does come back and take the wicket of Ratanayak, whose short cameo innings comes to an end. That's a lazy looking shot from the new batter. Daljit Singh gets given an opportunity to come a little higher up the order than he would normally do. Normally he gets the likes of Navjot to go before him. Sort of stops his shot here, Daljit, gets himself in a position, looks ready to play it, and then just ends up sticking the bat in the way. We'll get the single. That's the end of the over. 19 on the board, but the issue is they've lost 3 wickets in doing so. Beautiful day here in this Düsseldorf area of Germany. We are here in the National Performance Centre in Krefeld, and this is the Bio-Erlangen Cricket Ground, and it's been an absolute peach of a day here today. The weather's been glorious, been nice and sunny, warm. Every so often we get the only man who's made any real contribution was Ratanayak, who clubbed 17 of the 7 balls that he faced before it was Gupta that got him. Again, Pravan taking the catch. The other batters were ducks. Balaxai went first ball, and Gupta went 2 balls. Mudasa, he's on a duck still, hasn't got a run on the board, but he hasn't faced a ball. He's just watching it all happen on the non-striker's end. Captain wants a single, doesn't get any response at all from Iqbal, not even a call, I don't think. But that's what Iqbal does like to stand deep inside his crease. No run. Ooh, a bit of an appeal here. Nothing. Once again, no backing up from. Just have a look at Iqbal. See, he's very slow to go, and he thinks about it. The problem is that sort of uncertainty is the one that can sell the striker to think, oh, he's coming, but he's not. He's just doing a little jig. He's going backwards and forwards. Nothing really happening. Width. Hits hard, gets it over the two fielders, and they chase it in vain. Once it gets past it, it's going to be 4 runs. So 4 more. And the captain, this is Barty. Well, he says, well, if you're going to give me width, I'm not going to shy away from it. Wide or no wide, I'm going to get the blade on it. I'm going to get runs. He gets 4. So Puneet Kumar is hit for his first boundary, but still amazing figures from him. Where they're being hiding this man, the dangerous weapon, Puneet Kumar. 3 wickets, 7 runs, a ball to go. And could be 4 wickets. It will be 4 wickets. A very good catch taken there by Mudassar Raheel, and then he does the roly-poly a few times. Look at the smiles on the face of Puneet. Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to the party, Puneet Kumar. Well, what a sensational introduction for him. 4 wickets and only 7 runs conceded. Yeah, give him a round of applause for Vinny Sandhu coming back into the commentary box saying, yeah, well, yeah, where have they been hiding him and how? Because once again, there he goes. Ring a roses. Yeah, well done to Raheel. All smiles on the faces of the Black Caps. And you can see them just getting into a huddle there as well. 23 for 4. Not for 5 now, actually, that is. Because, yeah, there's a wicket also, of course. Don't forget to Gupta. It's quite amazing if you're having a look at the tables. And you can see exactly why the Düsseldorf Black Caps are right out there, sitting pretty at the top. And a fine time to welcome back into the Ice Cube, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, what a spell of bowling that is from Kumar.
Give him the trophy. How are they going? And for Raheel, he's just caught himself out of the job now because his replacement here has got 4 wickets. So Raheel's now probably just specialist batter. He's having a little grin at us there. It was a good catch though, wasn't it? I like the way he protected the ball. But no, yeah, it's not a great start. 23 for 5, half out in the power play. You don't have to know too much about the game. No, that's not great. But here's the thing about Lemgo. They're going to keep playing their shots. And look, a bit like I said earlier on with Clone CC, if you're going to have a bad game, have it today, not tomorrow.
Yeah,
if you're going to have a shocker. But having said that, I mean, that's not great for their confidence either. If they get blown away here. There's Ahmed Zai, captain coming in, starting with a wide. Next ball, big swing and a miss. This is Mudassar Iqbal, who hasn't faced a ball yet. And yeah, that's actually quite incredible. He opened.
Yeah.
And he's seen 5 wickets go. He's actually had 6 batting partners so far. And it's only his first ball. He didn't face a ball in the power play.
He hasn't faced a single ball.
And he almost nicks his first ball. Typical Iqbal style. Now he's going to get some runs. This is a decent shot. It's going to be 4. So, yeah, Mudassar Iqbal survives the first, and that's normally the worst for him. And he's on the charge here. Pretty nice shot, actually, over cover. Well, maybe he can be a one-man army and somehow put this innings back together. A bit of the Humpty Dumptys about this because they're all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, they're falling apart big time, aren't they? And that's the other thing, you see. If you just think, if he was able somehow to get on strike and he played a few shots, well, those wickets that have fallen wouldn't have fallen. The runs would have looked healthier. The bowlers would have been under a bit more pressure. We could be looking at a different situation.
Yeah, and this will be 4 more. Yeah, just wasn't able to turn off gravity long enough to jump and grab that one-handed. And so Mudassar fighting back with back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of the Ratanaika. I mean, have a look at that score. Don't forget, off that score, Ratanaika, he's scored 17 off them, off just 7 deliveries. 6 of them were the scoring shots before he was out to the 7th. So Iqbal, He knows what he's got to do. He's got to get on with it and forget about what's happening at the other end, because he knows what's been happening at the other end, because he stood and watched and saw everybody come and go and collapse. Well, this is going to be the end of him. It's gone straight up in the air. The bowler's all over the place. And, well, you can see he's thinking, surely somebody has to come and take it. Well, Valcat is probably thinking, well, buddy, I thought you had it the way you were going for it.
Well, there's a couple of things here. I mean, Ahmed Zayat needs a GPS because he's lost. He doesn't know where the ball is. He doesn't know where his teammates are. I think he's more worried about banging into someone here. And meanwhile, Venkat said, well, it's not near me. It's closer to you. And Ahmed Zayat saying, well, how am I meant to know that? Because I don't know where anyone is. And that was a real tough one. So Iqbal has a bit of a lucky moment on 8.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that. If Iqbal went there and the 6th wicket went down, well, I don't know what was going to happen then. He's really the only of the lots of recognised batters. And Toma now gets a chance to face. I mean, he's a left-hander, so he could add some value here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you had a few extras with the bowlers just getting their line wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, Ahmed Zayat's been a good player, hasn't he? I mean, he's occasionally lost the handle on one or two, but most of the time he's pretty accurate. He's led the team well. Again, Black Caps, I wonder how they'll approach their batting order. They shuffle things up a little bit. Guess it depends how many they're chasing here. A bit short, misses out. Tomar, who I think is actually a decent bat. He's coming at 7. I think we've seen him even as low as 10. He's too good to be a number 10. You might not have realised it from that shot. But they're Black Caps, got in their predominantly black uniform today. I think that some of the shirts they were saying were so used that they were almost, well, they didn't stop moving when they hit the floor, put it that way. But yeah, Ahmed Zayat, this one would have been a big wide, but instead it's kicked away.
Oh, it's a bit slow getting there.
A little bit. It'll be the end of the over. And so the score 35 for 5.
Probably why he was slow getting there. He's reluctant to get there. I don't think he wanted this.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Is he home? Yeah, he would have been home, but yeah, stuck at the wrong end again. So Iqbal's only had 4 balls in 4 overs, and they all came in the 4th over. I mean, this is a chance to try and maybe try out a few different bowlers he might need to call on in a situation. Anyway, let's talk about the ECC, because, you know, Rico, we are only 2.5 weeks away.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really excited about this. And, of course, it will be day-night as well. So it's going to be in a couple of Monday nights, well, 2 weeks from Monday night, that we'll have our first night match. But the other thing is that Group B has an interesting flavour to it, because it's got Denmark, Sweden and Finland all in the one group. So it's a very northern kind of feeling group. And then you've got Netherlands and Hungary in there as well. So I think there'll be a few natural rivalries in there. But it's going to start with Ireland, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. 5-team format, only one team will progress to the championship week. All right, here's man. He's entertained us a little bit today, for sure. It's Super Pro Ray, who will be having a bowl here in over number 5. Not a bad start. Tomar, once again, he's just getting himself into trouble by backing away outside leg stump. And some of these balls, I mean, they're a long way down the leg side, but he's just spoiling a wide, basically. I think he needs to just stand still, or even kind of have a back and a cross, or just an across trigger movement. And then, because right now the bowlers have a big zone that they can bowl and get away with it to him.
Yeah, Super Pro Ray. Maybe it's Super Pro Ray. Let's see what can he do, Akuma? No, not if he keeps bowling there. He's just having issues to the lefty.
Better good keeping as well. And Niraj Patel behind the stumps. Not an easy one behind the batter. You can hear the wind's just picked up now. So it was calm before, but now we've got a bit of a cooling breeze.
Don't mind it, and the players won't mind this at all.
Another one that misses the leg stump.
Getting closer.
Keeping. Yeah, getting closer. Hey, that's a really good take. People don't realise this, but that's one of the harder takes. Probably that's the second hardest take after one that goes down the leg side when you're up to the stumps, because there's a lot going on. Actually goes between the batter and the stumps, and sometimes keepers get a bit lazy and they just assume it'll hit something or hit the stumps. But I've got to say, a couple of nice pieces of work this over from Niraj Patel. Here
comes the pro again. That's better.
There you go. And he might get a wicket. Well, good luck. Who's going to reach this? Nobody. And see, Venkat was coming from the left for a heel to the right. Where was Majid Ahmedzai when that one went up? He was good last time. He's a long way away from the action at the moment. But it's hard to believe you can hit a ball that high and get away with it. But it just fell into space.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it just goes to show that some teams, maybe some captains would have thought, look, the way this is going, let's just keep a few more inside the ring, maybe. Why not? Let's get somebody like the Pro, get a wicket.
Well, the thing with the Pro is he probably was the only man that could have reached that. But here's why you don't feel too comfortable doing that. Because you hear the stampede of outfielders coming the other way. So you're putting your body on the line and you're asking for a collision. So
Well, he just put in the fielders where you want. He don't care. He said, you can go back. I hope he realises he's got to have some inside the circle. How many are back here at the moment?
yeah, good point.
How many to count?
I think they got 5 outfielders. This won't go to any of them against Kashif. He hasn't quite had the birthday he's wanted so far. I mean, he's had a bit of a frustrating one, but this is a really good shot. And guess what? Madassa, he's the man fighting back, isn't he? He hasn't had too much of the strike. When he's had it, he's looked good, and that's his 3rd boundary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that you got somebody like Iqbal still there. I would have hated him to have got out that one, which was an opportunity for Majid, because I think he's the only one that can try and make a fight of this match. And maybe if you can get a 50 and get some, maybe someone like and get Tom out, just stay there with him and get 15, 16 runs as well and share those with a few of the other batters. You could get to a decent score here. I think you've got, less than 100 really won't do.
Feel like, yeah, that's true. It looked for a while, though, they might get absolutely skittled for about 40. So look, the run rate's actually not too bad. It's back up to around about 85 pace. It'll be a bit more after that. Wants the run. And wow, what's going on here?
I thought did umpire call a wide and he gets a touch on this, or does he not get a touch on it?
No, he doesn't. But then have a look at the running between the wickets here. Look at this.
You sure you don't get a touch on
Yeah, no,
that?
it hits the keeper's gloves. But then look, he threw it back to the batsman, not the keeper.
The keeper's signaling.
He said, hold on, I'm in your team. I know that they're both pretty dark shirts today. Here we go, last for the over. Well, smashed, and that is up and away. Biz away, super strike, Maximo. Tomar, 6th time lucky as he bangs it for a Maximo, and that is the end of the 5th over. The score, 49 for 5, and Lemgo, well, they are slowly but surely working their way back into this innings.
Yeah, Toma goes, Toma, eso shaka, 6 carreras, big hit, 6 runs,
Well,
liking that.
Yeah, Rico, it's great to be here with you, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, Rico Fool as well. We've talked a lot about the ECC and the fact that it's coming up really shortly. And I know I saw this posted, and we're going to show it right now, because if you want to see a bit of a taste of the action, this is what you're going to find in a couple of weeks when Carter Mania starts off. Well, what a great piece
I'll have
that
some of
is.
that. I'll have some of that.
Did I just spot you in the crowd?
Ah,
in
maybe.
late in the
Maybe.
piece? Is that what you're getting up to?
Maybe.
Look, we're really excited about it, and you can see it allows us to do things that we can't always do during the year, some extra cameras and all these things. It's quite a bit of a bigger budget production, but I think it's really exciting, and what a great opportunity for the best European cricketers to show what they can do on the big stage.
Yeah, look, the talk about the big stage. I mean, you touched on something there about the coverage and the cameras. I don't think in any format of cricket you have better. I really don't. I think the coverage of that, the angles that we cover, the replays and the footage of it's second to none.
It's incredible.
Second to
And
none.
one thing I love is the production company we use, Spring Productions. They're a genuine European TV production company that have learnt cricket along the way, and it's opened up the game to them as well. So, yeah, if you've never seen it before, you'll love it. And don't forget, the first ever T10 International was played right at the ECC last year, and it was Spain versus Belgium. And once again, we will see Spain in Group A. We'll see Belgium, I think, Group C. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really
fantastic,
exciting
and it's going to be remember day-night matches.
Yeah.
And Khartoum is superb. I mean, you saw a little glimpse of it there if you've never seen it before. The ground, the location is fantastic in Malaga. and Cartama. It's on the way between Cartama and Coin, not far from Marbella as well. It's a lovely place. So if you get the time, got any time off, go over there. But look, just day matches, day and night. So, you know, a lot of people when we were there last year were coming for the last match saying, I wish there was more cricket, wish we could stay longer. Well, you can now, because you can do your day's work and you can still come down and watch the last 2 matches.
Yeah, that's
and the
a game
fan
changer.
zone will be buzzing.
Yeah, that is a real game changer, isn't it? The fact that it's outside work hours right there in Carter, but time gets a bit more bat, more being more than 0, which is what he got on the first one. Iqbal, change of pace, and we're going to see Naveen Pudaraju. So, yeah, Black Caps not afraid to use a few options. They're really showcasing their depth in the bowling stocks in this innings because everyone they've called on has done a pretty good job. Let's see a genuine leg spin. He gets some good bounce as well, doesn't he, Pudaraju?
Yeah, I'm liking this. You know, I know that they've been good, they've been hot, they've been on fire, but I know they've got Venkat, who is the spinner on the side, though they didn't have him right at the beginning. But look, more options available for them. This one's short, and it's been whipped away. Will be 4 runs.
Yeah,
Does well to play this because the ball does stay pretty low. Well, there's somebody out there who's having a good time. That's a good fan moment for a man out there. Let's just say he's soaking up the rays of the sun.
Yeah, I would say, look at this. And now he just throws the shirt away. No need for that. And there's even a little bit of a...
Was that a shirt ejection because he knew he was going to be on camera?
He even gave the camera a little bit of a wave if you want to go rewind that. I just get that one slightly wrong. It's the wrong one, but it comes back, but a little bit too little, too late. It will be a wide. And let's just say the batter changed his mind pretty quickly about dancing down the wicket.
Yeah, he makes himself back pretty quickly. So Naveen, I think he's far better off just getting that flight back up the way they started. That's better. That's what's going to get him wickets. You see, batters want to charge. It's a bit of the old Chinese cut there. Gets him the 1. That's all he wants. Doesn't want the 2nd.
I love a leg spinner that has a wrong end though, because this pitch will take it. Most artificial surfaces will, and it just means you're a lot more effective when you run into a left-hander as well. Because if you're just bowling leggies all the time or fairly straight ones, I think the lefties are pretty confident that they can hit to the leg side and just kind of pound you away with regularity. But as soon as you have that wrong, and even if you don't bowl that often, the fact that they know it's a possibility, it just makes it a lot more difficult to come down the wicket with any sort of confidence. He's eyeing leg side here. Well, speaking of wrong-uns, that was just wrong.
And the bowler is on the leg side as well. Yeah, he just, I don't know, just not getting his shape right. It looks like somebody who hasn't really had the opportunity to bowl too much.
That's the thing with leg spin, right? You need to be bowling it. You need to be getting in the groove. And if he hasn't had too many deliveries, it's a hard one to get right and get right quickly. So, yeah, but, I mean, there's a lot to like about Pudaraju with the mechanics of it. I just think he needs to try and find that consistency. So that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 57 for 5. That's why I really respect wrist spinners in all forms of the game, really, but especially in limited overs cricket, where you're also trying to be economical. And you know, in longer forms of the game, you can afford the odd bad ball as long as you come up with wicket balls as well. But you know, bowlers like Rashid Khan's probably a pretty obvious one. I think Zampa from Australia has been pretty good in short form cricket. Chahal, for example. Is another slightly different kind of a bowler, but yeah, slower bowlers that can be fairly consistent. Not all those bad balls. They're worth their weight in gold. Here's the pro. He's back for another over and a big full toss. Tomar French cuts this one, rolling, and 4. So. Oh, I think that Puneet Kumar's pretty exhausted after his 2 overs.
Oxygen, please.
Yeah. I think he might have stopped for a rest on the way to this. Let's have a look. I mean, it was always running away, and he says, you know what?
I think
he gets there, but it's the bending down. Then he said, look, I've used up all my energy on running. Now I'm not going to bend down.
I think he decided if I bend for this, it's going to be a big fail. So I'm just gonna pretend I can't get to it. Well, he's huffing and puffing wherever he is there. There he is. Oh, it's there again. Oh, this is latched onto. This will go all the way. Balle. Inna sona. Shakka lagya. Toma eso. Es una grande. Es una Ariana.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, this has been a lot of pretty much an ugly innings for Lemgo, really. But they're going to make more than they made last time. And they didn't run into wicket trouble last time. They just could not get hold of the bowling. So last time they made 75. Right now they're 67. So they've got that run rate up over 10 now.
Difference is last time, first 5 overs the same. In fact, this time they lost more wickets, but score was the same. Here 49, they were 50. The second 5, they gave the wickets away. This time around, they're hitting the balls to the boundary. So it looks like it should and will be a better score. But how many more? Like I say, they will not want under 100.
Yeah, sure.
This is some comeback. They're saying, a few people saying, Doru saying, yeah, it is a good comeback. It certainly is. Full toss, hits it down the ground, will be stopped. Nicely done by Naveen. He's looking to get another over himself. Trying to put a Raju. He'll have another to try and get that flight right. It just strayed a few down the leg side, but Iqbal will go back on strike. He's looking to hit these out the ground.
Quite amazing how few deliveries he's faced when you consider he's faced 11 in 6. That's less than 2 balls per over.
Well, look,
you should face 3 balls and over.
Ankit Toma came in at number 7 and he's faced 10.
You really do see everything. Well, this might be his last one, but well, it's another one that's a real teaser. Putaraju, hey, he launched himself in that one. Good effort, but just had the energy to get over him. Yeah, acrobatic attempt.
That was good. That was a bit of flash dance about that one.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this, and yeah, we might see it now where the number 7 has faced more balls than the opener.
Firmly struck, but he will find Raheel, who gets the ball in very quickly, bowls it back in, and handled nicely by the pro Roy.
But to be honest, they both when Tomar first came in, Iqbal hadn't faced a ball,
no.
So it was 0-0.
That's correct.
when he came in. So yeah, it's equally likely that one or the other would have faced more. This is hit pretty well by Iqbal. There we go.
Oh, there's the old total. That's exactly where the golden ball happened, you know.
Yeah,
exactly.
But Raheel does everything right here. He almost has a slightly different looking face after this. But look, there's the Tortuga now. And yeah, gets him upstairs a bit, doesn't it? But he does everything right, though, to try and cover the line of that at least. So 71 for 5. And, you know, we just showed it, but we might show it again exactly when the matches will be at the ECC. That's what we've been talking about this innings. And, yeah, 11:30 in Central Europe will be the first game. So 3 p.m. in India. I know for a fact it'll be, I think it's, it'll be 5:30 on the east, on the west coast of Australia. It'll be 7:30 on the east coast of Australia. So prime time if you're in the kind of Oceania region. It'll be a little bit later, of course, in New Zealand. But it's going to be a really interesting time. I think I won't mind sleeping at 2 or 3 more hours in the morning. Might keep me out of trouble at night as well, which is probably a good thing. But it should be a really exciting time for everyone involved in European cricket and around the world. Well, this is a funny bit of backing up by the bowler, but it's effective.
Batter was hoping that Naveen was going to miss this and they could have got another, but he doesn't. Nice to see him getting another over, Putaraju.
A few people saying Tomar. At the moment, left hand is looking probably a bit better with a stick than Barakzai has been going. Maybe he should be up there. I mean, Barakzai's great when the ball's short, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of short, as that ball's definitely on the way down when it crashes into the stumps. And we gave Tomar a run. And it's almost the double Yorker that knocks him over. I tell you what, Tomar's eyes lit up here, and now he's gone.
How did the stumps fall forward?
Yeah, well, it wasn't going that slow, but it almost knocks over one way and then it overbalances the other way, I think. Check this one out. I think they're checking to see if it hasn't bounced twice, but I know it hasn't. Yeah, it's actually on the way down. Look, see that? Back and forward. And Tomar, well, he just got the instinct that that's probably going to be replayed a few times. And yeah, and that was definitely on the way down when it hit the stumps, but who cares? Putaraju with the wicket, and well, you talk about a partnership breaker. That is the end of a very productive partnership. They came together at 23 for 5. In the end, they put on 49, but Tomar has to go, and well, he won't want to watch this back.
No, he won't. That was, you know, when they say we used to call these donkey drops. That's what that was, and it's the donkey drop that knocks the stumps over. And well, he's probably just wiping his brow, thinking, I thought this is going to be called a no ball or something. He gets lucky, doesn't Naveen?
Tomar has a chat on the way off and says, "Don't talk to me." That's unbelievable. That was a wrong, I think, attempted wrong, and so it actually breaks a bit left to right. But well, he had.
Did you curse Tomar there, by the way?
Yeah, it certainly did.
Yeah,
he had about a week to see that. There's another wrong, and likes to bowl a few of them. This is well cut away though. off a ball that wasn't that short, and this is going to be 4. So this is Krishantan Rajendran, who we have seen batting up at 4, and he's living at 8 this time. So he's no slouch with the bat, and he starts with an immediate boundary.
He's a good bat, and the wicketkeeper batter. We've seen him play some good shots, and just like that, he comes out there and says, "Well, I'm going to keep this 100 possibility alive." Plays a nice shot, 4 from his first. Put Raju. Oh, this is a wide, and yeah, that's well left by Rajendran. He could have played at it. I think he's thinking, "There's the gap, I can get it, but why don't I just take the extra delivery?"
Okay, laps, and that's a pretty good shot as well. Does it have the legs? It is going to pull up just inside. Nice batting by Rajendran, who makes position early, and I suppose at the pace that Raju is bowling, had plenty of time to have a look at it, made sure he didn't miss it, so we'll get a couple there.
Yeah, Ray the pro, he's moving pretty swiftly now as well. Picks it up cleanly, gets a throw in.
Gone past the 75 they scored last time. Well, this is miles in the air. Who wants this? Probably nobody. But the pro's after it. He doesn't seem like he's...
Oh! Does he pull off an amazing stop
well, he's
here?
going to have to come back. He needs to catch a taxi back. He was so far over the boundary that he couldn't actually get back.
Was his feet okay? This is amazing stop, you know. And look, this is why you go for it with your hand. Look, he's huffing and puffing. This is quite unbelievable.
This is clean. I saw it live. Have a look at this. There he's inside, and he hasn't landed yet.
Well done. That's why he's the
but
pro.
Have a look. He needs to pump. He needs better brakes because he ends up about 30 metres past the boundary, and he's lucky someone was there to help out.
You see what happens? Look, before he couldn't stop the ball, he couldn't pick it up, he couldn't throw it. We did it. You said it. The worst bit of fielding in one ball, and now he's had a bowl. He's looking at a different player.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, that's what can happen when you give opportunities to other players. You know, it brings them along in leaps and bounds. I mean, that's a pretty good wrong. Have a look at this one. Watch out.
Oh. That's like that.
That's another one.
Pravan who takes that. That's like the old pinball machine, isn't it?
Throat rattler, really. 81 for 6 after 8. But yeah, like I said, they've gone past the 75. I mean, look, I know they probably haven't bowled the bowlers they'll probably use in the finals, but still, you know, you look at some of the bowlers they've used. I mean, Kumar was brilliant, 4 for 7. He didn't let him down at all. Ahmed Zai, you know, he got an over from him. And Put Raju finishes with 1 for 18. So yeah, certainly not bad figures at all.
I'm liking this. Pravan is going to come on to have a bowl now. So the younger brother of FanCode, Ganasan. So let's see what he can do.
Bangs this in, bit of a half tracker. Man,
oh
will be
no!
dropped. Well,
oh no, captain! Oh, the captain. Dandamaru, what is Dandamaru? How can you drop that? Yeah, have a word with him. How can you drop that? It's his first ball.
He's probably saying, look, a ball.
No laddus for him. No laddus, no jalebis. That's it. He goes on a salad time.
Back to live action here. And now this one, straight-ish. I think it bounces off the pad for one. But, yeah, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's have a look at the second ball. Yeah, it's off the pad. Not a bad shout.
Not a bad shout.
Anyone want to appeal?
He didn't really get into the appeal, did he?
I think that Ahmed Zai's like, okay, look, I've bowled you. What more do you want? You want me to hold your catches as well now? There we go.
This could be a no ball, I think. Yeah, it's been called no ball.
Yeah, so yeah, this has been an interesting kind of game so far. Let's check out the height of this. Hits the keeper well on the foot. Yeah, it's a good call. Yeah. Umpires have been good on those. So free hit. Here we go. So we go. See who we can fool on the free hit. Someone will forget out there. Just getting their first warning. Free's going, yeah, don't worry, I won't do that again. Yeah, this is called wide. Bit of a harsh one, but probably fair. Nice take by the keeper. So the free hit will remain in play. All right, come on. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, that's wide as well. Getting value at the moment out of Ganesan, who still, well, we can't believe that one. It was a pretty casual attempt, wasn't it, from Ahmed Zai?
It was quite, I mean, I don't know. Oh, wow. This is big. Shaka. That is the biggest one we've seen straight down the ground. This is huge. This is enormous. Well, what a hit this is. This is brutal.
That is. And
absolute
you know what?
Brutal.
He's still going up when we last see it. He's pretty much hit that for 8, that free hit, because it did go wide 6. Well, what about that? Absolutely smashed it.
The captain is trying to encourage him. Pravin is not even looking at him in the eyes. You dropped him. You dropped him, and now I'm getting punished.
Madassa, actually, who's on strike. You'll see that get fixed in a second, but now he's going to be gone.
Bit of brotherly love.
6 and out, and we can't believe it. And you're right, it's one brother helping out the other. And he says, well, I know the skipper wasn't too friendly to you, but don't worry, I've got you, bro. Bit of brotherly love. I don't think that Madassa can believe it either. He's going to have to go for 28, and the score now 91 for 7.
Well, I liking this, keeping it in the family, the two boys, brothers in arms. And it's not been by any means the perfect over. Everything's happened in it, wides, no balls, and but he does get the wicket. Don't forget there was a drop cat, and he's just having a chat with FanCode. FanCode say, don't worry, we'll find you later. A big fine because you're the captain, and you dropped what would have been a wicket for my brother, my younger brother. So we're going to find you big time. And just like that, we get Safi Rahman who comes out there, and I know what's on his mind, and that's boundaries.
So there we go. Nice one from Praveen Ganesan, who didn't have a great start to the over, did he?
Well, he waits now. He's full of confidence now. He has a wicket. He's going to get 2 in 2. What do you reckon? What's the odds?
Pretty good delivery, but not a wicket-taking delivery. Dug out for 1. Raheel does the work. It's a tough part of the field there. There's Praveen again. He gets hit leg side this time. See the Black Caps for sure. I mean, yeah, they want to make it 8-0. They're feeling pretty comfortable at the moment and seeming pretty relaxed about their cricket. Of course, the fatigue factor is real in this heat, even though it's 10 over cricket, but the cricket is so intense. That will be the end of the over. That is the end of the ninth. They say it all happens in the ninth. It kind of does. It's 93 for 7 after 9 overs.
Yeah, 93 for 7. So the 100, like I said, they'd want the 100. They should get it here. I'd be very surprised if they don't get the 3 plus a few more. I mean, if they can go big, maybe try and bring up the 110. But it's not going to be easy because they are going back to more of a recognised bowler now. It's going to be Mohammad Raheel to finish things off, and he wasn't able to in the first match. Gets the ball to really swing viciously. This one just goes straight up in the air. It goes. Gear, arriba, 6 carreras. Nice hit, and that's one way to bring up the 100. Lovely clean hit, and you can see the fielders, they're getting in line for it. Not stopping that. And does Fletch get into the action there for a moment? Maybe.
It just seems a bit off today. I think maybe he's out celebrating his catch or something. Here's Raheel. I was getting bowl, and this would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a single. That's a good result for the fielding side. Look, see, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Raheel took a blinder of a catch off Puneet Kumar. Now, Kumar, with some difficulty, but effectively, stops the boundary.
He does well there. I think he's on a high. I mean, look. European Cricket Network makes some of the players' dreams come true, and his dreams come true here today. He's picked up a 4 for Puneet Kumar, and well, he's going to be in the action again, but no, he's not. This gets past him. He said, I can't do anything about that. Yeah. And is it going to be a goal? No, it's going to just end up.
It's going to pull up, but yeah, again, this one won't really make the highlight reel, I don't think, but it's effective. And look, they've just found a way to burgle a total, and that's a skill as well. I mean, they're over the 100 now, 105.
Yep.
Raheel just getting the 1 over in this innings. He's going to go back to his cutter here and probably try and pitch it around leg and knock out off stump.
So in he comes again, Raheel. Oh, it's a full toss on the legs. It's got to be punished, and it has. How far does it go? 4 runs this time. Oh, there he is. Well, at least this time he doesn't take his shorts off. Last time I went over there, he took his shirt off, but he's kept his shorts on, thankfully. But, well, I don't know if that's a good look for the fielder, and he misfields this one. Look, watch this. Misfield coming up. Naughty boy. And look, I said that 110 would be something. They're almost there, you know. Is this what they did last time when they lost that game in the group stage? Did they do something similar? Did they mix it up?
It was just a genuine. I think they lost to Clone TC, who ended up finishing second. I just think they didn't put enough runs on the board in that one. Sort of. I think they made 90, and then Clone TC knocked it off. So I think they were just restricted.
Gets this one through. Ooh.
Yeah, it's probably wide, to be honest. I know he comes at it, but I think that was probably a lucky one for Raheel. He hasn't had a lot of luck, to be honest, in this over. Last ball then, 109 plus this. They're not getting anywhere now. Well, now you can
Now
probably
you can go. Now you go. Yeah, go.
He's actually
go.
out. So
Has he been given out?
Yeah, he's actually given out on the field.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so the umpire was obviously very, very confident that this is out, and I felt he was out anyway. But yeah, I mean, if you didn't see yourself given out, you probably should have taken off. But I just got a feeling that, see, he's just a little bit late getting back. Pretty good call,
Yeah, good
live.
call.
Yeah, so even when he slides the
Misses
bat,
the line,
yeah,
doesn't
so that's probably an easier call than we thought on the field, because when he
Stumping or run out? He's not running for me, right? He's not running for me. So stumped? Would that be stumped?
Yeah,
I think he's stumped
yeah, I
here.
think he's stumped.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to finish with 109. But, yeah, look, in the end, it's a pretty decent score. And the Black Caps, let's see what they do with their batting order. I know they were talking about maybe mixing it up a little bit. 110, decent score required anyway. Well, cue the music, but let's get into the highlights. Match 40, the final match in Group B. We know who the finalists are. We still need to decide third and fourth. And, you know, let them go. I think they've done pretty well here. Remember, the net run rate is an issue for them. And yeah, I think putting 109 on the board helps them a lot and gives them, I think, 1 foot into third place.
Yeah, look, it gives them an opportunity also to get this win. I mean, I'm saying it. I just think maybe there'll be... Look at this spike here.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, wow. He weren't happy. I think he realised he probably had a bit more time than
this
he
is
did.
the worst birthday ever. You know, that's basically what Shab's saying. But anyway, you know, he's such a good player to watch. And they're having a lot of fun at the moment, no doubt about it, of course. I think things will go up a bit in intensity tomorrow, but right now, chance for all the players to have one final hit out. Black Caps trying to go 8-0, try and stay undefeated. And it was quite remarkable. Iqbal didn't face the ball in the power play. He lost 5 partners along the way, but this was the partnership that you're about to see after Raheel. Resulted in a 4th wicket for Praneet Kumar, but it was actually Tomar and Manasseh Iqbal that resurrected this with a 49-run partnership for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, I mean, there were some big sixes. I mean, okay. He hit one big one, but there was one that was absolutely massive, the biggest one that we've seen so far that you're going to see coming up. It was straight down the ground. I mean, there were some big hits, weren't there? But this one was not a good look. He couldn't believe that he missed it. The bowler couldn't believe that he missed it. In fact, the bowler was thankful he missed it. This was a great bit of fielding from the pro. Ray the pro made a good
we were
stop.
a bit critical of some of his fielding before, but that was pretty good. Now, I'm critical of that. And he's saying, well, you know, can't be doing everything. I'm trying to captain the team and everything, and he want me to field as well, and bowl the occasional over. Hey, no, but you know, he said, bro, I got you. And it was Venkat that was able to hold on to that one. So Praveen Ganesan got a wicket. Safi Rahman came out a bit towards the end. I think it probably is stumped, you know. He takes a little shuffle. I think probably stumped.
Yeah.
Who cares? Everything's stumped today. Anyway, it'll be 109 on the board. And have a look at this complex. I mean, you get a bit of a look at it there. It is a huge facility. Maximo certainly has his work cut out for him with that amount of grass.
Absolutely massive,
the Black Caps have work cut out for them with this 110 required. And yeah, they tried a few different bowlers for sure. What you can say for Lemgo is they got themselves out a bit of a hole. They never really let the scoring rate drop too much despite losing all those wickets.
No, they didn't. Look, the thing they did better this time round, as I said in the first match, it was around about the same sort of score of the first 5. It was 50. This time round it was 49. But they had lost 5 wickets. But they did a complete opposite. They got the acceleration in the second 5, got 60 runs. And also, they only lost just the 3 wickets that last, and the 8th one falling off the very last delivery. So it was much better from them. They've given themselves a score. And you know what? I think the difference will be here between Lemgo and the Black Caps. Lemgo will be saying, come on, let's go. Let's do this. Yeah. I think they'll have more fight about it. They'll want it more maybe than the Black Caps.
Yeah, just think about Lemgo. I mean, they're new to the series, don't forget, and they had a good couple of wins over VFB Gelsenkirchen last Saturday. But they've had a few wobbles along the way. And if they could be the team to knock off the Black Caps, remember, nobody has this year at all in ECS cricket. And I think they'll have a lot of confidence going into tomorrow that they can beat anyone, anytime. So 109 for 8, 28 for
And what about, let's give a shout out to the bowler, Praneet Kumar, 4 wickets, just 7 runs conceded. So well done to him. I think that's his first bowl as well. So absolutely incredible from him. And then there were wickets also for Gupta and for Puttaraju as well, and Pravan.
Yeah, and even Raheel chipped in
Raheel
for
got
one
one
because he
as
gets
well
the
there.
stumping.
Yes.
So yeah, Raheel will be, that's a cheeky little one for the stats for Raheel.
Yeah.
He won't get too many stumpings off him. But yeah, in the end, 109 is the total. 110 will be the target. Lemgo, if they want to finish 4 and 4, and they will just edge up, not quite in second place, but certainly they'll be very comfortable in third. And that would set up a potential match against Golden Star Bonn in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And that will be a spicy one, if it does indeed work out that way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico forward with me. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of match number 40. This is ECN, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and good afternoon, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from. And lovely to have you with us back once more for the final innings of the day and of the group before we go into quarterfinals Friday tomorrow. And also Peacock Friday, so remember everybody, even though we won't be able to see you, let's make sure we all have a dazzling colourful shirts, blouses or whatever you want on. It's Peacock Friday, so join in with the fun tomorrow. And if you're coming down to the ground, like quite a few spectators have been, wear your loud shirts. Get the older Hawaiian shirts out. It's Peacock Friday, so join in the fun. But also, it is quarterfinals Friday, and we'll be giving you once we know for sure then what those lineups are likely to be. Here we could see a little bit of a surprise, maybe a bit of an upset. Lemgo have got the runs on the board, 109 to 110 needed by the Düsseldorf Black Caps, a team that have not dropped any points at all. They've won all of their 7 games. Will they make it a clean sweep in the group stages? Last year, they were 7-1. They did lose one match. They're looking to do one better this time around. They did mix it up a little bit with the bowling, but I will say this, though, it didn't always work out for them. It did in terms of Puneet Kumar, because he took 4 wickets just for 7 runs. So even though they did mix it up and give others the opportunity, it wasn't exactly the case that it backfired. But there was some good batting, actually, as well, which helped them accelerate just when they needed to in the second part of the innings. So let's get ready to go. 110 required, and it's Ankit Tomar. And starts with the wide. He bowled the last match. He bowled pretty well to the left-hander, but bit of a change. I'm not seeing a V, Ganesan. I'm seeing a P. So Pravan has been given an opportunity. I like that. Pravan Ganesan, he scored, I think last time we saw him bat, he scored in the teens, 14 or so runs, so he can handle the bat pretty well. And it's the birthday boy who's at the non-strikers, and Shahab. And he's hoping to make it a good birthday for him. It's certainly been a mixed one so far. It was very nice of him to give and distribute his birthday cake to everybody this morning. A bit of burfi, liking that. But hasn't had things go his own way. I mean, the man who's he's batting with dropped a spicy chance, which would have been a wicket for him, and it would have been a wicket of like the first ball, but it wasn't to be. And then he's had a few issues in the field, so can he make it come good for him in the air and gets this through the fielder, and it will go run down into that banner and underneath it. Now you see it, now you don't. And Pravan will start with a nice looking 4, nice shot, gets a bit of width, but puts it away pretty effectively, 4 runs. And get Tomar just needs to bring this in a little bit. Like I say, I did think he bowled pretty well to Venkat Ganesan in the first, but just maybe at the moment just too much width. He wants to bring it in a bit closer. He waits, and then he comes once again. Well bowled, full Yorker length, good comeback. They do take a single, so now, well, it will be the birthday boy who will go on strike. Kashif, Shahab, no Kashif. I hope this ends up being a good highlight for you with the bat. And once more, many happy returns for your birthday. Thank you very much for providing the whole ground. There was plenty of that burfi stroke. It was almost like a brownie stroke Indian burfi sweet cake. A few almonds on the top as well. It was very nice indeed. So thank you very much. And good luck to you, sir. Digs it out, gets a run. Well, that's a start, isn't it? So no to go with the birthday cake, liking that. So and I think that's probably that's probably the main thing he wanted to do. He said, "There's no way on my birthday, and I'm going to be having duck sounds coming my way." Well, he's not going to be having any duck. So there you go, off the mark. Get Tom up, sort of marches back to his marker. His eyes are going to do up his laces. Well, Archie, your bit of cake in the post. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be great? We could arrange that. Lovely to have you with us, Archie. Enjoying and sharing in the fun and playing your part in well, this community of European cricket that we're building, and you guys there, all of you boys and girls are doing a wonderful job being part of our team and part of our growing family. Nice looking shot again. Well, he's played one out there earlier, and this one will also beat the fielder. Well, Balaksai chases it, but can't get there. And, Pravan, when we saw him last time, he was quite content in trying to play a lot across the line. He seems to have had some bit of batting advice from somebody. Now he's playing shots to merit, and he's played 2 very nice shots there. Look, he's saying, right, I'm going to do what the pros do now. I'm going to lean on my bat and make it look like I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not using any of his energy. So, and Kit Toma, 11 of the first 5 deliveries. Wants to finish well. Good delivery. Just gets it respected and just punched out for the single from Pravan. So that will end up with 12 off the first. No wickets down. And when you're chasing 110, they're just exactly where they want to be. 7 matches now without that golden ball. Will we get another here in Germany before Vinny and Charlie bring you the coverage from Belgium? Well, we should wait and see. Still got plenty of cricket to come. Got this match to be concluded. I wouldn't say it's sort of golden ball score. Normally here it's been around about score in the 90s, but you never know. So I'm liking that little graphic work there from you there, Martins. Very nicely done. And the team here, Spring Productions, has been absolutely brilliant as well. Martins, Dennis and Andrew, been absolutely great, been an absolute pleasure. And I know that all of you in the chat will appreciate the work they've done. Look, come on, let's show them some love. Come on, let's give some love to our partners here, our production partners, Spring Productions. Haven't they been great? Come on, let's have some hearts and some thumbs up for them. They've been absolutely brilliant. What a team they are. Oh, nice bit of swing here. That's nice. Liking that. And little run-out attempt as well. Beautiful delivery. Good bit of swing. So Ratanaika showing that he can do what a lot of the bowlers haven't been able to do. And that's get the ball to swing. Really got that to swing in a lot. Now the question is, what will he be able to do with the right hander? He's really moving the field around quite vigorously. Getting it ready now to bowl to the right hander. Shahab just faced the one ball. Look, he's still, well, look at this. It's like he's orchestrating things, isn't he? Look, this way, that way, getting everything involved. Right, he's ready now, I think. Shahab. No, just nothing sort of shot. He's still not happy. He's still this way. No, I said this way, not that way. Are you going this way? Do you not understand? I'm waving it this way. He said that way. He said no, this way. Is he happy now? Are there going to be any more instructions? Let's see. He gets the ball. He has a look. And yeah, he's happy. No more instructions. And once again, beats the batter outside the off. Nicely bowled. Nice carry fruit to the keeper as well, Rajendran. Beats him again, very close to finding the edge. So swinging and missing. So, he's going to get a bit of advice here from Rizwan Babar. He says something to him. And Ratanaika saying, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just joining up the dots here. I'm happy with that. It's played down. They will take the single, and the fielder lets it go through him. They should come back for 2. They do, and well, it's a direct hit. He may find himself short here. They're going to go upstairs. I think only a direct hit could have got it. It wasn't the most powerful of throws, but I think he's done enough. Let's see this. Well, this could be quite incredible. The man with the floppy gets the throw in, and let's see how close this is. Well, he just gets there, doesn't he? And that's the virtue of sliding your bat in. I'm glad he gets there. It's his birthday, you know. he would not have been happy if he gets run out like this. And, well, this is Gupta. Well, Gupta with the floppy gets the throw in. I don't think he was expecting this to be a direct hit, but almost gets the wicket. And what a fine time to introduce back into the warm ice cube. The ice is melting all around us, but we're still standing. Mr. Maximo.
It's nice to be back. And, yeah, Ratnaka, who is bowling, remember him from SG Hemel last year in Kiel, where he led the side. So it's nice to see him back, of course. And I think he's been pretty good every time we've seen him with the ball. So it's the end of the second over, and the score is 16 without loss. Yeah, it made me think there should be 3 creases, one in line with the stumps and a popping crease, but then another line for if it's your birthday. What do you reckon, Rico? Like, there should be a special, like, pink line or something. Like, look, if you get to this line, if it's your birthday, then we'll give you another metre. I reckon that'd be fair. It didn't need it, though. Hey, I've got some updated news. Now, as long as the target isn't chased in 4 overs, which is seeming pretty unlikely right now because we already had 2. They need like 50 and over. Then we can pretty much lock Lemgo into 3rd. So it will finish the way you see right there, regardless of what happens in this game. So we'll actually give you the fixtures pretty shortly then, because we can confirm as soon as that 4 over mark is reached that we will have our 8 quarterfinalists and the order in which they will play tomorrow. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Liking the love that a lot of you were sending to our production partners. Thank you very much to Khan Ali. A few hearts there for Spring Productions, for Martin, Dennis, and also Andrew. Do a great job here.
Yeah, the birthday crease. New to ECN. Here's Babar in over number 3, and he'll get turned away for 1 first up. Here's Shahab. I guess it was his birthday as well. He should be able to choose where he bats. And he says, okay, he'll go out there. 50 for his birthday. It'd be a nice little...
Can he have a life?
Nice little pickup.
Do you get a life?
Oh, yeah, birthday life.
Right. Maybe you get a birthday life but only if you're out under 10.
Yeah, see, I would then just be picking my team based on a whole bunch of people whose birthday it is. I'd be like, sorry.
It's my birthday, I get a life.
I'd be playing 2 games. I'd be hopping across the international date line at the end of my birthday and try and have a second one. Do you know some people do that on New Year's Eve? There's quite a few people that will have parties and they'll have it... so they'll be right in the east of kind of some of these islands and the South Pacific, and like an American Samoa or something. And they'll have New Year's Eve, and then they'll just hop across, and then basically, because they go back a whole day, they have another New Year's Eve party. But if you've ever had a bit of a hangover on New Year's Day, you probably don't want to have 2 New Year's Eve parties in a row.
It's clipped away. Hey, how come when I look at you wearing your purple shoes and your purple trousers, why does Charlie in the Chocolate Factory always come to mind? Does Charlie in the Chocolate Factory have
good movie?
Purple trousers
one of my
and shoes?
favourite movies actually as a kid, but it was so long. I don't know
what, the original?
Yeah, the original.
It took a while to get going, didn't it?
I'm not a huge fan of the updated version.
Yeah,
the Johnny Depp version. I think I like the Gene Wilder version.
The Golden Ticket.
Yeah,
the
golden
we have
ticket.
the golden ball. We have the golden ball, don't we? Well, we use the golden ticket as well, don't we?
Sometimes. Well, this one probably will be 4. In fact, it will be 4. Just running away. The slow ball gone wrong maybe from Babar. It will be 4 carreras. And it's one thing to get a full toss. You just have to put it away. And the birthday boy gets 4. Gets a present
4.
there, doesn't he?
Gets a present. So have you shown your shoes to anyone? People seen your shoes, these purple shoes?
Oh, okay.
Has anyone seen his purple shoes?
Hold on, I'm going to do it this way.
He's giving it a polish now. All right, give him a polish.
They do get quite dusty.
Yeah, look at mine. What happens with the dust in here?
All right. I haven't done this in a while, actually.
Oh, that's good. It's good. You can support on the shoulder.
All right. Swing and a miss. All right, Martins. Here we go. I'm only up here for a second. Oh, I haven't really done it.
You're not there.
You ready?
You got to go higher.
All right. There we go. We've got the purple shoes on.
Purple shoes.
All right.
There we go. With the purple trousers.
And you've been tall now, don't I?
Yeah, it's like working with Tyrone now, all of a sudden.
Professor Plum a bit with these.
Oh,
reckon that counts. Yeah, you can do this. I want to hit that. That's 100%. I'm hitting that. 100%.
Which one is?
Where does this fall out? Look here. Yeah, I mean he's bowled that.
He's bowled
so
it.
That's going to be a no ball.
He's done the complete.
100%. I'm smacking that. If I'm Kashif.
He's thinking, look, it's your birthday. That was a birthday present. You got a gift. It was when we were talking about your purple shoes. Well, that had a purple ribbon on it. Hit it hard.
Actually, this is going to be a law change from the 1st of October. Believe it or not. that
We don't
you
like
won't-
it,
you-
do we?
Yeah, I don't like the law change.
No,
I
the
think
new
you just
change.
bowled forward, go and hit it. What's wrong with that?
So what was that actually given? Was it?
It was
did
a
they
no ball.
give it?
Yeah,
It was called a
Because-
no
and
ball.
The reason is there was one. Remember the Ehsan Latif in the Dresden Golden Ball, because
Yes.
it actually is released in the delivery action, not before the delivery action. It's released after the arm has come over. From the perpendicular. But 100% I'm hitting
But
that.
the chat just went
Hey.
wild with smiley faces with that one.
I didn't play 12 years of competitive hockey to not hit those. I'll tell you that much. I'm absolutely smacking them.
You know,
The current law, which will only
Yeah.
be here for another 6 weeks now,
Correct.
is that even if the ball stops, you get an opportunity to hit it. You get one opportunity to hit it, and all the fielders have to go back to where they were. But the funny thing that no one ever thought of is when we had that dead ball that we thought might have been a no ball in the Golden Ball.
Yeah.
Instead of hitting the ball, the batters just ran because they knew they needed one more. And so I don't know. I don't think you can run before you hit it.
No, you got to hit it.
And then the ball never reaches the other end. Anyway, that's the end of a very interesting over from Parmar.
Yeah, in case you're wondering what the new law will be, the new law will be is that you can still hit it, but you cannot. You have to have
Can't
at
be on-
least 1
yeah.
foot in the the strip.
I don't see what.
Mm.
I mean, it's like one of those weird things that it's an oddity that I think is fun when you see it, because it's not what you're expecting.
Why
right?
did he hit
So
that? Why didn't he hit it?
He froze.
He should have whacked it. He wanted to
I
hit
think he
it.
thought, do I want to hit this or not? And by the time he thought about it, it was past him.
Yeah.
You know, it had rolled past him. Great footwork, though.
25 with that loss after 3.
Here's the captain, Aziz Bhatti, having a bowl. Yeah, because you know what I'm saying about it? It's like an oddity that when you see it, it's a bit funny. Like, I still remember them. Alan Border hit Phil Simmons from from like mid-wicket into the stands when he zipped out. That bounced about 2 or 3 times.
How did he get it into the stands? What did he do? Like
Yeah,
a golf shot?
So it actually probably went so high.
Oh, it didn't. It didn't
so
stop.
it went so high,
Okay.
and then it probably bounced once, twice, and he ran out. And then about after 2 or 3 bounces, he just banged it.
Can you imagine when if it stops dead like that one, you just call a caddy and say, "Can I have a number?
Yeah, I reckon you get the distance measure out.
Have the sand wedge."
And you lick your finger and test the wind.
Yeah.
You know. Imagine if you could bring out another bat specifically for that, like a toe-heavy bat,
It's got,
like a croquet mallet.
it's got a bit of scoop to it.
You know?
Okay.
Uh,
Barty.
This is why I think they should stay in the game. What's wrong with it? Anyway, next thing you'll have batters, if that's the rule that they have to have one from the pitch, they'll be lying down seeing if they can reach it, right? But I think if the ball comes to a complete stop, that's an automatic dead ball.
Have an
now.
extension on.
Yeah, yeah, like a
Like a
pool
snooker
cue
cue.
extension.
Can I have the extension? Just
Yeah.
extend the bat. I can reach it
Yeah.
now. Look, I can reach it.
Yeah, we had one.
Ah,
Warner
dear.
hit one in the World Cup, and there are a few people saying that's unsportsmanlike. I mean, there's a million reasons he's unsportsmanlike. That's not one of them. That's rubbish. You should be able to hit any ball that comes at you.
What do you
comes
reckon,
forward.
folks? What do you reckon? You like the change in the
Yeah,
in the
and
laws or not?
I
What do you
think now if it comes to rest, then it's an automatic no ball, dead ball. But the thing I don't like about that is it counts as a ball against the batter in an era where strike rate's getting looked at, and it gets a dot against you, and you're like, well, hold on, you didn't even let me hit that. Oh yeah, I love him. There was one in the Netherlands recently as well against England. He goes after this. This will be out, I'll tell you that much. Manassa is not dropping this, and yeah, he holds the pose as well. So Praveen Ganesan, he's not able to clear the boundary here. Tries to go downtown. Instead, he finds Manassa Iqbal, and that is the first wicket in the reply. And it falls with a score at 28.
Yeah, nice little knock from Praveen. But 13 is his unlucky number. It's 13 and out for him of the 9th delivery that he faces. Nice catch there. Look at the way he gets the landing correct as well, doesn't he? And he gets a pat on the back from Rathanayaka. So that's the first wicket to fall.
Yeah. I reckon I can, probably not going to bring it up here, but I'm going to try and show you the Phil Simmons one. I think I found it. I'll show it to you first. We'll see if we can get it on the broadcast. It's good, isn't it? And then look at the umpire. Umpire's like, yeah, you know what? And actually, it wasn't even a no ball because it didn't used to be a no ball automatically for off the pitch. So it's actually, it was a legal delivery. So it would have been out. I think it actually might have only bounced once.
So
And
then
it might have bounced twice, which also used to be okay. And the bowler's not particularly happy about it. He said, whoops. I'm going to see if I can get that up. All right, Martin's got a bit of work for you. Maybe we can bring it up after
He's up for the
after
challenge.
5 overs.
He's up for the challenge.
Yeah.
Okay, so new batter has come out to join Shahab. Shahab's going well on his birthday, 12 of the 15 balls he's faced. 28 for one it is, and it's Gaurav Gupta that has come out to join him. So, back to the bowler, and the captain, as is Barty, gets down, stops it, end of the over. So, hey, listen, I'm quite liking this fight back here at the moment so far. I mean, they haven't really got going, and that rate is climbing upwards, you know. It's about 13 and a bit. So
Yeah.
they're doing all right.
In pretty good shape here, but of course, got a fair bit of batting to come, the Black Caps. Let's have a look at where we'll be. And getting lots of questions, which is a good thing, where people are asking us, look, where are you going to be? What's going on next year? What's going on over the next couple of months? I can tell you that we will spend the first bit of September in Belgium. In fact, we'll be there on the 29th of August, which is Monday. Then through September and October, we'll be in Khartoum 5 weeks. And really looking forward to that. 7 days a week of cricket, and then Croatia straight after that. And then from there, we'll be in Malta for a couple of weeks, and then should finish the year in Barcelona. That's the plan, at least. As we see, pretty good stop out there. And, they will come back for 2. So, yeah, they've got to get their skates on here. Just 7 and over through the first 4 overs. Hello to James Stewart, saying he's having some family time, I think. So, hope you have going well in Estonia. All right, this is pretty high, and I think Madassa's going to get there.
Oh, marvellous.
Fantastic catch.
What a catch.
Yeah, well, he had to get his skates on, didn't he, and get them on pretty quick. And Shahab, well, he'll appreciate this is a good catch because he's a very good fielder himself. So his birthday ends in, I won't say tears, but yeah, certainly disappointing for him to fall for 14 in this chase. He's the second wicket to fall, and it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, what a good catch this is. I mean, it really is. I mean, it goes a long way out of the air, totally loses it. He has to come from so far. Look, I think he does the old, this is the old ice cream cone, you know, I think.
You think
What
so?
a good catch. Yeah, have a
Yeah.
look at it again. It's a great catch.
But he does well at kind of protecting the ball from the impact on the ground, doesn't he? Yeah, it's all about the anticipation here. His first couple of steps were pretty good. And yeah, you see how he actually takes his one hand off the ball and makes sure that is the hand that takes the impact on the ground. Just have a look, slow this down as much as we can. So he catches it, holds it in his right hand, and the left hand just, it's his right hand that just slaps the ground, and that's a really good way to protect the ball. Fantastic catch. So they're right in the box seat here, aren't they? Hassan Ali doesn't have a great time fielding that, but it'll just be a single.
Yeah, they don't want to take the 2. Even the keeper gets a bad throw in.
So, yeah, Safi Rahman with the ball in his hand now. Now, Lemgo have been a really fun team to watch, haven't they? First time we've seen them in the ECS. Wow, bit of a lucky one, really, because he just hoiks across the line. And Butty, their captain, who's 55 years old, by the way. Can you believe it? And would you believe it? Also, I was down on the river in Dusseldorf last night, having a little bite to eat.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a bit of food chat. You know who I'd run into? Aziz Butty and a couple of the Lemgo players walking past. And I said, oh, I don't know him.
Is that right?
I was down there with Fletch, celebrating his catch. Ratnaka, I won't stop this, but it doesn't matter. There's someone behind him. Yeah, so we had a nice little chat there, and it's really nice to see some of those guys, because Lemgo's a couple of hours away. So they are staying here in Dusseldorf. That's, I think, where they're staying, which is fairly nearby. Yeah, so it's pretty nice to be able to talk away from the field. They said they were really enjoying the opportunity. Let's ball at the over here, and pretty good stop. Rajendran shapes to throw, but forgets he doesn't have the ball. And so it's the end of the 5th over. The score is 34 for 2. And so here we are, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, with you for the final drinks break today, and we have had these drinks breaks as the temperatures climbed over 30 degrees. Rico Fool's with me, and yeah, we're talking about the fact that we don't really like the law change coming, which is that if someone bowls and it slips out and goes away from the pitch, that the batter now won't be able to step off the pitch and hit it. So we actually dug this one up for you. Have a look at this. This is way back, I think in 1990, I'm going to say 1 or 92. And this is Alan Border, one of my favourite players growing up. This is Phil Simmons. And just get a load of this. Whoop. And then he... Yep. And see you later. And I love the few things about this. The umpire's reaction and also Phil Simmons' reaction. He's like, yeah, I guess you can do that. And then look at Phil Simmons is like, yeah, that's pretty annoying. And so, yeah, back in those days, it wasn't even a no ball, because it wasn't no ball for off the pitch. And you were allowed to bounce twice. Now, I don't know how many times this bounces, actually, because you can't actually see it. But I think it actually bounced. Where is it? Maybe it was just the one bounce.
I think just once.
Yeah. But how good is the footwork? They say get your foot to the pitch of the ball.
Absolutely smashes it, doesn't he?
How about that?
Yeah, I like the umpire. The umpire sort of has to give the 6. He gives the 6 because he knows that the bowler is going to be at him.
What do you want me to do about it? Nice little moment there in the drinks break. And let's go back to the action. And, Butty, wasn't he just bowling? Well, this is in the air and it's going to be caught. So, yeah, it will be out.
Yeah, Safi Rahman finished the last over. 34 for 2 it was. Then the other Sabati comes back, gets a wicket straight away.
Game's so quick, isn't it? Yeah, right now they're right in the box seat now. In fact, we haven't had a boundary since the 3rd over. Halfway through the 3rd over. None in the 4th, none in the 5th. And now the 6th starts with a wicket. And the score is 34 for 3.
Yeah, look, they had their chances in the first, didn't they? After drinks, there were 3 chances that all went down. They're looking to do it differently this time, and they do. No mistakes there from Rizwan. And the captain picks up another. And, well, look at that. Well, Diljit, I don't know what he's trying to do there. But Diljit comes in. Diljit is a player that's been hit and miss. They're hoping to see the best of him. And, well, this is the catch. It's a lovely catch. And, look, they celebrate. Look at Diljit here. I'm not sure what this is all about. Steady on now, Diljit. Steady on.
Diljit tries to become a human backpack there, doesn't he? So, yeah, leaving their run very late here. But they do have the firepower to do it. That's what you would say. If you had to pick a team to kind of go at, I don't know what it is now, maybe 15, 16 and over, then probably would be the Black Caps with some of the batters they've still got to go. Yes, I mean, we often say, in ECN we get some of these moments that you don't really see anywhere else, and that is true. We see a cut shot for 1. But, I mean, you've got to realise even in the highest levels of cricket. Oh, hello.
Dear. Oh, dear. Well, you just said in the ECN you get things that you don't really see in somewhere else. Well, this, look, the wicketkeeper totally makes that hash of this. Rajendran, I mean, this is just no issues here at all. Totally misses it. And the batter said, hey, look, why don't we go again?
Well, he goes in front to try and protect the ball from hitting the stumps. But in the process, he just gets in an awkward position there. Here's Bhatti. Yeah, so I was going to say, we do have some pretty random things happen in European cricket. And that's one of the things that I think everyone loves about it. But you do occasionally see these things happen at the highest level. We talked about the Warner one. There was one, Netherlands, England recently. I think it was Logan van Beek. Just got one completely wrong. It was smacked out of the ground. But not just those. You see moments like, like the Ben Stokes at the end of the 2019 World Cup, for example. So, you do get some of these things happening. But I think that people really appreciate in European cricket, you're likely to see more things that you won't see anywhere else. All right, he's after this, but hasn't got too much of it at all. Again, this should just be a single. Hold the phone. And this time handled by the keeper. So it will be the end of the over. And, well, Black Caps, they look like this might be the loss they had to have. As we get to the end of 6, the score is 40 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you're seeing that they are just playing around a bit with the batting order. We see that it's Sudi Pro Ray that has come in now. The Pro Ray, he's out there with Niraj Patel, the wicketkeeper batter. So you still got plenty. I mean, look, you've got batters there. Look, you've got Rahil there, Ahmadzai there. So plenty. Jamshad can't. So thing is, are they going to have?
Do you want to get these two out? I mean,
no, you don't, because you want to just say, look, keep them there, and then if the others do come in, they haven't got enough balls to get the runs you need, because that rate is going in the wrong direction. Now it's 17.5.
Close to the point of return. Well, this ball will return? Don't think so. This is out of here. That's in flat territory from the other day. Bangs off the light pole. Maximo! Patel says, well, I know you're talking about all those guys, but watch me. I can also hit sixes. And he hits this one pretty good.
Yeah, it hits it well and it stays hit, doesn't it? Well, that's what they need because, like I say, as Vinny, you say, once it gets to the 18, you find it very difficult to come back from there, even with the number of batting that they've got to come. So this is a very important over from Safi Rahman. But the first ball gets pumped for 6. Full toss. This would be a no ball. It's called straight away.
Oh, dear.
Well, 6-4. And is it going in the net? No, it's not going in the net, but no ball as well. So that basically is 11 of just one ball.
Does well to get anything on this. And, yeah, once it hits the edge of the bat, it flies away. So, yeah, it is pretty much an 11, isn't it? So that's not what you want to do. I mean, they were climbing towards the point of no return, and that 18 and over that I normally call it. And now the 50's up and free hit coming up. See, there'll just be a first warning. Remember, there's a first warning for a high non-pitching delivery. Then there's a second and final warning, and then he'll be removed from the attack forcibly. But Safi Rahman, he's only bowled the one so far. Free hit coming up, though. Patel just needs to do what he did the ball before that. Just stand still and hit it.
Yeah.
Don't do anything too fancy. He's got the immunity cloak on. It's might have been a slight leg cutter, but he misses out. That's frustrating for the Düsseldorf Black Caps as they were just mounting a mini run there, but they miss out on the free hit.
Yeah. Still, plenty of balls still to come in the over, and looks like Niraj Patel has finally found his range. He will target Safi, and this time he gets the delicate touch. The throw comes in, attacking, and then he has to back it up himself. Does the splits in the process now.
He might have hurt himself.
No.
I don't think that he was planning on doing the splits, and I hope he hasn't done his groin here. Safi, look here. See, he slips and he hyperextends, and he also bends that knee inwards. See, you hope it's not too serious, but that's not what you need, especially in this situation going into quarterfinals tomorrow. But yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of a situation here. And yeah, straight away, you see, it's hard to know. He might have just hyperextended it, but not actually damaged it.
I think he'd be okay.
Yeah.
I think luckily for him, that this is the sort of ground where the slide, if you like, continues. It doesn't come to a jolt, which could be even worse.
Bowl him the rest of this over, just as a precaution.
No, he's all right.
You think he's all right?
Yeah, he's all right. Look,
he's laughing now.
yeah,
Okay.
he's okay.
All right.
He just,
Well, Safi was there last night as well, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had 2 good legs back then.
All I know is this: if this ball gets pelted to the boundary, he's gonna be leaning on that.
For it.
He's gonna say, that really hurts."
Good see, he's all right. This should be a single. They might try for 2 and a fumble. They don't go. That's probably the difference with some of the running between the wickets we see. Probably the higher level, probably the ECC batters just know, okay, we're running the first one hard as we can. Any fumble, we're both going.
Yeah.
It takes the hesitation out of it. More times than not, you'll get home.
Yep.
Cramps in for room. Just one thing quickly. Watching that game from the West Indies, that's Test cricket, and it was packed. I used to love watching games from the West Indies in the late 80s and throughout the most of the 90s as well. And yeah, some of these stadiums, they just can't really pull a crowd anymore, particularly in the longer form game. I know that the team has been in decline, I suppose, at that level, but still, that's something I really used to love watching growing up. Last ball of the over. And it's not going to get off the square. So it will be the end of 7. And Lemgo looking good at the moment. It's 54 for 3. Well, we can tell you now exactly what the quarterfinals will look like, Rico. Tomorrow it will be quarter-final Friday. And yeah, you can see that Lemgo, actually, they'll better be up early because they're actually first up in the morning against Golden Star Bond. That should be a really great game. They all will be. And they're all interesting for different reasons. How about the Bayer Derby in quarterfinal 2? The Boosters versus the Spartans. And then Arkan Rising Stars versus Clone CC. And Clone CC played some good cricket. Arkan Rising Stars had the week off. Well, that helped them or not, I'm not so sure, but they were impressive in Group A. And then the final quarterfinal will be the Düsseldorf Black Caps taking on that Clone Challengers. That's the one. It's a bit of a banana peel game for the Black Caps. That's exactly the kind of game they lost last year in the Golden Ball, and they certainly won't be planning on doing that. So join us tomorrow for quarterfinals Friday. It starts 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe. And noon in India. Should be a cracking day. And 8 teams will play, but only 4 can stay to finals day. Here comes Gupta with an over in the 8th. Now everyone's putting in their requests for what they want to see for clips. James Stewart wants to see Big Merv on the boundary doing the calisthenics.
Yeah. Why? I mean, I'm liking what being done here, but for some reason, I mean, we haven't seen Daljit coming into the attack. Daljit Singh, and so it looks like even if he does now, he's only going to get the one over.
I think both teams just shuffling their bowlers and batters. I think it's pretty clear in this game. You can understand why. I mean, Lemgo, they would have had to have been smashed to drop down to 4th, but really it was looking that way at 23 for 5, wasn't it? Looked like they might get.
Yeah. I still don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure. As we see this delivery, we'll go back to it afterwards. Up in the air, opportunity taken. No worries, no hassle. And he looks like a Bollywood star there, doesn't he? With his shades on, big smile, and he says, "Oh, sorry, umps, here you go, have it back." He just wanted to keep hold of it so he could have a photo taken of it. That's all. Hassan Ali makes it look easy. That's another because I still think that this is a gamble I would not have made if I was to sort of Black Caps. I still think you make some subtle changes, but you still want to be going out there to win the game. I think the changes that they made with the bowling, fair enough. The one or two of them maybe wouldn't have done, but they didn't cost you that many because, like I said, you still had Puneet Kumar pick up 4 wickets. But I think with the bat, I mean, I certainly wouldn't have had the likes of Jamshid Khan, Majid Ahmed, and the other big hit is Mohammad Rahel batting right at the bottom, because this match, I mean, they're gonna lose this match, and you're gonna lose this match, and really you're thinking you're now going into a quarterfinal with a defeat behind you.
It's true.
It's the wrong mindset going into a big match. You want to go in there with all the wickets.
It can work both ways because, if it comes off good, like it did with the bowlers, then suddenly you look like a genius and saying, now these guys have got a lot of confidence. So I don't think it'll bother them too much because they'll know they've tinkered and probably over-tinkered with this lineup this time. So whether it affects them going into the finals, I mean, they know every time they've played with their kind of A strategy that they've won. And the other thing is, you look at someone like Puneet Kumar. I mean, if he wasn't given the opportunity, then they wouldn't have known what he can deliver. Now, he's a guy that maybe they can use tomorrow.
Chance. And he's snatched at it. Hassan Ali. Well, one moment, the Bollywood star was all smiles. This time he's the Daku. He puts it down.
Well, he makes the first one look easy. He makes this look hard, really, because he's on the move. And it's flatter. It's a more difficult catch, but just not able to reel it in. Gupta could have had a second wicket, but doesn't. Still looking pretty comfortable in this game. Last ball of the over.
No, it's not.
Be. Classic by me.
Yeah.
Anyway, give us some random questions. We haven't had any of those. We have had a bit of random stuff happen in the game, like the no ball that slipped out. But let us know if there's anything that you'd like to know. Wasn't called that one from Phil Simmons the biggest meat pie delivery of all time. It was a bit of a pie, but it was a funny moment. That's wide. Yeah, I think it is. Straight over the tram line. Got to say the umpires have been great today. A lot of the time, actually, we haven't noticed them. And sometimes we try to point out, obviously, when we see particularly good umpiring. But if there's a day and we're not talking about the umpires too much, I actually think that's a good thing for the umpires. I think that's a positive thing. That's the way.
Listen, when you're umpiring, that's what you want. You don't want anybody talking about you, because then you know you've done your job.
In the air. Anybody want this? That's going to fall perfectly into the circle, into no man's land. Daljit will do the fielding, and so it'll be 8 overs down. I think the score is 60 for 4. You're not sure if Daljit will bowl here. Again, it's a chance to rest a few guys as well. It's been a bit of a long week.
But listen, I'm not minding this score, because I did say right at the beginning I can see these matches going one apiece. And you said to me, you sure? You thought Lemgo going to do the Black Caps? I thought, yeah, they're a team that could do it. And here we go. Right on cue. Thank you very much.
Very, very good point. You did say that both these doubleheaders will be split. Okay, random question from Kitty Hundley, who's watching from Virginia in the USA. Rico, are you a fan of La Vuelta?
La Vuelta. Am I? Yeah, it's not a sport that I not really get into. It. La Vuelta, I think you're talking about the cycling, right? You're talking about the cycling. I know once I got called out on it. We were driving back from Andalusia, and there was a part of the Volta happening, and they had to shut off the motorway, and we were stuck for about 3 hours. So maybe that's why I'm not a fan of it. This one is spinning viciously. Here's the throw. A good effort. Now they're going to go back and take another. Well, he's got to cover double the distance if he's to get back, so they decide not to.
Quite a few friends that are really into their cycling, watching cycling. Be in Belgium next week. I know that Tour de Flanders there is very big. I know that when I've spent time at Brussels Airport, there's a lot of stuff about that all around the place. So I think it's a bit of one of those things that's a bit of an acquired taste. I think you have to learn a bit more about it to appreciate it. Swing and a miss.
I think the thing I like about the cycling is, you know, the finishes that they have, because you always looks like there's a couple of guys are going to win easy, and they think they've won it, and they take their foot off the pedal, so to
Wait a
speak.
second. Gave him a wrap. He's missed a clear wide there. Just after even the jinx works on the umpires too. Not that it'll matter too much. He probably says, come on, let's just get out of here. This will be gone, I think. Big edge. And Patel, wicketkeeper himself, edges behind. And Ratnaka, who we mentioned, he was leading Eski Hamel last year up in Kiel. Here he is, turning it on again for Lemgo. And so they've really put this one to bed now, I think, no matter who they send out. Halfway through the ninth over, 61 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Ratnaka. He's made some good performances, put some good performance together, hasn't he? Remember, it was he the one who, even they were really struggling, I mean, he came out blazing in his 17 quickfire runs of just 7 balls, got them back up and running. And I think that positive knock from him was quite important, because the other batters took a leaf out of what he did. And now with the ball, he's always been doing things. The only one thing I will say about Lemgo going into tomorrow's quarterfinals is just get a plan.
Yeah.
Because I think one thing that with the captain Aziz Barty has let his team down sometimes. He doesn't know what his batting order is, and he doesn't know his bowlers. We've seen, for example, Ratnaka bowling here now, we've seen him bowl just once, pick up a wicket and only concede 4 runs and not get a second over.
True.
We've seen the same with Daljit. I mean, Daljit here hasn't bowled. Maybe that's because he's keeping him fresh for tomorrow. I don't mind that. But again, Daljit's bowled and he's gone for some runs, and then he's lost confidence in him, and then when he does use him again, he only gets the 1 over and he picks up 2 wickets for 4.
How to get the best out of their batting order in some of the individuals like Barakzai. He's a bit of a concern for me. I mean, I'd be saying to him, look, if it's pitched up, don't even worry about trying to hit it for 6. You know, wait for one that's your length and then smack it.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's trying to hit every single ball for 6 at the moment, and the ones that are pitched up, that's just not a natural stroke for him. So yeah, probably do stick him at the top of the order. He has been really good though against the short stuff, and some genuine bounces have disappeared.
Yeah. But I just think that the better teams, and we've seen that even today, the better teams will not give him the ball. I think he had 1 ball today that was at him and it got hit for 6, and that's it. Yeah. Nothing else was bowled in that area, and he's got out.
True.
So I think teams know that now. Maybe he's better off that you just change it slightly. You've got other batters that can do it. We've seen that here already, and I think Aziz Barty himself has to put himself up the order. I think he's the opener for me, and have those big hitters, the likes of Rizwan, the likes of Barakzai, to work around him.
Yeah, it's a hard one if you haven't tried it already though, as we get to the end of the
No,
ninth.
he did open once, and he made 34. He batted through the innings.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, he did. So you've got 1 over to go on the day, 62 for 5. Fair few bowling options used this time. How about Ratnaka? 1 for 5 of his 2 overs. I think he's cemented himself in the top 5 bowlers. First choice bowlers for Lemgo. So random question from James Stewart, who's watching from Estonia, a country very dear to my heart. Saying, have we ever thought of getting an ECN tuk-tuk? He said it worked out well in Talon. Oh, is that right? Well, good question. Wow, that's 6. And that one is huge. Wow, really, that's across the path, over the hill and far away. The hills are alive with the sound of landing Kookaburras Maximo. And here's a guy. Well, he can hit a long ball, and guess who? It's Majid Ahmedzai.
Yeah, the captain comes out and says, okay, we're going to lose this, but not before I pump a few 6s out of the ground.
62 plus 36. Okay, here we go. No, I think Ahmedzai just wants some hitting practice. So this will be a wide. 7 off the first ball so far. Yeah, so I know that my club in Western Australia, we were the first one to have the golf buggy to run out the drinks and stuff like that. Or even you'd end up using it to put out the cones. I think we might have even used it to go down to the shops a couple of times once we got hold of it. It was actually a very popular innovation. Plus, it was a good source of shade. And he goes for this. Could be out though. Oh, good catch. Really nice catch, and that's the icing on the cake. Madassar Iqbal. Well, he's seen it all this series, hasn't he? The good, the bad, and the ugly. And this one wasn't an easy catch because he had to move sideways, but this ball was like a laser beam. But he stood strong and he took it in the hands. Good firm grip. And so it's the end of the captain. 6 and out, basically, for Ahmed Zai. As he departs, the score now is 69 for 6.
Yeah, I didn't see the catch, but I heard it. And you just know when it goes straight into the palms. I mean, it just made that sound. And you know he's got it. Good catch. He's had a good day. And maybe he, Mudassar Iqbal, is coming good just when it matters.
Yes, what do you reckon? ECN tuk-tuk can like drive us around in the morning. We had that in, that's not tuk-tuk, but we had the golf buggy kind of thing in Lance Kroner as well. Was it there this year?
Lance
the golf
Kroner.
buggy?
Yeah, there was. There was there. Yeah.
Because last year...
Well, they got the electric
Last year
tuk-tuk
you
here.
did half with me and Rhino did half with me in Lance Kroner.
That's right, yeah.
Yep, and this year you guys did it together because I was away. But oh, we had a bit of fun on that. If you want something to do tonight, you could look up on YouTube golf cart fails, and there's a fair few. There's a fair few up there. You've got to be careful, especially when they're on hills and things like that. Right, here we go. And Jamshed. Well, that's what he thinks about it. He goes, blast this out of the ground. Maximo. It's a case of what could have been here. The Black Caps, it's when you kind of over-tinker with the engine and it stops running. That's basically what's happened in this innings now. You see a few bursts, but it's way too late.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point putting a bit of two-stroke engine oil in a motor that needs the proper stuff, and that's what they did, and that's why the big shots have come too late. Just drops short of the fielder, and get Thomas, does the fielding, gets the ball in.
No, he's had plenty of good innings in this tournament, Jamshed Khan, but it still feels good to go out there before the end of the day and get one out of the screws. Again, he'll be opening, I'm sure, tomorrow. You imagine they'd go him and Ganesan, Venkat Ganesan at the top of the order. Scooped up and a couple to come. Oh, he gets this completely wrong. This will be a no ball. And, well, it's kind of stopped and kind of not stopped by the fielder.
Navjot.
Yeah, it is Navjot there.
Well, I thought we were going to see a replay of what we just saw from the archives there, the way this one came out, but not quite.
That was a bit weird, wasn't it? Anyway, it's been scored a 6 on the screen. I don't think so. Yeah.
What happened there? No, that's just.
What's going on?
That's just that. That's for you.
We have
Maximo.
to wake everyone up.
Maybe it's just running behind. It's running behind. It slowed down. That's the Maximo before.
Free hit. Sound the horn. I think so. Wow, that's hit pretty well. And almost. Oh, geez. And Barak Zai, that looks like it's hurt him. And he couldn't keep it in the field of play. Yeah, Maximo time. Give it 6. Jamshed Khan. He is the man you want on strike, I think, on a free hit. And he certainly makes the fielding team pay. He probably took off from outside the field, you know, so it probably was for nothing.
Yeah. Well, this time there should be a Maximo up there. Well, maybe it knew the Maximo was coming. It just predicted it.
Right, so it scores up to, I think, 84. This is hit, and this hit pretty well. There's another one I think is going to sail out of the ground. Going, gone. So, well, pretty convincing from Jamshed Khan. He said, you know what? Could have been 200, and I probably could have chased it down, and maybe they would have chased this score down if he'd come out even 2 overs earlier. But as it is, it will be Lemgo. I guess it maybe feels a bit like a hollow victory because he's just smacked them all over the place. But look, take nothing away from them. You can only beat the team that's put in front of you, and they recovered from 5 early wickets to post a very, very healthy score, and then they have defended it. So look, they should take the positives out of that. They are going to go into that must-win game against Golden Star Bond in the morning, and they're going to do it with a win against the Black Caps under their belt.
Yeah, they're the only ones to be able to do that. So Düsseldorf Black Caps have lost their first match in the group stages, and it's the very last one that they play against Lemgo. And even though that last, I think the last over went magical. I think it went for about 26. So that's what can happen or could have happened if you had the right batters in the right place. But all smiles at the moment on the face of Lemgo, and you know that will do them the world of good going into the matches tomorrow.
So they should, and yeah, we might even get a chance to look at what is coming up tomorrow then. And we do have 4 quarterfinals for you. See the players there. Safi looking a little bit sore as he's shaking hands, and yeah, it will be Lemgo first up in the morning against Golden Star Bond, and then we'll have Bayer Boosters and Bayer Spartans playing each other in quarterfinal number 2. Arkan Rising Stars in quarterfinal 3 against Clone CC, who we saw this morning, and then Black Caps, who we saw just then, taking on the Clone Challengers. I think that, for me, is the most, I suppose, one-sided looking contest, the Black Caps against the Clone Challengers. But yeah, having said that, you know, anything can happen, and we saw that. That's exactly where the Black Caps slipped up last year in the quarterfinals, Chase. So if you are leaving us now, you can join us tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. And don't forget that we will be live. And we're bringing you some highlights of this innings and also some highlights of the day as we get to the end of today's broadcast. But yeah, so it just was a situation where they tinkered a little bit too much with their order. And it's one thing to give players opportunities, but I think that you still need to kind of throw a couple of the established guys in there just to keep the innings on track. And I think sometimes that gives the batters who have been giving more an opportunity a bit more confidence that they're out there with someone that kind of has been doing it all week. But it didn't really make a good fist of it early on. And I suppose that was the issue. You can see there were some good performances all around. I think Naika was very good. And even though late in the piece we saw some good hitting from Jamshed Khan, it was going to be too little too late. But I mean, before that we saw a bit of a how to do it and how not to do it from the fielder, Hassan Ali. See what Naika mentioned, he was pretty decent, wasn't he, with the ball. And we saw firstly Hamilton last year. And then Ahmed Zai said, well, just so you're not forgetting what I'm capable of, how about that? But then he ended up going 6 and out as Manasseh pulled off a very good catch at long on. Then late in the piece, Jamshed, well, that was a nice little tune-up for tomorrow. I think when it comes down to him individually, he almost took the finger off the fielder, off that one. And yeah, they were flying out of the park. But it was too little too late, Rico. And look, credit to Lemgo, a team that's new to ECS. They've picked up a big fish here.
Yeah, I'm liking what Lemgo did there. I mean, I thought that they were a team that had the passion and the belief and the desire to try and get that win over the Düsseldorf Black Caps, and they did. And you know what? They did it in style as well, so I'm liking that. That's going to do them so much confidence. Just having a look at this, the scorecard. So there were changes made, of course. We know that. Previn went out there. Shahab, whose birthday it was, so happy birthday to him once more. He made 14 of 17. So they gave them a good start, but the thing was they weren't able to go at the rate that they needed to. And even though Niraj Patel did his best to try and boost and accelerate things, but nobody else was able to give them anything until right there at the end. Majid Ahmadzad came out and scored, one big 6, and then he was out next ball. And Jamshed Khan, well, he's a man who can at the moment, can't do anything wrong. Just looking to see if he can keep the sort of Midas touch he's got at the moment in play for the quarterfinals tomorrow.
And look, they only hit 2 6s in the innings until Jamshed Khan came out and hit 3 6s in his 4 balls. So he hit more 6s at the end than the whole rest of the team combined. So that showed that he is a power hitter, and we will see him back in the top, I'm sure. But look, take nothing away from Lemgo. They could only really bowl to who was in front of them. Like I said, Ratnaika for me, he was probably the best of the bowlers. 1 for 5, continues to impress. 2 for 9 for Aziz Bhatti, showing that he's got a fair bit to offer this team with the ball. And also, you know how good a batter he is. You talked about him maybe going up the order once again. Actually, Gupta with a couple of wickets as well. Safi Rahman with 1. Had a bit of an injury scare there. Who's one Babar with 1 over. Tomar just getting the first one in the end. So yeah, congratulations to Lemgo. They do finish in 3rd position, and 3rd position in Group B. I think that's exactly where Bond Blue Star won last year from. They were 3rd in Group B, right? So look, anyone can win it from here for sure. No doubt we'll see a surprise or two. Right now we are at the kind of sudden death stage of the tournament. There's 8 teams remaining, each one of them only 3 wins away from the trophy. Should be a really great day's cricket starting tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be great. I mean, quarterfinals day is, you know, the thing about it is when the group stage, especially maybe like a day today, when you know the one team that's already been eliminated before the start of the day, that you know you're going to get good contests, but what's at stake? All right, it's where you finish in the quarterfinal. Tomorrow it's elimination. Yeah, you cannot mess around tomorrow. You get it wrong, you're out. Adios. So tomorrow, not only am I expecting them to be tense matches, I'm expecting to be a bit more passion, a bit more fire, a bit more desire. They want to win.
Yeah.
And look, any one of those teams can.
I go back to last year and I remember all the buzz was about MSC Frankfurt and Düsseldorf Black Caps. So Black Caps fell at the first hurdle. They lost to a booster side that just looked like a rabble before that. They had a week off. Somehow, I don't know, they read a couple of books on how to play. They came out and played a really good game, knocked them over in the Golden Ball. And MSC Frankfurt, they got to the final. Everyone thought, okay, well, this is probably going to be a bit one-sided because the Black Caps are gone. And they fell to Bond Blue Stars in the final. So look, anything can happen. It's always a very interesting final series right here in Krefeld. So if you want to know exactly what's happening tomorrow, of course, we showed you the fixtures just then, but you can go on our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to go to get all the information. You can also look for what's happening next week in Belgium, and we have the teams up there as well in the fixtures. We've got the ECC fixtures up there as well now, and some information if you want to travel. If you're able to get to Khartoum for a bit, it certainly is worth it. And there's some information about some packages there as well. Our social media, get onto that. I'm sure a few things will probably come in today. Maybe that ball that got skewed up in the air, who knows? We saw a lot of action, saw some good catches, saw some good batting. I mean, I just can't wait. You know, it's been 40 matches now. I cannot wait for these quarterfinals to start.
Yeah, and of course, you're going to see Group A. You're going to see, I mean, you weren't here the first week, so you're going to see some of the Group A teams coming back here. I know that you were always watching some of the action from where you are, but you're going to see it first up. And I can tell you what, I mean, there's some very good players coming back to the equation, and they'll be well rested as well. Yeah,
well, of course, I saw those teams last year, but one thing I noticed watching live is that the teams in Group B that this time around that had improved a lot since last year. And I think that the gap's narrowing between the best teams and the other teams, and so I really like that improvement. Looking forward to seeing the Group A teams live for the first time in 2022. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Big thanks also to our Crew Spring Productions. Haven't they been magnificent? And to all of our Blue crew as well, including Fletch, who's still, I think, celebrating his catch. He's been having a pretty fun time out there.
Today, Fletch. A bit tender. I don't know what you did with him last night.
But look, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy, hope you have a safe evening. We'll leave you with these highlights, some of the best bits of the day, but we love you guys. Hopefully you love cricket enough, and hopefully you love ECN enough to come back. Well, I can hear the European cricket song in the background, so we'll leave you with these highlights. And for us, it's hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.
Share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that back in. But the shaka. more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.